innovation economies such as ours cannot afford to leave the foundational materials of these industries vulnerable to single source monopolies that could deny us these things, not just in a time of conflict, but as a leverage point in contrary to our sovereign national interests. So it's a pleasure to be here today, and I'm glad we were able to sign this because in addition to being an important document and an important agreement, I think it brings a tangible example of the strategic partnership between the United States and India. Thank you.
May I now request both the leaders to please sign the document.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा और मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right.
Coming up next after a very short break, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar in Delhi. Congress High Command firefights Karnataka leadership issue.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved.
External Affairs Minister Jaishankar and US Secretary of State Marco Rubio signed Memorandum of Understanding to deepen US-India strategic partnership after joint meeting of the Quad Foreign Ministers meet.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा
Character, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान। अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
जब तक लाजवाब न बन जाए उसे नहीं इत्मीनान है। तभी तो रिचमंड बनना नहीं आसान है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing, with the greatest of respect to the...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and our top focus story today is S. Jaishankar and Rubio signed a crucial MOU on critical minerals after addressing the joint briefing. We'll get you all the latest details on what happened in the FM's meeting and all the latest top breaking news developments. Now, first, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Jaishankar and Rubio signed crucial MOU on critical minerals after addressing joint briefing. SIT conducted a real-time crime scene recreation and spot visit in Trisha death case lasting over 2 hours. Now, sources have also informed Republic that the belt that was used in the alleged suicide was not given to the EAM's Delhi team that performed the second autopsy on Trisha. Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah, Deputy CM DK Shivakumar in Delhi, Congress High Command firefights Karnataka leadership issue. Delhi Gymkhana Club moves Delhi High Court against a central government order to vacate 27.3-acre premises. CNG gets costlier in Delhi NCR. CNG hiked by rupees 2 per kilogram. CNG now to cost rupees 83.03 per kilogram. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with a big breaking news development because we have been continuously tracking the tussle which is happening between Siddaramaiah and DKS, and this is the power tussle over the Chief Minister's post, and that is Karnataka tussle over Chief Minister's post has now come to New Delhi as Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivakumar, DKS, have been rushed to the capital for a very crucial meeting with the Congress High Command amid the growing speculation over the state's leadership tussle and a possible cabinet reshuffle that we are looking at. Now, Siddaramaiah confirmed that he was summoned for an 11 a.m. meeting after receiving a call from AICC General Secretary KC Venugopal, though he claimed that he was unaware of the agenda. So he was not informed about the agenda, what exactly is the reason of the meeting. However, there are various agendas that have been confirmed by the Congress party and including polls, Rajya Sabha polls also. So those were part of the agenda as per the Congress party, but these are claims. Now, Shivakumar, who earlier said he would travel only if called, later confirmed his visit, signaling the seriousness of the discussions. Now, sources say Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi and Venugopal recently decided to address the prolonged uncertainty over Karnataka's leadership arrangement. Now, speculation around an alleged power-sharing agreement between Siddaramaiah and Shivakumar has kept political temperatures high ever since the Congress formed the government in 2023. So this is indeed the Karnataka power tussle, and they are here for a very important key meet, and it is the meeting which is happening with the Congress High Command, and it is about who will retain the post, allegedly, because the agenda has not been clarified to the current Chief Minister as per CM Siddaramaiah and also Deputy CM Minister DK Shivakumar. They both have been rushed to the capital for a crucial meet, and this is a meeting with the High Command amid the growing speculation of over the state's leadership tussle and a possible cabinet reshuffle. That this is what we are looking at, and Siddaramaiah has confirmed that he was summoned at around 11 a.m. Now, these are the graphics to explain you the issue, what's happening, and the High Command to meet CM Siddaramaiah separately because they are meeting him separately. So will there be an offer? Because we have multiple scenarios in this case, and several Karnataka Congress leaders have been rushed to Delhi. And these are the exclusive pictures that we are getting first on Republic, on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. This is the breakfast meet of CM Siddaramaiah with his MLA camp at Karnataka Bhavan. This is the latest first on Republic exclusive visuals before the key meet. On your screens, ladies and gentlemen, on your screen, this you can see, this is the breakfast meet which happened of CM Siddaramaiah with his MLA camp at Karnataka Bhavan. Now, just a little while ago, DK Shivakumar addressed media. What he said, let's listen in.
ಕೆಲವು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಕೆಲವು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಕೆಲವು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
All right, so this was the statement by DK Shivkumar. He says, sometimes, sir, at certain moments I have to go, and so I went this time also. So he's clearly evading the questions because this is on cards. All right, Abhishek is joining me live for all the latest updates on what's unfolding in this Karnataka CM tussle. Abhishek, coming to you, what is the latest that you are fetching? Is this about the fight of the CM chair? Because nobody knows about clearly understands the agenda of the meeting, but there are speculations that there will be a power change. Over to you for latest details on this.
Shivam, the latest update is that Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, while talking to the media in Karnataka, had mentioned the fact that he doesn't know the agenda of the entire meeting. Also, some of the loyalists of even DK Shivkumar and CM Siddaramaiah mentioned the fact that none of them know the agenda as to why the High Command has called Chief Minister and DK Shivkumar to Delhi at this point of time. But if we intervene through their conversation, if we go in between their lines, if we read in between their lines, it is the highest importance of this meeting because the leadership change, the tussle between the Chief Minister post has been prevailing in the state of Karnataka for the last 6 to 7 months after K.N. Rajana, the former minister, had mentioned that there will be a major change in the cabinet or the leadership in the month of November 2025. However, we have come until May 2026, where the tussle between the chief minister has continued even without the heat of that which is invisible to the local voter or general civilian. The agenda of the meeting might consist of the special intensive revision which the Congress has planned to go against the special intensive revision not only in the state of Karnataka but throughout the country. And with respect to the Chief Minister's involvement in the meeting today, there might be directions from the High Command as to how the protest and agitation against the special intensive revision be taken care of the Karnataka state government to maximize the efforts of the protest in the state of Karnataka. On the other hand, the MLCs and the Rajya Sabha tickets are also, the names for the MLCs and the Rajya Sabha is also expected to be announced in the next couple of days, and there might be information which will be shared by Chief Minister along with the DCM DK Shivkumar as to who might be the contestant for the Rajya Sabha as well as the MLC. The third point will be the cabinet expansion and the reshuffling because CM Siddaramaiah had previously mentioned in the month of January that he is ready for the expansion or the reshuffle of the cabinet, and various other MLAs who are the MLAs for the first and second time or more than 4 times have already visited Delhi for a couple of occasions to request the High Command to elevate them to the position of minister or to include them in the cabinet. After all these people requested Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, he had made a note of the eligible candidates for the position of ministers. He had also discussed that with the DCM DK Shivkumar, who is also the KPCC president. This list might be given to the High Command today, and there might also be an exchange of conversation between the High Command and CM Siddaramaiah as to will the previous list of the minister candidates be holding good as of now, or will there be a new list which will be submitted to the High Command today or in the next couple of days? There is also a chance of the High Command intervening with the leadership change in the state of Karnataka because the camp of DK, the closest aides of DK, the supporters of DK Shivkumar had demanded and reiterated and pressed upon the fact the importance of elevating DK Shivkumar to the position of Chief Minister on multiple occasions to the High Command of Congress. However, it is only CM Siddaramaiah who has been invited to the meeting at 11 in the Indira Bhavan, which will be attended by Mallikarjuna Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, along with KC Venugopal. And also, Randeep Singh Surjewala might keep himself out of this meeting.
But Abhishek, is there any threat? Is there any threat to the chair of Siddaramaiah? Now, that's the big question because there are many speculations there that are happening. There are many scenarios in this entire case. If you look at the scenario, either because this is on cards that there can be a cabinet reshuffle. Many of the ministers have also reached Delhi. Will there be a cabinet reshuffle in this case? And also, will there be an alternative that will be presented to DK Shivkumar or Siddaramaiah in this case? Is there a possibility of that? Or are you sure that Siddaramaiah is going to retain his chair, his position?
The higher chances of the cabinet reshuffle might be happening in the next couple of days or probably within June 20th. The cabinet might be reshuffled is what the sources claim as of now. And with respect to the leadership change, the closest aides of CM Siddaramaiah have mentioned off the record that CM Siddaramaiah will continue as the Chief Minister of Karnataka. If at all, the High Command of Congress demands that CM Siddaramaiah step down from his position, he will not accept in the immediate cause. he will take a time of 1 or 2 days, and that is after which he will respond to the High Command if he is going to step down from the chair of Chief Minister. And also, CM Siddaramaiah might name the successor to whom the chief ministership has to be given, and the name has been decided as Dr. G. Parameshwara, who's the Home Minister, who's the sitting Home Minister in the state. And also, we shouldn't forget the fact that the camp of CM had previously didn't want DCM DK Shivkumar to be elevated as the position of Chief Minister, and the camp of Chief Minister will also press upon the importance of giving up the chair to a Dalit Chief Minister rather than Chief DK Shivkumar, because he belongs to the Vakaliga community, and a couple of Chief Ministers in the state of Karnataka previously had belonged to that community. And at this point of time, keeping into consideration the 2028 general elections in the state of Karnataka, elevating a person from the Dalit community as the Chief Minister might be a fruitful fact for the Congress government in the state of Karnataka, taking into consideration the political scenario in the state, as well as there might also be discussion of what might happen if DCM DK Shivkumar is not elevated to the position of Chief Minister, because he has huge followers, is one strong fact which the High Command will also have to rethink upon. Shivam.
All right, thanks a lot, Abhishek, for all the latest details. Keep tracking the latest developments. We'll come back to you as more details unfold in this story. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, in a major development in the Trisha Sharma death case, retired Judge Giribala Singh, Trisha's mother-in-law, has sought an adjournment in the Madhya Pradesh High Court. Her legal team claims they did not duly receive the petition filed by Trisha's family seeking the cancellation of anticipatory bail. Delay comes amid intense scrutiny as the High Court was set to hear bail cancellation arguments from both the family and the state of Madhya Pradesh. Meanwhile, Trisha's family has expressed satisfaction after the Supreme Court took suo motu cognizance of the case. Advocate Anurag Srivastav, representing the family, stated they welcome the Apex Court's intervention, the completion of the second post-mortem by an AIMS team, and the MP government's recommendation for a CBI probe. Watch this report for more information.
I'm not saying it could be the Supreme Court's view. In my view, could be responsible for destroying, tampering, and botching up all the evidences that could be there. Using her expert legal mind, using her expert experience as a Sessions Court judge, and using also her surely a very crooked mind to safeguard this. She definitely can argue, and every person has a right in law to argue his or her case. In this case, that we have an expert ex-Sessions Court judge who's dealt with these kind of cases, hundreds or thousands, if I may use that word, and obviously she knows all the nuances. Secondly, she may have categorically from the day one, when, as you said, that whilst the body was taken down and gone to the AIMS, she was sitting and making calls, so she must have got some advice from her friends who are from the legal fraternity. She may have herself made a lot of notes about it, and she thought who better than her as a lady and as an ex-judge appealing to them, to their lordships, would be able to put forward the case that this is a case of abuse of the law. This is the case of false allegations and accusations being made. This is a case where the media has sort of given it too much of importance, and this is how it has happened, and none of the things which are there. Obviously, in my limited understanding, and I'm not the judges of the Supreme Court, but obviously this will not sail through with the court, and they will get into and ask her necessary questions which are there. So I think this is something that the Supreme Court, which has taken suo motu cognizance of the severity of the case and the mismanagement and the complete botching up of all the evidences, is something which is going to be an eye-opener, not in the annals of justice and judiciary, but I would also say should, in some case, serve as a deterrent for anybody who is ever going to try such kind of things, because you cannot escape the long arm of the law. The role of the ex-judge Giribala would be also questioned in the sense that not only was she an active accomplice, as one would call it, but also was, in my view, and this is my limited view, I'm not saying it could be the Supreme Court's view, in my view could be responsible for destroying, tampering, and botching up all the evidences that could be there. Using her expert legal mind, using her expert experience as a Sessions Court judge, and using also her surely a very crooked mind to safeguard this. Otherwise, you tell me something, how is it that someone like Samarth can be absconding for 10 days? I can understand for a day or two, but for 10 days he was kept in some kind of a safe haven to be away from the police, the investigation, and all the other things that follow. So this was very well planned. From, as I understand, from a third person point of view, it was very well planned, very meticulously done, using the legal expertise and the legal brain, and was so sure when she got an anticipatory bail, because if both of them would have been arrested, who would have been present there to sort of tamper the evidence, clear the evidence, and not keep any traces of the same. So she was confident that once she gets that anticipatory bail, then she will be at ease and she will have time to do what she thought would be useful, to be able to not get both of them trapped in the prosecution net.
All right, viewers, let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are fetching right now, and this is about explosive materials which have been recovered during search operation, and this is in Samba, where 40 MGL grenade and grenade cap, mortar fins and firing mechanisms have also been seized, and 5 umbrella-sized parachutes recovered during the search operation, and police team from BPP Kolpur rushed to the spot immediately, and the bomb disposal squad also has been called to the spot. So this is big breaking news development that we are fetching right now, and it is about the explosive materials which have been recovered during search operation in Samba. 40 MGL grenade cap, mortar fins and firing mechanism also has been seized. Now these are the exclusive visuals of the material that has been recovered. These are the explosives which have been recovered during search operation at Jammu and Kashmir's Samba, and bomb disposal squad has been moved to spot where explosives were found. All right, let's go on to our correspondent Gursimran for more details on this, what's happening there and the kind of explosives which have been found. Gursimran, coming to you, what is the latest that you are fetching in the story, and if you can also put into perspective and share the details of the kind of explosives which have been found, and also the bomb disposal squad which has reached the spot, Gursimran.
So this morning, as part of the regular patrols, the BSF has launched an operation. It was in the forward area of the border police post Kolpur. This is in the Samba district, and during the search operation, a huge consignment of the explosive has been recovered in the area. That includes the grenades, the mortar fins, the para, which is also known as the Ilu bombs. That has also been recovered from that very spot. Apart from this, the entire mechanism to trigger the mortars that have also been recovered. Some of the recoveries include that are continuously used by the BSF and the Pakistani Rangers close to the international border, since the recoveries of that very area. But the recovery of the grenade and also the Ilu bombs, that is something the agencies are looking for every angle into. As we speak, the BDS teams have already reached that very spot, and they are trying to ascertain that to whom this explosive belongs to, because this is the international border area, and keeping the sensitivity of the area and the ongoing anti-terror operations that are underway in the area in view, it becomes paramount for the forces to go dig deeper, because it comes hours after a drone has been recovered in the Kathua district also. So that series of events at a time when a major operation is underway in the Rajouri district, where 2 top Lashkar terrorists have been trapped in the area, all this concludes that one thing, that is, the security forces are maintaining a highest level of alertness, and now they are ensuring that first this entire explosive that have been recovered is detonated using controlled explosion by the bomb disposal squad, and then the investigation will be set in.
All right, thanks a lot, Gursimran, for all the latest details on this. Viewers, we have another big breaking news development. Let's go to that, because this is the story that we have been continuously tracking, and we'll show you the fresh visuals on your screen in just a short while. And these are the fresh visuals, exclusive on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. These are the fresh visuals, exclusive visuals, which have emerged from Indira Bhavan on the Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah meeting with Congress High Command. The leaders, including KC Venugopal and Surjewala, which you can clearly see in the images on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this is happening because there is a very important key a high command meeting, and as per the speculation, the fate of the chief minister will be decided in this meeting, or there could be a possible cabinet reshuffle or other scenarios, because the agenda has not been clarified by the Congress high command to the sitting chief minister of Karnataka as per his statement. So nobody knows about the agenda of the meeting which is going to happen right now, and also the statement from DKS where he says that we keep coming, many a times we have been called for meetings, and so this is as usual, nothing big in this as per DKS. Also, now let's go to Abhishek for the latest updates on this. Abhishek, on our screens are the latest visuals where the CM is meeting KC Venugopal and Surjewala. Over to you for the latest details.
Shivam, this is one such example as to say anything can happen within the politics, because it was Randeep Singh Surjewala who wanted to keep himself out of the meeting if it comes to the change of leadership matter. But in the picture, we clearly see CM shaking hands with KC Venugopal along with Randeep Singh Surjewala, who's the Karnataka state in charge as well. But the agenda of this entire meeting is kept pretty secretive as of now. It is only the speculations by the politicians and the closest aid of these leaders. But once, if we look at the time frame and the time bound of what has happened in the last couple of months, one can clearly ascertain the fact that there might be the conversation of cabinet reshuffle, the possibility of the talks of cabinet reshuffle or the cabinet expansion might happen. The second possibility will be of that the names for the contestants of the Rajya Sabha and the member of legislative councils might happen. On the other hand, the last point which will be intimated or will be brought up in the meeting might be the change of the leadership in the state of Karnataka. Clearly, the High Command had mentioned, in fact, Mallikarjuna Kharge had mentioned when questioned by the media in Bengaluru that the Chief Minister's seat isn't vacant. Why are you questioning me about the changes in the position of Chief Minister? So, if we go by the statement by Mallikarjuna Kharge, it is very clear that the High Command might have decided to continue with the chief ministership of CM Siddaramaiah, and probably DK Shivkumar might be given another choice or other chance in the 2028 election. So it is up to the thoughts of High Command of Congress if there will be a talk on the leadership change in the state of Karnataka. Yeah. Will DCM be elevated to the position of CM, or will Chief Minister Siddaramaiah be dethroned from his position? All these things are speculations as per the information from the Congress sources. But the practical information is that 3 to 4 major issues pertaining to the state of Karnataka will be discussed separately with CM Siddaramaiah and DCM DK Shivkumar in the next couple of hours, Shivam.
Yeah, but are there any other names also, Abhishek? If you can share the names, are there any other names that are doing rounds apart from the sitting chief minister and DKS in this case for the CM post?
All right. If we get back to a small history, it was Dr. G. Parmeshwara, the sitting Home Minister of Karnataka, who was also the KPCC President in the previous term, where he had to be elevated to the position of Chief Minister, but he had given his seat to Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, is what he had also previously claimed. And the closest aides of CM Siddaramaiah have informed, have pressed on the fact, have made sure that he gives up a name only of Dr. G. Parmeshwar and no one else if the High Command asks CM Siddaramaiah to give out a name as his successor. CM Siddaramaiah belongs to the Kuruba community, Dr. G. Parmeshwar belongs to the backward community, and this is why the Dalit Chief Minister concept will have to be pitched into the minds of the people in the state of Karnataka, and the closest aides of CM Siddaramaiah have informed him and have intimated him only to raise the name of Dr. G. Parmeshwara as the successor of Siddaramaiah if in case the High Command pressurizes Siddaramaiah to give up on the position, and this is the only name as of now in the race of Chief Minister other than DK Shivkumar. So it is unclear as to know what might happen in the next couple of hours, because anything might happen in the politics as we have already seen. So we are awaiting for the response and the latest developments after the meeting is completed at the Indira Bhavan. Shivam.
All right, thanks a lot, Abhishek. Keep tracking the latest developments, and let's wait for the final call by the Congress High Command, and let's wait for who is going to retain the seat. Is it the sitting Chief Minister going to retain the seat, or there will be a power change, or a third name will come up in the forefront for the CM post? Thanks a lot, Abhishek. All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up. Coming up after a short commercial break is Dr. S. Jaishankar and Rubio sign a crucial MOU on critical minerals after addressing joint briefing. Coming up, the latest details on that too.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा,
राजा और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, healthy every day.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions...
Hello viewers, a very, very good morning. We are live and we are breaking. We'll get to all the updates coming in here on Republic TV. But the headlines first, let's get started. Jaishankar and Rubio signed crucial MOU on critical minerals after addressing joint briefing. SIT conducts a real-time crime scene recreation and spot visit in Tusha death case lasting over 2 hours. Sources have informed Republic that the belt used in the alleged suicide was not given to the EAM's Delhi team that performed the second autopsy on Tusha. Karnataka CM Siddaramaiya, Deputy CM D.K. Shivakumar in Delhi, Congress High Command firefights Karnataka leadership issue. Delhi Gymkhana Club moves Delhi High Court against central government in order to vacate the 27.3-acre premises. CNG gets costlier and costlier in Delhi NCR. CNG highway rupees 2 per kg. CNG to now cost rupees 83.03 rupees per kg. Alright viewers, we are live and we will go to Indira Bhavan where our colleague is, because we're getting fresh visuals from Indira Bhavan on Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah meeting with Congress High Command leaders including KC Venugopal and Surjewala. So let's put out those pictures coming in for you. Now what we see is that Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah and Deputy CM DK Shivkumar have arrived at Indira Bhavan in New Delhi to attend this meeting with the party's high command. Okay, pictures on your screen of the leaders meeting the high command at Indira Bhavan, because there's a lot of speculation about a leadership change within the Karnataka Congress. So because of this feud, which is back in the open, we see that both these leaders, DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah, meeting the Congress High Command in the national capital. So on your screens, you are seeing top leaders there. The meeting is being held between with party leaders such as Surjewala and later on Mallikarjun Kharge and Rahul Gandhi later on. So we see that the Deputy CM of Karnataka said that we are going first to Karnataka Bhavan and will take part in the meeting. And right now we see that the Congress President Kharge has declined to respond on questions regarding a potential leadership change in Karnataka and the agenda of the meeting with the state leadership. So what is the agenda of the meeting? Now we see both the leaders, Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar, are very quiet about what this meeting is all about. But the buzz and speculation is that there is a feud in the open, back in the open, when it comes to the leadership. There is a feud within the leadership of Karnataka. There could be a big cabinet reshuffle. A lot of MLAs are not happy with portfolio allocation, and there are many other issues which need to be addressed, which is affecting the stability of the leadership. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Officially, nobody has said what this meeting is all about. So whenever asked to these leaders, they say that no one has any information about it. It could be about the upcoming Rajya Sabha elections, MLC elections. There also could be a cabinet reshuffle as well. Only Rahul Gandhi knows about it. This is what the Congress leaders are saying about this meeting. So there's a lot of updates that we're waiting for. There could be a decision regarding leadership change as well. But the leadership change can only happen after the approval from the Congress High Command. We'll try to go across to our colleague in a short while from now. Let's go straight across to Abhishek. Will be there in just a short while. We'll go back to Abhishek, who's reporting live for us from Indira Bhavan in the national capital. And once we go across to him, we'll try to understand what the latest is, because there is a cabinet reshuffle which is very, very likely. We'll try to go across to Abhishek, but there's a cabinet reshuffle which could be coming very, very soon. A cabinet reshuffle within the Karnataka Congress is very, very likely. So the meeting could be about that. Let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us live, Abhishek, joining us live from Indira Bhavan. Abhishek, now nobody is openly saying what this meeting is about, but there's a lot of buzz and speculation about the agenda of this meeting. Abhishek.
If we go by the facts of why these many ministers from the state of Karnataka have reached Delhi, the clear indication is that this meeting might be related to the cabinet reshuffle, and all these ministers who are present in Delhi doesn't want to give up on their ministership and also want to make sure that they will continue even if the cabinet reshuffles or expands. For the sake, we will have to see how many ministers are in Delhi as of now. It is Satish Jarkioli, Dr. G. Parmeshwar, H.C. Mahadevappa, M.B. Patil, along with K.J. George. And also not to forget Bhairati Suresh. All these persons are the closest aides and around the camp of CM Siddaramaiah. Whereas on the other hand, DK Shivkumar, who is the Deputy Chief Minister and the KPCC President, has come alone and along with his brother, DK Suresh, who was the former Member of Parliament. And also we have seen N.A. Harris, who is a close aide of DK Shivkumar, who is also an aspirant for the ministership. When CM Siddaramaiah very clearly mentions the fact that he doesn't know the agenda of the entire meeting, it is very clear that he is playing the politician's game of making sure that the media doesn't know the actual agenda as to why CM Siddaramaiah is in Delhi. But if we go back to a small history of the party, it is in the month of January 2026 when CM Siddaramaiah had mentioned to the media openly that he is ready for the cabinet reshuffle or the expansion, and he is awaiting the date and time from the High Command of Congress Party. And after the 5 states elections, it is intimated to Chief Minister Siddaramaiah that even after the if we go back to a small history, it was mentioned by CM Siddaramaiah that he will be called to the Delhi's High Command office after the completion of election in the 5 states. And after he reached out to the Delhi's High Command, he was intimated after the taking of the oath of Chief Minister of Kerala, he will be invited to Delhi. Since both of these events are already done, the Congress government has already come into existence in the state of Kerala. The CM has anticipated that he will be getting a call from the High Command, and likewise he has received a call from the High Command, and this might be related to the cabinet expansion or reshuffling is what we have been intimated by the sources of CM Siddaramaiah. On the other hand, when the cabinet reshuffle happens, it is also the duty and the extreme power of KPCC President DK Shivkumar to give his stay or his take with respect to the candidates who will be elevated to the position of ministership in the Karnataka. So only this matter might be discussed is what the sources of AICC claims as of now. However, there might also be the talk of a leadership change for which CM Siddaramaiah might not accept for the leadership change at this point of moment. Even if the High Command insists or demands that he dethrones from his position, he might name his successor as Dr. G. Parmeshwara, the Home Minister, the sitting Home Minister in the state of Karnataka. And clearly the camp of CM Siddaramaiah doesn't want DK Shivkumar to be elevated to the position of Chief Minister. Even if the loyalists and the supporters of DK Shivkumar build immense pressure on the High Command, the CM Siddaramaiah's camp will play a card Dalit CM for Karnataka, and indirectly mentioning the fact that Dr. G. Parmeshwara is belonging to the Dalit community and he should be made the Chief Minister after Siddaramaiah. So we are awaiting the response from the sources of the High Command as well as CM Siddaramaiah, because the meeting has already started in Indira Bhavan, which has been attended by Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, Randeep Singh Surjewala, K.C. Venugopal and Mallikarjuna Kharge. The outcome of this meeting might be known to the outer world in the next couple of minutes after the meeting has come to an end. Shivangi.
All right. Okay. So I want to go back to my colleague now. You know, let's talk a little bit more about the speculation over a leadership change there. So that is coming up a lot, Abhishek, like you are mentioning. But I also want to talk a little bit about that breakfast meeting which had taken place in 2025, when both the leaders, Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah, they put up a united front. They tried to solve their issues. Do you think the problems are back, Abhishek?
Definitely, if we see what happened in the Karnataka state for over the last couple of months, it was Chief Minister who hosted the breakfast for DCM at his official residence. Soon after, DK Shivkumar had officially invited CM Siddaramaiah to his private residence in Sadashiv Nagar. Both of them exchanged breakfast, and they mentioned that they are working in unison. They are united. There is no tussle between them. There is no indifference. There is no difference between them. They are working for the betterment of the state of Karnataka. There is no such thing as leadership change. This happened after the High Command intervened between Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister, because the camps and the closest aides and the MLAs on both the battalions insisted in multiple occasions in Delhi that DK Shivkumar and CM Siddaramaiah should be sharing the chair of Chief Minister equally. After the High Command received major complaints and the requests from the Karnataka MLAs on multiple occasions, that is when High Command decided that this had to be brought to a full stop, and that is when the breakfast meetings happened at both of these locations. After which, a couple of months, everything was fine, because it was mentioned that instead of 2.5 years of sharing the Chief Minister share, that sharing pattern might have changed to 3 years and 2 years. Initially saying that 2.5 years of the Chief Minister chair will be taken over by Siddaramaiah, and the next 2.5 will be taken over by DK Shivkumar. The second option was that 3 years and 2 years by Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar. Now Siddaramaiah has completed the term as the Chief Minister for 3 years, and the only leftover term of this government is 2 years. And it is a high time that DK Shivkumar be elevated to the position of Chief Minister, is what the claims of his loyalists are. So there might be any discussion. There are only thin chances of the discussion of the leadership change that might be happening. Even if the High Command brings about this topic in the meeting today, CM Siddaramaiah might negate stepping down from the position of Chief Minister. If at all he is insisted and demanded and ordered that he will have to get down, he will have to be taken into consideration, he will have to be taken into confidence, only after which he might step down from the position of Chief Minister, if at all there is any talk like this. But he will also name his successor as Dr. G. Parmeshwara and not D.K. Shivkumar. He will want to make sure that 2028 assembly elections might be faced under the leadership of D.K. Shivkumar, but at this point of time he doesn't want to give up his chair to D.K. Shivkumar, is what the sources of Siddaramaiah as of now claim. So we are awaiting what happens, because even when we questioned CM Siddaramaiah in Karnataka Bhavan a couple of minutes ago, he didn't want to respond about that to the media as well. But when we questioned KJ George, he says he doesn't know why Chief Minister is here and he has been invited by the High Command. MB Patil also mentioned the same fact, Satish Arkioli mentioned the same fact, Dr. G. Parmeshwara also mentions the same fact, A.S. Ponnad also mentions the same fact. So it is a clear mandation and indication by the CM's camp that none of the people in the camp of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah will speak in front of the media about whatever might have happened or whatever might be happening in the next couple of hours. Only if it is a good news to their camp, they will be intimating to the media. But if it is a drawback or a bottom line of the negative news to their team, they might not talk to the media, is what we have seen as of now. Shivangi.
Right. You know, also, Abhishek, can you take our viewers through a little bit more about what the Congress High Command is saying? Have they made any official statement? Have they hinted at anything?
Mallikarjuna Kharge, the AICC president, when questioned in Bengaluru a couple of months ago about the leadership change in the state of Karnataka, had mentioned the fact that CM Siddaramaiah is already the Chief Minister in the state of Karnataka. The chair isn't vacant. The person is actively working. Why is the media questioning time and again about leadership change? And he had also mentioned that if there is a time where the leadership has to be changed, it is the call of the High Command, it is the call of the Rahul Gandhi, it is the call of Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, K.C. Venugopal, Sonia Gandhi and Randeep Singh Surjewala. And this decision will be a timely decision taken by the High Command whenever there is a necessity and need. And he had also mentioned the fact that there is no necessity, no need, there is no anti-incumbency in the state of Karnataka against the Chief Minister. All the administrative sector is working fine. The 5 guarantees promised by the government is working fine, and people are also being benefited by the government. And why do we have to change the Chief Minister is the question what Mallikarjuna Kharge had laid in front of the media. On the other hand, we'd also questioned, same Mallikarjuna Kharge, if there will be a cabinet reshuffle, for which he had mentioned the fact that many of the MLAs who are the first and the second timers had demanded, more than 4 to 5 timers had demanded. So according to his information, the chances of the meeting of cabinet reshuffle might be happening, whereas the leadership change might not happen today, is what, if we go by his statement.
All right, you know, Abhishek, we're getting this conversation with leader K.N. Rajanna. Let's play that out, then I'll come back to you.
ಸಿಎಂ ಡಿಸಿಎಂ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಬುಲಾವ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ತೀರ್ಮಾನಗಳಾಗಬಹುದು? ಸಚಿವ ಸಂಪುಟ ಪುನರ್ರಚನೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಥವಾ ನಾಯಕತ್ವ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ ಅಂತ ಸರ್?
ಯಾವ್ದು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು.
ಹೌದಾ ಸರ್?
ಯಾವ್ದು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ನೋಡಿ, ನಾನು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ತಗೊಳ್ರಪ್ಪ. ನಾನು ನಿಮಗೆ ಪದೇ ಪದೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ನಾಯಕತ್ವ ಕರೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ರಾಜ್ಯಸಭಾ ಮತ್ತು ಯಾವುದು ವಿಧಾನ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ಸ್ಥಾನಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕರೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಊಹೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಜೊತೆಲಿ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಅವ್ರು ಕರೆದಾಗ ಯಾವುದೇ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಇದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಅವರುಗಳು ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಸೂಚನೆಗಳು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಆ ಸೂಚನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಪಾಲಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯನಿದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಬಹಳ ಜನ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಶಾಸಕರುಗಳು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ನಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ.
ಸಿಎಂ ಡಿಸಿಎಂ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಬುಲಾವ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ತೀರ್ಮಾನಗಳಾಗಬಹುದು? ಸಚಿವ ಸಂಪುಟ ಪುನರ್ರಚನೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಥವಾ ನಾಯಕತ್ವ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ ಅಂತ ಸರ್?
ಯಾವ್ದು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು.
ಹೌದಾ ಸರ್?
ಯಾವ್ದು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ನೋಡಿ, ನಾನು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ತಗೊಳ್ರಪ್ಪ. ನಾನು ನಿಮಗೆ ಪದೇ ಪದೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ನಾಯಕತ್ವ ಕರೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ರಾಜ್ಯಸಭಾ ಮತ್ತು ಯಾವುದು ವಿಧಾನ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ಸ್ಥಾನಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕರೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಊಹೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಜೊತೆಲಿ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಅವ್ರು ಕರೆದಾಗ ಯಾವುದೇ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಇದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಅವರುಗಳು ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಸೂಚನೆಗಳು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಆ ಸೂಚನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಪಾಲಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ ಏನಿದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಬಹಳ ಜನ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಶಾಸಕರುಗಳು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ನಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ.
And viewers, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we are tracking. Now, US State Secretary Marco Rubio is on a 4-day visit to India, his first official visit to India. Now, Rubio's itinerary, however, has sparked curiosity of many, including Major General G.D. Bakshi, who has raised many interesting points. Take a look at this detailed report.
We were given orders to invest in the United States, and like most of the other countries of the world, we have complied. Now the itinerary of Marco Rubio is very curious. He didn't start with New Delhi. He went first to Calcutta. Why to Calcutta, sir? Donald Trump has more or less killed the Quad. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State from the United States, is in India on a visit which is being characterized as damage control. The India-America relationship has gone through a great amount of turmoil, uncertainty and flux. We are supposed to be the defining partnership of the 21st century, though that is the hype. The facts on the ground are that America singled out India and Brazil for imposing 50% tariffs, right? 145% had been imposed on China. China gave it right back and stopped the rare earths, and with that leverage they had to, climb down from the tariff horse at once. But the countries then singled out for singular punishment via this new route of tariffs were India and Brazil. What explains the choice of India and Brazil? BRICS. These are the pillars of the BRICS. And the United States wanted to drive the BRICS underground, drive the BRICS into the ground. They see it as a huge threat, a threat to dollar dominance, a threat to America's ability to kick third world states around. Third world states like Venezuela, like Cuba, like Iran, kick them around, right? And unfortunately, we found that to an extent, the American threat seemed to have worked. And we had a very muted foreign ministers conference of the BRICS, one of the most powerful organizations in the world, held in New Delhi, which was blanked out of the Indian media. The Indian media was covering domestic affairs and, all sorts of criminal cases here and there. They had very little time for BRICS. What a contrast to what had happened during the G20. We also had that presidency, rotational presidency for 1 year, and we made it like it's been for life, conferred upon us for life, and my God, the razzmatazz, there was no end. BRICS foreign ministers meeting was such a marked
Republic TV viewers, let's go ahead to that senior advocate Abhishek Manu Singhvi is appearing for a Delhi Gymkhana club. Members seeking protection against any coercive action against the club, saying no principles of natural justice were followed, and the final order makes no mention of compensation. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Let us tell you what is happening right now. So right now, Delhi Gymkhana's petition is being heard. Delhi High Court is hearing the Delhi Gymkhana's club's petition challenging the centre's eviction notice, escalating the legal battle over the control of this 113-year-old institution. The petition argues that the government's direction to vacate the premises by 5th June is arbitrary and violates due process. Abhishek Manu Singhvi arguing order given without show cause. SG Tushar Mehta for the centre and saying the government has empowered to determine the lease. So back-to-back updates coming in. So this is happening in the courts. We'll try to go across to a colleague who will give us a minute-by-minute update as to what is happening. Both the sides arguing, SG Tushar Mehta for the centre, Abhishek Manu Singhvi for the Gymkhana Club. Let's go straight across to Sarthak. Sarthak, what is happening inside the court right now? What are the arguments which are being made?
Well, Shivangi, the arguments have taken place. It's an important hearing in the court today. SG Tushar Mehta, who is representing the centre in this case, is arguing that a due course of law will be followed, and notice will be served. On the other hand, what Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who represents the petitioner in this case, argues that the notice that has been issued is vague and has a lot of broad terms like public purpose and national interest. Singhvi goes ahead and says that members want a complete assurance from the government that they will not act on the notice or no, because the notice that has been issued is vague. That is what he claims. Singhvi says that the compensation issue that has been a major concern has also not been clarified by the centre.
So far. There was a heated argument that some arguments exchanged between SG Tushar Mehta and Abhishek Manu Singhvi as well. Kapil Sibbal, who appears for the Delhi Gymkhana's last elected body, is also representing in this case. He argues that the centre simply cannot enter the premises and asks to vacate the premises. So there is a lot going on in this case right now. Several petitions have been filed. Arguments are taking place. We are constantly tracking the minute-to-minute updates on this case. As of now, every counsel in this case is submitting their arguments, and the main issue is that the notice that has been served by the centre happens to be vague, and can centre act on it at this point? This is something that we are constantly tracking, Shivani.
Yes, the court has directed centre to file its response within 8 weeks. And SG Tushar Mehta giving an assurance that no eviction would be carried out using police force or coercion, and that any action taken would be strictly within the bounds of the law. Back-to-back updates coming in here. Before I let you go, Sarthak, just one quick response from you. What does the order say?
Well, the order with the court has given 8 weeks. A notice has been served to the centre. They have asked for an 8-week response from the government on all the concerns that have been posed by the petitioner and other members of the Delhi Gymkhana. Just to remind the viewers, the two different petitions, they have been clubbed together. There was a separate petition filed by one of the petitioner who goes by the name Vijay, and there is a separate petition that was filed by the Delhi Gymkhana. The whole concern was that whether the government can simply serve a notice and ask the Gymkhana to be vacated. This has been a major concern in this case so far. So now the court has served a notice to the centre asking a response from the centre. They have been given 8 weeks to file a response in this case, and what will be the response from the government after 8 weeks notice is completed? This is something that we are following, and this is something that we are constantly tracking, Shivangi.
All right, well, thank you for getting us all those details, Sarthak. I'm taking a short break right now. Do not go anywhere, viewers. We'll be right back. We'll put our focus on some of the other stories that we are tracking, especially the court meeting and other stories coming in. Jaishankar and Rubio have signed a crucial MOU on critical minerals after addressing joint briefing. We'll get to all these details and much more. Stay tuned. We are live and breaking.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
correct. The taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to EAMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to
from Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on this show at 12 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the live report. And on the live report, we have 2 bits of breaking news updates. We have something exclusive and agenda setting. One, remember the belt that forensics forgot to investigate in the first autopsy. They just forgot to submit it for a forensic examination. And even when the second postmortem was conducted over the weekend, we have got to know through reliable sources that the belt that they claimed Twisha used to commit suicide, they claimed that belt has once again not been given for forensic examination. So there is something about the belt. We're looking at that and also the pictures coming in from Bhopal where the CBI team has reached. Here are the headlines this afternoon on the live report. Congress firefights the chief ministerial crisis in Karnataka. Top leaders call to Delhi. Meeting is underway. Getting in details that there's a possible reshuffle in the offing, but no change in leadership in Karnataka. SIT recreates crime scene. The CBI has reached Bhopal. We're going straight to the live pictures. What's in the belt? And why was the belt not given for the forensic examination even the second time around? The mystery is getting deeper in the Twisha case. Gymkhana showdown continues in the High Court. Both sides present their arguments. 8 weeks given for a response. The centre not budging on the Gymkhana club land. All right, going straight to the pictures coming in from Bhopal, where the CBI team that is now taken over the case has reached the residence of Judge Giribala. We had the first pictures come in, and the CBI team will be looking into all aspects of the case, ladies and gentlemen. They will be going through every aspect, and we only hope against hope, that there is justice in this case. Those are pictures of CBI officers entering Giribala's residence. And the CBI team will be looking at all aspects, including the call records of the former Judge Giribala. These are pictures coming in. You can see the officers of the CBI entering the residence. That's the residence of the former Judge Giribala in Bhopal. Let me go across to my colleague Shambhavi is joining us live. Shambhavi is at the residence of Giribala. And Satya Vijay is also joining us live. Both Satya Vijay and Shambhavi are tracking the story closely for Republic TV. The first pictures that are coming in. The CBI is going to be examining the crime scene. The CBI is going through all aspects of the case. Abhishek is joining us live. I'll go across to Shambhavi and Satya Vijay next. Abhishek, CBI has reached Giribala's residence. Now, everybody will be watching whether the CBI goes to the call records. The call records are most critical, whether there was a cover-up in the case. Abhishek.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल मैं आपको बता दूं, देखिए किस तरीके से तस्वीरें एक बार आपको दिखाएं किस तरीके से सीबीआई की टीम जो इस वक्त ऊपर नजर आएगी। सीबीआई की टीम गिरिबाला के घर पहुंच चुकी है। गिरिबाला और सिद्धार्थ से भी यहां पर पूछताछ की जाएगी, जो कि समर सिंह का भाई है, और यहां पर सीबीआई की टीम लगातार जांच पड़ताल कर रही है। इन तस्वीरों में आप देखिए किस तरीके से हलचल जो है काफी ज्यादा इस वक्त घर में देखने को मिल रही है। और तस्वीरों में हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं छत पर ये वही क्राइम सीन है जहां पर सीबीआई की टीम पहुंची है। और करीब 12 बजे का समय जब सीबीआई की टीम घर के अंदर दाखिल हुई है। घर के अंदर दाखिल होते ही सबसे पहले क्राइम सीन पर सीबीआई की टीम पहुंची है, जो कि लगातार जांच पड़ताल पड़ताल कर रही है और लगातार तस्वीरें जो हैं वो भी निकल कर सामने आ रही है, जो कि हम अपने दर्शकों को दिखा रहे हैं किस तरीके से सीबीआई की टीम घर के अंदर दाखिल होकर जांच पड़ताल इस वक्त करती हुई नजर आ रही है। एक एक पहलू को लेकर जांच पड़ताल की जाएगी और आपको अपडेट दे दें कि 4 सदस्यीय सीबीआई की टीम गिरिबाला सिंह के घर में दाखिल हुई है, जिसमें 2 महिला ऑफिसर्स हैं और जो है 2 मेल ऑफिसर्स हैं जो कि घर के अंदर दाखिल हुए और जांच पड़ताल इस वक्त कर रहे हैं और एक एक पहलू की जांच पड़ताल की जा रही है। एक बार मैं तस्वीर अपने विजय से कहूंगा कि दिखाएं, ये जो शेड है वो आपको दिखाएंगे किस तरीके से छत पर एक शेड जो है वो बना हुआ है इधर पीछे की तरफ। ये वो शेड है जहां पर क्राइम सीन है, जहां पर तुषा ने आत्महत्या की थी। यहीं पर वो जगह है, एक एक्सरसाइज करने की जगह थी जहां पर तुषा ने जो है आत्महत्या कर ली और उसी जगह पर सबसे पहले सीबीआई की टीम पहुंची है और लगातार इस पूरे छत का मुआयना जो है सीबीआई टीम के द्वारा किया जा रहा है। और इसके बाद अपडेट फिलहाल जो सोर्सेज से अपडेट्स मिल पा रही हैं वो ये भी है कि जो है सिद्धार्थ के भाई समर्थ के भाई सिद्धार्थ से भी पूछताछ जो यहाँ पर की जाएगी, गिरिबाला से भी जो है यहाँ पर पूछताछ की जाएगी। और इसी के साथ साथ हमारे सोर्सेज से जानकारियां ये भी मिल रही हैं कि सीबीआई ने केस जो है वो हैंडओवर ले लिया है, यानी कि कटारा हिल्स पुलिस स्टेशन में जिस तरीके से ये केस था, यहाँ पर ये केस अब जो है सीबीआई ने अपने अंडर ले लिया है। सीबीआई की टीम जो है अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर जांच पड़ताल कर रही है। आज सुबह सीबीआई की टीम ने ये केस अपने हाथों में ले लिया है और कल जिस तरीके से 8:30 बजे के आसपास सीबीआई की टीम ने इस केस को री रजिस्टर किया था, री रजिस्टर करने के बाद सीबीआई ने अपनी जांच पड़ताल अब तेज कर दी है और गिरिबाला सिंह के घर पर क्राइम स्पॉट पर सीबीआई की टीम पहुंच चुकी है और लगातार इस पूरे मामले को लेकर जांच पड़ताल की जा रही है। साक्ष्य जो है वो अब जुटाए जाने शुरू कर दिए गए हैं सीबीआई टीम के द्वारा। जी,
Let's go across to Shambhavi. She's joining us live from there. Shambhavi, what are the different aspects the CBI will be focusing on? What will be the focus?
So the entire investigation is going to start from scratch. We know that there has been a lot of lapses and irregularities when it has come to the investigation. When it has started from the point of registration of FIR, family has faced a lot of trouble. The family has faced a lot of corruption, we can say, in this entire process. And now that the case is officially handed over to CBI, the CBI has started with re-registering of the case. The case was originally registered at Katara Hills Police Station. The CBI has re-registered the case. Then the second step involved the CBI taking hold of all the documents of all the important, whether it's screenshots, call logs, all the important documents that have been collected by CBI, by Katara Hills Police Station, by the MP police till now. Then after they've taken it, next is taking custody of Samarth. We know that the Madhya Pradesh police has Samarth's custody for 7 days. Just 2 days ago, they've gotten 7-day police custody, police remand of Samarth, where there's custodial interrogation going on. Even yesterday, SIT team, before actually reaching Giribala's residence, Samarth Singh's residence, they questioned Samarth Singh for 3 hours. And then for another 3 hours, there was recreation of the scene, which was going on just the other day. It went on till 11:45 p.m. Then after they have taken custody, next step was visiting Giribala's residence. Now, there are a lot of things which will be done at Giribala's residence, starting from interrogating Samarth Singh's brother, Siddharth Singh. Siddharth Singh is an Air Force officer. He will be questioned as a process of investigation. And then Giribala Singh is also going to be questioned. Again, to point out for our viewers, Giribala Singh's cancellation of anticipatory bail will be heard tomorrow. She was given 2 days to file her reply, as Tushar Sharma's family had filed additional affidavits and annexures in the court. The CBI is now also going to recreate the scene. So this is the third time that the scene is being recreated. Earlier, Madhya Pradesh police did that. Then second time, SIT did that. And now the third time, CBI is going to recreate the entire scene, starting from scratch. Every little detail, every little angle. There are also other members present in the team, be it forensics, be it also there are some police, Madhya Pradesh police members, because the entire team that has been constituted, they will be assisted by the Madhya Pradesh police because they had the case originally with them. The CBI is going to assess all these things at Giribala Singh's and Samarth Singh's residence, starting from interrogating to recreation of scene to collection of all the evidence which might have been left, although it has been a little too late. It's been 15 days since this happened. But now that the case is officially with the CBI, after the Supreme Court's decision yesterday, we'll see what more is to come. Back to you.
Okay, stay with me because there is another mystery. You look at that terrace look at the terrace of Giribala, and there is a shed, and there is a shed where they claimed that It was there that she hanged herself. Look at that, that's a live shot. There's a live shot, you can see the recreation on there. There's someone there on the terrace. We are hearing for a second time, look at that, that's the belt. I see, that's the belt perhaps. That's the belt that they're trying to, they're recreating the crime scene. But we are hearing that the belt was once again not used in the second autopsy. Is that correct? Factually, we are hearing there are several reports confirming that yes, even the second time around, the belt was not part of the autopsy. What's going on? What is in that belt? Because when you look at the crime scene, there are questions over the height, the mismatch in the height, and now we are hearing that the belt was not used again. Shambhavi.
Fact, it is confirmed that the belt was not again given. So what exactly happens is that once that the scene has happened, once that incident has occurred, the police has to collect the evidence. Even the police confirmed earlier in the days that they did not get the belt once they were collecting all the evidence. And later what they did is they got it around 4 or 5 days later after Giribala Singh's anticipatory bail was approved, after the FIR was registered. That is when they got the belt, and then it was submitted with FSL. That is the forensics team. It was not accounted for in the first post-mortem report. That was the first fault. Now, when the order from the MP High Court was given as an approval for the second post-mortem to take place, for the second post-mortem to happen, when the team asked for, allegedly, that is what our police sources are confirming, allegedly when the team asked for the belt, the police said that the belt is with FSL, and with all this process of who had the belt and what time it will take to get access of it, the belt was not accounted for even in the second post-mortem. That is what we are fetching from our police sources, that the belt was not accounted for, was not taken into consideration even in the second. The first post-mortem, it was not accounted for. But in the second post-mortem, when asked, there was some procedural problem, there was some procedural lapses, that it could not be taken into consideration even the second time.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll keep a close track on the developments in Bhopal. The CBI team is in Bhopal probing Judge Giribala. On to the next story, ladies and gentlemen. There's a leadership crisis in Karnataka. The Congress, I mean, look at most states they have leadership crisis. In Kerala, they could not choose a chief minister for the longest time. They took time to choose Satishan because they had 2-3 other leaders who they feel were upset. They just can't make up their mind. Just in the case of Karnataka, they promised DK Shivakumar that he would be made the chief minister one day, but that day hasn't come. And that is why they've now summoned all the senior leaders of the Congress party to Delhi. Now, what next for the Congress party in Karnataka? There is a possibility that they will retain Siddaramaiah and they will expand the cabinet. They may be just a reshuffle. The reshuffle may be an option. Second option could be to ask him to step down. And they could offer him a national role is what we are hearing from our sources. Third option could be to pick Mallikarjun Kharge as a consensus leader because he gets along with both factions, and make Mallikarjun Kharge, who's also the national president, make him the leader. And then the fourth option will be to make DK Shivakumar the chief minister, which should have been their option one, because there has been buzz for the longest time that it was promised to him that he would be made the chief minister, but that was never done. It was never done. But nonetheless, the fact that senior leaders of the Congress party are in the national capital tells you the Congress party is really facing a crisis. This is perhaps the fourth or fifth time that they've been called to Delhi to discuss the way forward, and each time it's been bad news for the Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivakumar. Abhishek is joining me live. He's in New Delhi. Our Republic Kannada team is in the national capital getting us the details. But what happens usually in this case, Abhishek, we had a comment coming in from Siddaramaiah's team. They say that it's only a cabinet reshuffle, which is the best case scenario for them. What does a cabinet reshuffle mean? Cabinet reshuffle means Siddaramaiah will stay on as the chief minister. There is no change. Is that correct? That there's not going to be any change in all likelihood?
Reshuffle as per PM Siddaramaiah's camp, which is already claimed, because one of the persons from the CM's camp had clearly mentioned while speaking off the record that this wasn't an unanticipated call to the chief minister, because on multiple occasions he had requested the High Command that he be invited to Delhi to discuss about the cabinet expansion or the reshuffling, which is pending from 2026 January. On multiple occasions, CM Siddaramaiah had been informed by the High Command of Congress that after the elections and the results of the 5 states and after the oath-taking ceremony of the Kerala Chief Minister, he will be invited to the Delhi to discuss about the cabinet reshuffle or the expansion. And at this point of time, according to the sources of CM Siddaramaiah, it is a planned meeting of CM Siddaramaiah in the Delhi headquarters of Congress Party. On the other hand, it is the decision and the decisive power of D.K. Shivkumar, who also is the KPCC president, who also is the deputy chief minister. And for various other reasons, both of these leaders are not invited together. Both of them didn't travel together. It is very clear that there is a tussle between the chair of chief minister still prevailing in the state of Karnataka. Despite D.K. Shivkumar and CM Siddaramaiah showing that they are united in the state of Karnataka, they have a lot of differences when it comes to the position of chief minister.
Take the shot.
We've also been intimated by the sources of CM Siddaramaiah that there will be a leadership tussle only if CM Siddaramaiah agrees to step down from the position of chief minister, which is not supposed to be doing and which he will be not doing anytime soon. Until and unless the High Command demands or requests CM Siddaramaiah to step down from the position of chief minister, he will name Dr. G. Parameswara as the successor of chief minister, bringing into the limelight the Dalit card or the Dalit chief minister for the state of Karnataka because Dr. G. Parameswara belongs to the Dalit community. On the other hand, we have seen various other MLAs who are the first and the second timers and MLAs from 3, 4, 5 times background who have visited Delhi in multiple occasions, who have also requested, reiterated, pressed upon the fact, demanded in front of the High Command that they be elevated to the position of chief minister, because they have all the capacity to perform as a minister in the state of Karnataka. And this has been, in fact, by Mallikarjuna Kharge mentioned to media in various other occasions as well. And he had also said that all these MLAs who are demanding that they be elevated to the position of a minister isn't wrong, because all the MLAs in the state of Karnataka, in the political party Congress, are eligible to become the ministers in the cabinet. On the other hand, when we had questioned Mallikarjuna Kharge in Bengaluru if there is any leadership tussle which is about to happen, he had very clearly mentioned the fact that the chair of chief minister is not empty, is not for sale, or he had very clearly mentioned the fact that the chief minister Siddaramaiah is performing his duties towards the government, towards the people in the utmost wanted manner and in the utmost respected manner, and there is no anti-incumbency against his administration. So there is no question of CM Siddaramaiah stepping down from the position of chief minister. And also he had clearly mentioned that none of the MLAs had to talk in front of the media, ministers had to talk in front of the media about the leadership change, because there is no such talk which is about to happen. If at all there is any time that there needs a change in the position of chief minister, it is up to the decision of the High Command and not for the ministers and the people of Karnataka to decide on. So at this point of time, if we go through an underlying statement, this meeting which is happening in Indira Bhavan might only be related to the cabinet reshuffle and the special intensive revision exercise, and not related to the leadership change as of now, Niranjan.
Okay. Thank you for joining us with those details. In fact, that meeting has begun. That meeting has begun in the national capital. Rahul Gandhi is there, and let's see where the story goes. It's going to be status quo, in all likelihood status quo, with Siddaramaiah remaining the chief minister, because they have 2 years to the elections, the next election in Karnataka, and they're facing the SIR challenge. D.K. Shivkumar is not really a leader who has mass support, so that's another problem for them. Let's move on and get you the next story, ladies and gentlemen. On the Gymkhana Club, we've had a hearing in the High Court, the Delhi High Court. And the Delhi High Court has dictated the order on the Gymkhana Club. They've given 8 weeks' time. 8 weeks' time for all sides to respond to the developments. And let's also tell you that as of now, the order is stated that the communication is for termination of the perpetual lease deed and for re-entry, not for foreseeable eviction, for which the proceedings in accordance with law after issuing of notice shall be undertaken. Sarthak is live. Sarthak, what does this mean effectively with today's case? Is it 8 weeks more time? And can you please break this story down for us?
Well, absolutely, Niranjan. The court has given 8 weeks' time to every party to file their replies in the case. I have the order with me right now, summons have been issued to respective parties, to the centre, to the Gymkhana members and the staff association. Court directs the centre and other parties to file replies within 8 weeks, which is an important thing, because the entire argument was that you cannot simply file a notice and expect the members to vacate the premises. This is the major arguments that were made by Abhishek Manu Singhvi. He was representing a petitioner who goes by the name Vijay Khurana, and Kapil Sibal was also there, who was representing other Gymkhana members. High Court has noted that Delhi Gymkhana was given on perpetual lease in 1928. This was also one of the arguments that were made by Kapil Sibal, that any lease agreement that was made in the colonial era seems to be inconsequential at this point under the current government rule. So the court has also recorded other clauses of the lease, and further it was also brought to the notice of the court that the NCLT had already appointed 15 members committee that was nominated by the centre to run club affairs. So that has also been taken into consideration. All in all, court has directed all parties, they have summoned all parties, and they have been given 8 weeks time to file their replies, to file their responses in the case. Meanwhile, the court has also directed centre to not take any action within this time frame. And only after 8 weeks' time, when the parties are file their respective replies and respective responses, when the next date of hearing takes place, we will get a better understanding of where this case goes.
Stay with me. I have some breaking news now coming in from Delhi itself. This is a political development. I'm just switching tracks a bit because we had live pictures coming in of D.K. Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah, the Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka. That's the first picture coming in, the first picture, first on Republic. Well, they usually do this, they smile for the cameras, but they really can't stand each other because they want that chair. Both of them are fighting for that chair. The Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, wants to remain the Chief Minister. He's now the longest serving Chief Minister of Karnataka. So he will want to stick to that chair. He will want to complete the full 5-year term because under him, the Congress party, whether you like it or not, have won the elections. And they have rolled out the guarantees, controversial guarantees. They haven't been able to fulfill most of them, but they're still struggling. D.K. Shivakumar, the Deputy Chief Minister, his entire life's mission has been to become the Chief Minister of Karnataka, but he hasn't been able to do that. He hasn't been able to do that. Insiders say, his camp says that he was promised that he will be made the Chief Minister by the Congress Party High Command, but he was not made the Chief Minister. In fact, when the Congress Party formed the government, with the pictures, I want to speak over the pictures. When the Congress Party formed the government, these two leaders, in fact, the Congress Party barely had a presence in Karnataka. At one point, they were struggling. But D.K. Shivakumar was the president of the Congress Party, managed to get a campaign together. And it was under him that they coined this guarantee scheme. And he feels that the entire reason why the Congress Party came to power in Karnataka, he takes credit for it. But he says that when Siddaramaiah was chosen as the Chief Minister, he was promised that after half a term, that is after 2.5 years, he would be made the Chief Minister. But that hasn't happened. It's been over 3 years now. And that is why he's getting edgy, he's getting restless. But the High Command of the Congress Party is always in a fix because D.K. Shivakumar does not have support on the ground compared to the kind of support that Siddaramaiah enjoys. Siddaramaiah is a mass leader. He's been a Chief Minister several times in the past, and he's now the longest serving Chief Minister. And he wants to remain the Chief Minister. He's got a majority of MLAs, almost 100, some say MLAs are with him. But when you look at the support of D.K. Shivakumar, the Deputy Chief Minister, very few MLAs are with him. So that is the problem, and that is why the Congress Party High Command, that is Rahul Gandhi and Venugopal and all these people, are in a fix because even though they would like to give it to D.K. Shivakumar, they are not able to because they know the party will then break up. They will not be happy with that decision. And then there is this option of compromise candidates, namely Kharge and G. Parameshwara, both of them Dalit faces of the Congress Party, and they feel making a Dalit Chief Minister will be good social messaging for them going into an election season in the next 2 years. And they're also battling the SIR challenge. The Special Intensive Revision exercise will be beginning in Karnataka soon. And looking at the way it's played out in Tamil Nadu, looking at the way it's played out in Bengal, they will want to be extremely, extremely careful and not upset the party cadre. So that is where the story stands. They're all smiling for the pictures, but deep inside, they hold a deep grudge against each other. We'll take a short break, getting you the latest on whatever happens in the national capital, in that meeting between both D.K. Shivakumar, Siddaramaiah and the Congress High Command. Will it be status quo after all? Most likely, that could be the option. Stay tuned.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
कोशिश को कामयाबी, कामयाबी को शोहरत बनते देखा है। हाँ, पिछले 60 सालों में मैंने देश को बनते देखा है। कमला पसंद, 60 सालों से अनोखा स्वाद।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder
A very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. I'm Jongtham Amrita, and we will get you all the details on the political row that's emerging from Karnataka as the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister DKS has been summoned to New Delhi, and the Congress High Command will set a meeting and discuss the matter that's emerging from the state. And now we're getting latest reports that Siddaramaiah might be asked to step down as well, and now a new face might emerge. But these are some of the reports that we are tracking, and we will get you the details. But first, take a look at the headlines. Sources inform Republic that the belt with which Twisha allegedly committed suicide was not given to the EAMS team during the second autopsy. CBI begins probing the Twisha unnatural death case. A CBI SIT is likely to visit Giribala's home today to gather evidence. High Court issues notice in Gymkhana case, asks all parties concerned to file reply within 8 weeks. Centre not budging on the eviction. Congress power tussle in Karnataka continues as High Command meet underway in New Delhi. Sources inform Republic that only a cabinet reshuffle is likely to take place in Karnataka without any change in Chief Minister. AIADMK experiencing a major political exodus with 3 MLAs defecting to the TVK. For the 16th time since 2017, a rape convict, Ram Rahim Singh, has been given parole for 30 days. Viewers, we begin with a major story now emerging from Delhi. The Delhi High Court has issued notice to the central government on a petition challenging the order to vacate the Delhi Gymkhana Club. The court has directed the centre to file its response within 8 weeks. And now the Delhi High Court issued notice on suits filed by club members, the Staff Welfare Association and others as well, challenging the centre's direction to vacate the club premises by June 5. An eviction order has been issued and the court has now directed to respond within 8 weeks. This is regarding the Delhi Gymkhana Club where the eviction order is being challenged in court. This is the latest. I'm now joined by our guest, Major General retired P.K. Shegel. He's joining us on our broadcast today. He's a member of the Delhi Gymkhana as well. Thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast and a very good afternoon to you. We have just had a hearing was done regarding this particular eviction order, and the Delhi Gymkhana Club has been challenging that, and now the centre has 8 weeks to respond. What are your initial reactions to that, sir?
Obviously, the government order was, I suppose, high-handed. There was no transparency whatsoever. We are not a Korean government, North Korean government, or a Chinese government where perpetual lease can be removed without giving any assurance whatsoever. When they said security is threatened, in what way is the security threatened? The Prime Minister has always been there. When the Prime Minister moved from Murti Bhavan to this area, where the security aspect gone into? The last several years, there have been a couple of Prime Ministers been staying there. There's never been any incident of any sort. I've been a member since 1972. That means almost 54 years. There hasn't been a single case of any security risk to the Prime Minister's residence at all. And the Prime Minister is about to be moving at this point of time to another location. Then they said that it's required for defense infrastructure. If it's required for defense infrastructure, why don't you make it clear as to what is it going to be constructed in this place? The building is a heritage building. It's an iconic building. Out of the total area of 27.3 acres, only 0.52 acres is built up area. The rest of the area is green lungs. And the country and Delhi is amongst the most polluted area as far as air pollution is concerned. Delhi needs green lungs. Can you demolish this green lungs? Can you demolish this heritage building? Then there have been 15,000 members of this club, as against some media is reporting that there are 500 members or 1,000 members or 1,500 members. All told, there are about 15,000 members and there are around 600 employees. All of them are concerned. The members have also filed a petition with the Delhi High Court, as well as the employees have also gone to the Delhi High Court. And the very fact that the Delhi High Court has said that both parties to put up written representations in about 8 weeks, despite the fact that the government was being represented by the Solicitor General of India, Tushar Mehta. It obviously indicates that the government has not been able to carry convictions with the High Court. Had they been able to carry conviction with the High Court, possibly their decision would have been given in favor of the government. And as far as the present committee is concerned, those present members of the committee are all government appointees, and the club has the members do not have any faith or trust in them. They would be too happy to hand over the premises to the LNDO. Well, I would like to say that 50% of entire Delhi, Luton's Delhi, has a perpetual lease. All shops in Crowd Place are 100% shops are on perpetual lease. All shops in Khan Market are, all shops in the entire Nehru places, all elite schools in this area, all elite hotels in this area, all elite institutions, whether it be hospitals, etc., are all on perpetual lease. And can the government say that, well, it's within our right to say that for security reasons or for defense needs or for public utilization, without giving any reason or without giving any notification or given a prior warning, suddenly decide to take it away? I think it's absolutely bad faith and something which is not acceptable at all. Unfortunately, for this reason, for the last 72 years, in the print media and the electronic media as well as the social media, it's been all over the country. People have been discussing pros and cons of the government direction, etc. I've heard all the pros and cons, etc. And I am very sad to say that the government hasn't acted in a very mature manner the way it should have acted. It should have carried conviction with the members, it should have carried conviction with the employees that there is a national need, there is a security need. We are not convinced. Then they've been prime ministers, they've been presidents, they've been vice presidents, they've been governors, they've been chiefs of the armed forces, etc. Elite top people of the bureaucrats, the politicians, etc., and the civilians who've been members of this club. And some of us, like, for example, I have fought 3 wars and I've been involved in counterinsurgency operations for almost 20 years. In the twilight, I'm now 82 years. In the twilight of us, it's almost like a second home. We spend about almost 4 days in a week. I'm in the library, one of the finest libraries in the country. We've got some of the finest tennis courts in the country. In fact, some of the best tennis courts in Asia. Davis Cup has been held here a couple of times, and it's got beautiful squash courts, it's got beautiful swimming pools, etc. It's both a place for recreation as well as in our twilight years where we meet, we start suffering from loneliness. It gives you companionship. There are hundreds of officers, both civilians as well as bureaucrats and politicians who lost all their kith and kin, and they come to the club in the morning and they go back only in the evening. They want to do away with their loneliness, they seek companionship, and they spend the entire day. It's more than a home to them. And suddenly you give them a shock by saying that 5th June, please get out of this area. And if you do not get out of this area, well, we will enforce the law. Though, of course, Tushar Mehta has gone on record to say that should the club voluntarily not vacate this area, police will not rush in. This is something that is now being told to the High Court, but the High Court obviously is not convinced with what Tushar Mehta is saying, and apparently has gone on record to say that we are giving 8 weeks time for both the parties to put in a written representation. And after that, I suppose the court will then issue further directions after hearing. The hearing could go on for weeks together or for months together. But I'm not too happy with the way the government has gone about it.
Right, yes, sir.
It acted in absolute and total bad faith, which I feel in the twilight of our life. We have preserved the sanctity, the authority, the homogeneity, integrity of the country. Well, you say 40, and 20, 40% of the people of it, 45% or 35% are from the defense services who laid down their lives. Very many relations of ours, very many children of ours have laid down their life to preserve the homogeneity, integrity, sovereignty of the country. If the government feels that security is going to be violated because we are members there, I'm afraid it's not so. And then when you say elite clubs, you tell me which club in India is not elite. Can you become a member of the IIC? I am a member of IIC. It took me almost 25 years to become a member. Here in Gymkhana, there's some sort of, at least, when they rejected you, they tell you why you've been rejected. It may take 30 years or 35 years or 40 years. But in IIC, even when you are rejected year after year, no explanation is given whatsoever. Nobody knows why your application was turned down.
Also, sir, the government is also citing several other issues, especially regarding unpaid finances on rent, which they are claiming that over 47 crore has not been paid as one of the major reasons. And when we were following the hearing that just happened moments ago, the Solicitor General arguing for the central government has said that, in fact, the government reserves the right to take the land when it for public safety. That's what he said, because saying that this particular area is strategically sensitive, and what made that be the reason, according to you, sir? Can you give us more comment on that?
Right opposite Delhi, Jimkhana is the old polo ground. It's got also a riding club. There are two petrol pumps. Well, if those people who serve the nation, whether the bureaucrats or the politicians or the defense services people, if we are a security risk, what about the petrol pumps there? What about the riding club there? What about the polo grounds there? There are any number of areas around. There is a guarantee that those people who are living in these Safdarjung Road, in the houses in Safdarjung Road, they are not troublemakers. What is the degree of assurance that the government has? And as far as finances, etc. is concerned, last 3 years, the club is being managed by the government appointees. Well, they should ask the government appointees as to why they've not been able to sort out these issues. They were given a period of 6 months to sort out these issues. They've stayed on and they'll continue to stay on. It is something that does not meet the eye at all. And I'm very sorry to say that the government has acted in a manner which is absolutely unacceptable in a democracy. In a democracy, like I said, we are not the Chinese government or we are not the North Korean government. Everything has to be transparent and it should be clearly indicated not only to the people, members of Gymkhana, but to the country at large, people of Delhi at large. What is it that they want to do there? And in what way is the security compromised? Well, when you say a very sensitive area, there are lots of other areas all around which are equally sensitive. Sena Bhavan is moving out, so there is lots of land that is available there to construct anything new as far as the defense infrastructure is concerned. Then there are any number of barracks that have been taken over. They are all being demolished. They can be utilized. But demolishing a heritage building or also cutting down trees when Delhi is already suffering a huge amount of air pollution is something that will absolutely be derogatory. How can you accept that?
Mm-hmm.
And just saying that just because there have been financial irregularities or there have been some mismanagement of funds or there's been some mismanagement of liquor, etc., is something that ought to have been corrected, and the government, rightly so, or possibly in their thinking that it needs to be run by the government, they appointed a government committee for 6 months to remedy that issues and sort that out. And even if the LNDO now says that they've written in the last 9 months 3 letters, I would like to ask that the members of the who are running the club are the government appointees. Why haven't they cleared those?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Club has sufficient funds. The club has more than 200 crores in mutual funds.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much for your inputs and for your time for joining us on this broadcast. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now, viewers, we move on to another story. Tata Sons board has set a meeting at Bombay House today, and decision on the succession of Chandrasekharan and not on the agenda in this meeting. And they will be discussing rather on the loss-making companies such as the Air India, Tata Digital to make presentations as well. And unlisted companies of the group lost close to 10,905 crores in financial year 25. Matters related to governance, the strategic outlook. Their investments are likely to be the main feature of this discussion and set to happen shortly today. And this is not about a succession, particularly not on the agenda so far, but this will be a relook into the company's investments in their loss-making firms as well. Right, I'm joined by my colleague, editor for Our Business, Arnab Goswami. Thank you so much for joining us. Can you give us more details and break it down and what the Tata Sons meeting is about? They are saying this is not about succession of the company, but rather a relook into their policy, into their investment plan, and also a focus on the loss-making companies as well. So what can that look like? Can you break it down for our viewers?
Well, yes. In fact, this is one of the most eagerly awaited meetings of Tata Sons, given that it comes at a time, in fact, after a bitterly or a publicly fought boardroom banter over leadership and succession within the Tata Group. Remember, Tata Sons and Tata Trusts actually control the whole Tata Group. So in that sense, it controls one of the largest conglomerates in the Indian, in India. And that is why this board meeting is absolutely important. Now, what we are given to understand is that one, of course, the succession of N. Chandrasekaran, who's the chairman of Tata Sons, is not likely to be discussed. In fact, Noel Tata and N. Chandrasekaran reportedly met, over the weekend and discussed some of the important matters pertaining to investments and the roadmap. IPO is yet another. The Tata Sons IPO is, has been in news for some time. Whether, there is any commentary that emerges out of this meeting will be very, very closely watched. What will also be watched is the roadmap, governance-related issues, and the kind of capital allocation that will be given to Tata Group companies. Another very important aspect that is likely to feature in today's meeting, which is currently going on at Bombay House, is, that loss-making companies are expected to make some presentations. Just to give you a perspective on which are these loss-making companies, one is, of course, Air India, second is Tata Digital, Agratas, Tejas Networks. So we are expecting some sort of presentation and roadmap from these companies and commentary emerging out of today's meeting.
And also, you mentioned Air India, one of the loss-making companies of the Tata Sons as well. And Air India have, in fact, suffered many mishaps over the past few months. And that may be also one of the reasons. Can we expect any major announcement regarding that as well?
Well, Tata Group by nature has been extremely secretive. These meetings are normally closed-door meetings, but then the decisions normally translate into actions. So while we are not expecting any sort of a public announcement or statement coming out of it, what is expected is what will actually be closely observed is how the decisions made in the boardroom today translate into action. Just to give you an example, in fact, one of the stocks, that is Tejas Networks, has zoomed about 7% on the stock market today within just about a few hours. So we're already seeing some sort of action translating on, in reality, just on the basis of what may come out of the Tata Sons board meet today. So we'll have to actually wait and see how these decisions made inside translate into action. So we'll wait and watch what comes out of the meeting today.
Right. Thank you so much, Pranav, for joining us on this broadcast and breaking down this story. We will look forward to having you in the future. Thank you so much. And now, viewers, we move on to another major story coming in as a Bakrid dispute has turned violent now in Mumbai. This is happening in Mumbai's Mira Road, where BHP worker injured. There has been major unrest in this area, particularly in Mira Road, which is near Mumbai and ahead of the Bakrid festival. And the controversy began yesterday afternoon in the Poonam Cluster Society after a shed built for goat sacrifice was demolished. The shed had allegedly been constructed by members of the Muslim community for sacrificial goats, and after complaints from the Hindu side, the local municipal corporation arrived and demolished it. However, allegations say that later during the night, during this incident and later that night again, after the violence broke out, the shed had allegedly been reconstructed again by members of the Muslim community for sacrifice, for animal sacrifice. And after complaints from the Hindu side, the local municipal corporation arrived and demolished it. However, allegations say that later during the night, attempts were made to rebuild the shed.
ये क्या ट्रेड हमने मारे? हाथ में ब्लेड मारा उसके ब्लेड। सर उसका हाथ में ब्लेड मारा देखो। कौन है वो?
Right, those were just the visuals that you just witnessed when violence broke out, and this is with regards to a shed that was built for animal sacrifice. Right? I'm now joined by my colleague Satya Prakash from Mumbai, who has been tracking this story and more information seeking from you, Satya Prakash. What can you tell us? What went down? How did it happen? And how the violence started? We are getting reports that after the demolition, they were trying to reconstruct it. This is in regards to animals sacrifice shelter that was demolished by the Hindu side and was constructed by the Muslim community ahead of the Barkit festival. Can you break this down? Give us more details.
देखिए, मैं बिल्डिंग के बाहर मौजूद हूँ, तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ कि यहाँ पे गेट पर किस तरह से यहाँ पे हिंदू संगठन के लोग बैठे हुए हैं। इनकी एक ही डिमांड है कि जो अंदर बकरे हैं उसको बाहर निकाला जाए। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ, यहाँ बाहर जो है हिंदू समाज के लोग बैठे हुए हैं, अंदर पुलिस मौजूद है, पुलिस का पहरा लगा हुआ है और बाहर भी पुलिस मौजूद है। ये सामने तस्वीरें देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पे बैठ गए हैं। यहाँ पर जो हिंदू संगठन के लोग हैं, मेंबर हैं, यहाँ पे सोसाइटी के मेंबर लोग हैं और उनसे बात करते हैं। आप लोग बैठ गए हैं, कब हटेंगे?
हम यही चाहते हैं भाई कि यहाँ से बकरा को निकाला जाए। हमारा छोटा सा इशू है, लेकिन ये लोग बहुत बड़ा इशू बना दिए हैं। हमको उसके दुर्गंध से, उसके आवाज़ से बहुत परेशानी है और वहाँ पे हम भुगत रहे हैं। बच्चे को लेके हम रोड पे भी नहीं रह सकते, दूसरा घर भी नहीं खरीद सकते और जो घर है वो छोड़ के भी नहीं जा सकते। दूसरा कोई मुझे सूझ नहीं रहा है। तो एक ही मांग है कि घर से बकरे, कंपाउंड से बकरे को निकाला जाए और हम लोगों को जीने दिया जाए। जियो और जीने का हक दो। ये जो काम चल रहा नैतिक पतन का।
रूम नंबर कितना?
मेरा रूम नंबर सेम है, जिसके नीचे कम से कम 100 के संख्या में बकरे बंधे हुए हैं और रात को सोना दुर्भर हो गया है। चारों बाजू से दुर्गंध आती है, बच्चे को जवाब देना मुश्किल पड़ता है, बहुत परेशानी आ रही है।
ये देखिए, आप लोग बैठे हुए हैं, आप लोग हटने का नाम नहीं ले रहे हैं। कब तक हटेंगे आप?
देखिए, हम लोग का जो मांग है बकरे को बाहर निकालना, जहां भी बीएमसी के द्वारा कुर्बानी का दिया गया है वहां जाकर रखे और कुर्बानी दे। जब तक कि ये बकरा कंपाउंड के बाहर नहीं निकलेगा, ये पूरा आंदोलन बढ़ते जाएगा और त्योहार भी अच्छे तरीके से नहीं मनेगा। हम लोग भाईचारा का स्थिति बनाना चाहते हैं। हिंदू मुस्लिम सब प्रेम, उनका त्योहार हमारा त्योहार है, पर उस गंदगी को कुछ जिहादियों के द्वारा जो हमारे बजरंग दल पे आक्रमण चाकू के द्वारा किया गया, उनको भी हम लोग अरेस्टिंग के लिए मांग रहे हैं। चारों तरह कैमरा का लेस, कैमरा के अंदर में और प्रशासन के रहते हुए चाकू से वार किया गया। सेकंड, स्वच्छता की लड़ाई है। आप जहाँ किस सोसाइटी में जो है सो बकरा बांधने का अलाउ किया गया है, तो गाय भैंस बकरियां तबेला ही क्यों नहीं सोसाइटी में खोल दिया जाए? उसके लिए हम लोग जोरदार यहाँ से प्रशासन से अपील कर रहे हैं कि जब तक हटाइएगा नहीं, आज तो 100 के में हजारों, 2000 लाखों की संख्या तक रात तक बढ़ सकता है।
आप लोग भी प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, कब हटेंगे आप लोग? कब हटेंगे?
बिल्कुल नहीं हटेंगे जब तक बकरा यहाँ से नहीं हटेगा। कार्यकर्ता यहाँ से बिल्कुल नहीं हटेंगे। ये साफ साफ सुन ले पुलिस प्रशासन और बीएमसी के कार्यकर्ता जो भी है।
अंदर बकरे मौजूद
बहुत 70 से 80 मौजूद है, 70 से 80 संख्या मौजूद है। लॉबी, पार्किंग, सीढ़ी, लिफ्ट, सारी जगह गंदगी फैला कर रखा है ताकि हिंदुओं का यहाँ से पलायन हो सके।
ये देख सकते हैं तस्वीरें किस तरह से यहाँ पे हिंदू समाज के लोग बैठे हुए हैं। यहाँ पे सोसाइटी के मेंबर भी लोग बैठे हुए हैं, जो अंदर रहते हैं वो भी बैठे हुए हैं। आप बैठे हुए क्या डिमांड कर रहे हैं?
बकरा यहाँ नहीं कटेगा, सोसाइटी में बकरा नहीं चाहिए। कत्ल खाने में आप लेके जाइए, वहाँ पे आप बकरा काटिए, हमको कोई तकलीफ नहीं है। सोसाइटी में बकरा नहीं कटेगा, नहीं कटेगा।
Right, thank you so much for your inputs, Satya Prakash. We will get back to you very shortly. And now, viewers, we are taking a very short break, but we'll be right back with you with more stories lined up for you on the other side. Coming up next, we are tracking for you Jaishankar and Rubio signed crucial MOU on critical minerals after addressing joint briefing on Quad meet today.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसात, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this.
Coming up after a very short break, External Affairs Minister Jaishankar and Marco Rubio signed crucial MOU on critical minerals after addressing joint briefing in Quad Foreign Ministers meet today.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, investigation deepens into Twisha Sharma case as CBI now scans Giribala's residence. Getting you all the updates on that. But first up, a quick check at the top headlines. Sources inform Republic that belt with which Twisha allegedly committed suicide was not given to AIM's team even during the second autopsy. CBI begins probing Twisha's unnatural death case. The CBI SIT now visits Giribala's residence and scans the crime spot. High Court issues notice in Gymkhana case, asks all the parties connected to file reply within 8 weeks. Central not budging on eviction. Congress power tussle in Karnataka continues as High Command meet underway in New Delhi. Big Republic scoop. Sources tell a cabinet reshuffle likely to take place in Karnataka without any change in CM. AIADMK experiencing a major political exodus with 3 MLAs now defecting to the TVK. For the 16th time since 2017, rape convict Ram Rahim now given parole for 30 days. Welcome viewers, our top focus at this hour. Now, Pakistan and China have issued a joint statement on Kashmir. Now, what does the statement say? Well, China says it should be resolved in accordance with UNSC resolutions. China calls a dispute a leftover from history and that should be resolved properly and peacefully. Now, in fact, China has given out a statement on a matter which is considered internal to India. It's a provocative statement coming in from, in fact, China. It's a joint statement coming in from both the countries, in fact, Pakistan and China, wherein China mentions that Kashmir should be resolved according to UNSC resolution. Now, that's what China says. In fact, I'll read out to you what exactly China has said in this joint statement. Now, resolution must be in accordance with the UN Charter, relevant UN Security Council resolutions and bilateral agreements. Now, this is what China has said. Now, joining us on the broadcast to decode this is Major Samarpal Tur. He's a defense expert. Major Tur, I want to ask you your first reaction on the joint statement coming in from Pakistan and China regarding Kashmir. Now, they're calling it that it's a dispute left over from history and should be resolved according to UNSC resolutions. While India is very clear on this, it's an internal matter and also it's not a dispute anymore. It's a settled case.
What I can decode from this is that the reason why Pakistan has given this statement is to give a clear message to President Trump that they are not in any condition or in any favor to sign the Abraham Accords, that Pakistan will not recognize Israel in any manner whatsoever. And because it is challenging their fundamental ideology as an Islamic nation to recognize Israel, which they do not want to do so. So that is why their inclination has now, again, the pendulum is now swaying towards China. So that is what is a very surprising part, that the hypocritical mindset of the Pakistanis, they are going to lose the game big way. This is when Marco Rubio is in India. The visit is on. And then, a message has been given by Trump that, he will ensure that more Islamic nations sign the Abraham Accords. As a result, now they will drift away from Trump. They will drift away from the Iran and the American peace deal. And probably last night at Bandar Abbas, there has already been bombing by the Americans on the Iranians.
Right.
So all this effort that has gone in by the Pakistanis to avoid war is futile. Eventually, the cost of Pakistan to be in good terms with China and America is costed them the fatal downfall of their economy. It is in a free fall. It is only the Chinese which will definitely offer it any help that it can, be it a military point of view or monetary point of view. Saudis are there to help the Pakistanis again because they've outsourced their military to the Saudis. Now the big question is, how is America going to look at this, stature and the leaning of the Pakistani top brass and Asimony towards the Chinese?
All right, so Major
It is
Tool,
going
what
to
you're
create
saying
more
is...
insecurity.
Right, so
And
what you're
as far
saying
as
is...
As far as India is concerned, see, it is a clear provocation that China is, hand in glove with the Pakistanis. And again, when it comes to the matter or fight against terrorism, I have not seen anything reduce. I have not seen any terror attacks reduce in Pakistan. They've been promising that they will keep a hold and control of the terror tanzeems. But recently, 3 days back, Saeed Salahuddin was captured on camera attending a funeral of one of the Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists who was killed.
Right.
And
So-
Hafiz Saeed is free.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you there, but what you're saying, Major Tour, is that this is essentially a deflector coming in from Pakistan because it is certainly failing as far as mediation goes between Iran and the US. So it is trying to rake up this Kashmir issue and trying to send a message to Washington as well that, see, we're siding with China on this.
Exactly, because you see, there is a difference between the Pakistan political top brass and the Pakistan military establishment. However, the political top brass and its inclination is more towards the Chinese, whereas the military establishment's inclination is more towards the Americans. And for what? That is for procurement of weapons, for procurement of their Navy, Air Force and military forces. Saudi is a common ally for Pakistan and the Americans, so that is the common link. But the big question is that why now that Pakistan has chosen to side with the Chinese, to rake up the Kashmir issue with the help of the Chinese. And China has openly said that it is a disputed area. They have mentioned Kashmir.
Yes.
And it is a sheer open interference
Exactly.
of a bilateral issue by China. So this is only going to provocate things. And why China is getting into it is because their effort for spread of terrorism in the Northeast, because their weapons, their drones, their ammunition, their 3D printed guns have been, they've been caught. More sachet of weapons are being caught by the Indian forces at the Burma and Indian borders. The Northeast state, the elections that were to take place, there have been heavy interference by the American deep state, by the ISI, by the Chinese. Everyone tried their level best, but what came as a shocker was when Mamata Banerjee lost, Mohammad Yunus distributing the map and a book of Greater Bangladesh. That propaganda which was instilled by ISI into the Bangladesh top brass has basically lost momentum. It is a lost effort. The amount of money which came from abroad for ensuring that in the Northeast remains disturbed and the political outcome somewhat goes in the favor of Mamata Banerjee, which can eventually lead to what the American deep state or the Chinese intelligence agencies were wanting. That is to create an atmosphere of disarray and disruptions and violence. So that the people of India have totally protested, and we have Mr. Adhikari as the new Chief Minister of Bengal. So many narratives have been nullified. It has been irking many countries, and you see the telltale signs. We've had the presence of American special forces in Bangladesh. We've had Matthew Van Dyke, a CIA protected operative of the Americans, arrested in India. We have one British national, maybe a MI6 agent, arrested in India. We have 6 Ukrainians again arrested in India. For what? For giving training in drones, distribution of bulletproof jackets and military hardware. So this is encouraging violence.
All right,
so
thanks.
This has
thanks.
not been taken.
Right, thanks Mejitu for joining us and sharing your perspective on this, as China and Pakistan have now issued a statement which has nothing to do with the history of Kashmir. Thanks so much. Now viewers, moving on to another concerning development that's come to light. Now Bakri, the dispute has turned violent in Mumbai's Mira Road. This is where VHP worker in fact has been injured, who has been major, in fact, entire area has been witnessing major unrest ahead of Bakri. The controversy began yesterday afternoon in Poonam Cluster Society. This is after a shed which was built for goats sacrifice was demolished. Now the shed had allegedly been constructed by the members of the Muslim community for sacrificial goats, and after complaints coming in from the Hindu side, the local municipal corporation stepped in and demolished it. However, allegations say that later during that night there were attempts made to rebuild that very shed. And after this, members of some Hindu organizations started gathering there, leading to a scuffle in which VHP workers were in fact injured. My colleague Satyaprakash also joins with more details on this. Satyaprakash, do tell us what exactly unfolded on Mira Road. We understand that this scuffle started over goat shed and then led to 3 VHP workers getting injured.
देखिए मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से यहाँ पे विरोध प्रदर्शन शुरू है। लगातार यहाँ पे विरोध प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। गेट को बंद कर दिया गया है। गेट के बाहर यहाँ पे बीएसपी और बजरंग दल कार्यकर्ता पहुंच गए हैं। उनका एक ही मांग है कि जो बकरा है अंदर है, 50 से 60 बकरे हैं, उसको बाहर निकाला जाए। अंदर कुर्बानी नहीं होना चाहिए। यहाँ पर महानगर पालिका ने कुर्बानी जगह दिया है, लेकिन बकरे निकाला जाए चाहिए। इसी मांग को लेकर यहाँ पे बीएसपी और बजरंग दल के कार्यकर्ता पहुंचे हुए हैं, यहाँ प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। आप लोग बैठे हुए प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, क्या डिमांड है?
हमारा सर प्रदर्शन यही आज का निवेदन है कि बकरा जिस तरह से सोसाइटी में रखा है वो बाहर आना चाहिए, नहीं तो सारे संगठन के लोग आज अंदर मूव करने वाले हैं। ये टोटल प्रशासन करवा रहा है, शासन करवा रहा है, प्रशासन करवा रहा है, क्योंकि हमें तमाशा बना के रखा है। क्योंकि हमने लेटर दिया, हर एक चीज किया है, फिर भी कोई कार्रवाई नहीं की गई है। हमें मजबूरन बाध्य होना पड़ेगा आज बकरे को बाहर निकालने के लिए, क्योंकि हमारे बहुत सारे सनातनी भाई अंदर जो बीमार है, ग्रसित हैं, वो परेशान है, लेकिन उनकी कोई भी सुन नहीं रहा है।
पुलिस प्रशासन की टीम यहाँ पहुंचे हुई है, अधिकारी पहुंचे हुए हैं।
पुलिस प्रशासन टोटल उनको बचाने का कार्य कर रही है। सनातनियों के ऊपर लाठी बजाने का उनका प्रयास चल रहा है, लेकिन उनके ऊपर अभी तक कोई भी कार्रवाई नहीं हुई है।
ये तस्वीर में दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से प्रदर्शन शुरू है। आप बैठे हुए प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, बकरा निकालने के लिए मांग कर रहे हैं, क्या मांग कर रहे हैं?
वो जो अंदर 50 बकरे हैं वो बाहर आने चाहिए, वो जबरदस्ती अंदर रखे हैं बिना परमिशन के। इसके लिए सबकी हमारी मांग है कि वो बकरे बाहर लाएंगे। जब तक बाहर
आप लोग हटेंगे? आप लोग हटेंगे?
नहीं हटेंगे जब तक बकरे बाहर नहीं आते। जब तक बकरे बाहर नहीं आएंगे, जब तक हम लोग यहीं पे रहेंगे। अभी संख्या सैकड़ों में दिख रही है, शाम तक आपको हजारों लाखों में भी दिखेगी।
ये तस्वीरें में दिखा रहा हूं किस तरह से यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन शुरू है। लगातार यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। बीएसपी और बजरंग दल कार्यकर्ता है और लगातार प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। सोसाइटी तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूं, सोसाइटी गेट बंद कर दिया गया है और यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन शुरू है। लगातार यहाँ देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन हो रहा है और लगातार यहाँ पे देखिए किस तरह से है। और मैं अंदर जाने की कोशिश करता हूँ, किस तरह से यहाँ पे अंदर जाने की कोशिश करता हूँ और देखिए यहाँ पे पुलिस की टीम रोक रही है। कुछ लोग गए हुए हैं अंदर, कैमरे गए हुए हैं ना, अंदर कैमरे गए हुए हैं ना, वो देखिए ना, वो सामने कैमरे है ना, वहां पे देखिए ना, वहां देखिए किस तरह से अंदर है। और सोसाइटी के अंदर यहाँ पर सोसाइटी के अंदर जो है, यहाँ पर अंदर जो है बकरे रखे गए हैं और लगातार गेट के बाहर प्रदर्शन शुरू है। लगातार यहाँ पे गेट पे प्रदर्शन शुरू है। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ कि यहाँ पे मुंबई पुलिस, यहाँ पे मीरा रोड पुलिस टीम है और लगातार बाहर निकालने की कोशिश कर रही है और प्रदर्शन यहाँ पे लगातार शुरू है। तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन शुरू है। लगातार गेट पे यहाँ पे लोग बैठे हुए हैं, बीएसपी और बजरंग दल के कार्यकर्ता बैठे हुए हैं और इनकी एक ही मांग है, कि जो अंदर बकरे हैं उसको निकाला जाए, उसको निकाला जाए। जब तक निकाला नहीं जाता तब तक यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन शुरू रहेगा। जी
Right. Satya Prakash, so essentially the Hindu side is saying that whatever goats have been kept inside the Poonam cluster society should be brought out and the shed that has been built should be demolished again. But I want to ask you, they're also alleging that police has been not taking action despite the Hindu side raising these demands.
देखिए जो शेड बनाया गया था, मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूं, यहाँ पर अंदर पुलिस की टीम है, अंदर जो है शेड बनाया गया है। शेड को कल हटा दिया गया है, लेकिन जो बकरे हैं अंदर मौजूद है, जिसको लेकर लगातार जो इस सोसाइटी में रहते हैं, जो हिंदू परिवार रहते हैं, वो लगातार विरोध कर रहे हैं। यहाँ अंदर जो लोग हैं वो विरोध कर रहे हैं और कुछ लोग यहाँ पे बैठे हुए जो हिंदू परिवार, उनका कहना है कि अंदर जो है 50 से 60 बकरे हैं और उसको हटाया जाना चाहिए। अंदर जो है कुर्बानी की जगह नहीं है। जब महानगर पालिका ने कुर्बानी जगह दिया है तो वहाँ पे होना चाहिए, यहाँ पर सोसाइटी के अंदर नहीं होना चाहिए। लगभग हम कह सकते हैं 70% जो है हिंदू परिवार रहते हैं और 30% लगभग यहाँ मुस्लिम परिवार है और लगातार यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन शुरू है। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से यहाँ पे लगातार बीएसपी और बजरंग दल के कार्यकर्ता पहुंच रहे हैं और यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन शुरू है। यहाँ पे मीरा रोड पुलिस की टीम है, लगातार लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन खराब ना हो उसको देखते हुए यहाँ पे मौजूद है और अंदर भी मौजूद है। आप यहाँ पहुंचे हुए हैं, सुबह से मैं देख रहा हूँ, है क्या डिमांड कर रहे हैं? लगातार
हम लोग का ये डिमांड है कि बकरा बाहर निकालिए, उसके बाद ही कुछ भी बात होगी। ये प्रशासन सुबह से है, प्रशासन के सामने चाकू मारा गया है, लेकिन प्रशासन अभी तक अरेस्टिंग नहीं किया है। तो इस बकरे को पहले बाहर निकाल के यहाँ के माहौल को शांति किया जाए, उसके बाद ही कुछ कार्रवाई किया जाए। तो हम लोग अभी प्रशासन को बात किए हैं।
सुबह से आप प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, कोई सुन रहा है?
कोई प्रशासन सुन नहीं रहा है और प्रशासन के 5 मिनट का काम है, लेकिन प्रशासन कोई एक्शन नहीं ले रहा है अभी तक।
लेकिन नहीं ले रहा है, आप हटेंगे क्या?
हाँ, हम लोग जब तक बकरा नहीं निकलेगा हम लोग हटेंगे ही नहीं। कल से हम लोग बैठे हैं और जब तक बकरा यहाँ से नहीं निकलेगा हम लोग, कोई प्रशासन यहाँ धरने से कोई हटने वाला है नहीं।
कितने बकरे हैं?
लगभग 50 बकरे अंदर हैं और ये लोग बाहर से भी बकरा मंगाए हैं। मतलब इनके रिश्तेदार जो हैं, सोसाइटी वाले तो रखे ही रखे हैं, बाहर से भी इनके रिश्तेदार लोगों को बकरा मंगा अंदर बांध रहे हैं लोग।
ये मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन शुरू है और लगातार यहाँ पे बीएसपी और बजरंग दल कार्यकर्ता पहुंच रहे हैं। तस्वीरें दिखाइए किस तरह से यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन शुरू है और यहाँ पे जो है देखिए किस तरह से पुलिस की टीम है, लगातार पुलिस की संख्या बढ़ाई जा रही है क्योंकि यहाँ पर बीएसपी और बजरंग दल कार्यकर्ता लगातार पहुंच रहे हैं और लगातार यहाँ पे एक ही डिमांड है कि जो अंदर बकरा मौजूद है लगभग 50 से 60 की संख्या बताया जा रहा है और उसको बाहर निकाला जाए। जब तक बाहर नहीं निकाला जाएगा तब तक इसी तरह से प्रदर्शन शुरू रहेगा।
जी बिल्कुल सत्य प्रकाश, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। विल कंटिन्यू टू मॉनिटर ऑल द डेवलपमेंट्स कमिंग टू लाइट फ्रॉम मुंबई. Now, viewers, moving on to another news we're getting at the Sun. Now, CBI, in fact, has deepened its investigation into Twisha Sharma case, reaching Giribala's residence today. Now, in fact, it scanned all the crime spots as the team reached the residence and inspected the crime spot, which is where allegedly Twisha hanged herself. Now, we're getting you visuals, in fact, from what exactly unfolded at Giribala's residence today. Just a short while ago, it was CBI team which reached the crime spot, the terrace of the house as well. They try to scan and collect evidence. Now, remember, this comes after they have taken over the investigation from Bhopal police. They have re-registered the case and they're starting from the scratch, collecting all the evidence from the crime spot. Now, as you can see on your screen, these are visuals from Giribala's residence, where just a short while ago, CBI team reached and tried to scan and gather all the evidence they can from the crime spot. Now, it is alleged that this is where the suicide took place on May 12th. And this is where the CBI team, in fact, reached today, just a short while ago, to gather all the evidence from Giribala's residence. So, essentially, the investigation is now picking up pace in Twisha Sharma case, as now CBI takes over and collects more evidence from the crime spot. All right, these are visuals from outside Giribala's residence. Essentially, the CBI team, in fact, departing from the house after collecting all the evidence, scanning the crime spot as they continue to probe the accused Giribala as well. Now, this comes after they took over the investigation from Bhopal police, and now probe, in fact, picking up pace as CBI now re-registers an FIR in this case, collects all the evidence from the crime spot and continues to probe Giribala as well. All right, my colleague Shambhavi also joins me with more details on this. Shambhavi, take us through what exactly unfolded at Giribala's residence today. We understand that CBI has now taken over the investigation. It was there to collect evidence from the crime spot.
Right, Ishita, the entire investigation is actually starting from scratch because given that it has been freshly handed over to CBI by the Supreme Court, and the CBI has started with re-registering of the case which was earlier registered at the Katara Hills police station. Apart from that, once it is done, they then took hold of all the documents, of all the important papers which were with the people, with the Madhya Pradesh police here, who were taking care and investigating with an SIT the end of the entire case. After that, they took custody of Samarth and then reached Giribala Singh's residence, where they collected all the important material. There was also a forensic member assisting them, and they recreated the scene. They recreated what happened on the night of May 12th, the day on which Tushar Sharma lost her life. They also recorded statements of some Siddharth Singh, which is Samarth Singh's elder brother, and Giribala Singh, who's the mother of Samarth, one of the other main accused in this entire case. From there, they are now headed towards the family, the victim's family, the Sharma family, and there they will be recording the statements, fresh statements. Now, this is important to inform our viewers that all of this has already been done once when the police, Madhya Pradesh police, was investigating the matter. But now that it has been officially handed over to CBI, it is being done again. It is being done at a fresh start, and they're taking care of each of every angle which was earlier investigated as well as which were not investigated first. We are getting an update that they have reached the residence of Sharma's, and there they will start recording each and every one's of the main family members' statements.
Just a quick question,
and there they likely
just a
from
quick
there they
question
will
on the
move
fact
to
that, you know, the second autopsy was conducted, and now, according to our sources, the belt allegedly which was used in the suicide was not even given for the second post-mortem. This is what our sources are telling us. So do give us details about this as well.
Well, yes. So there was this gymnastic belt or gymnastic rope, you can see, that was allegedly used by Tushar Sharma to hang herself on the night of May 12th. Earlier, it was police needed to collect it, but did not very conveniently collect it till Giribala Singh got anticipatory bail, and even after FIR was long registered. Then, after a lot of pressure, especially with the Republic's extensive campaign, there was a lot of pressure on them. They then collected that belt, that particular belt, and after that, it was submitted to FSL, which is the forensics team. Now, whenever such evidence is collected, it is submitted to FSL, and whenever it is needed, they do some paperwork and get it done. That belt was not accounted for or considered in the first post-mortem report, which was done earlier by EAMS Bhopal. But then, after the family has asked for a second post-mortem, and the Madhya Pradesh High Court allowed them a second post-mortem, when the team, which was a dedicated team from EAMS Delhi, asked for the belt, the police pointed towards FSL, that the FSL has it, and in between all the procedure and the procedural lapses, somehow, even during the second post-mortem, there was no accounting for the belt. Even in the second post-mortem that the family had fought for, that the Republic had fought for very extensively, the belt was not considered. Ishita.
All right, thanks, Shambhavi, for joining us and giving us all the details about the fresh developments coming to light in Tushar Sharma case. Now, viewers, just yesterday, Giribala Singh, the mother-in-law who's the accused in the case, has now been given about 2 days just from yesterday to file her response in the cancellation of her bail plea case. Take a look at this detailed report.
I'm not saying it could be the Supreme Court's view. In my view, could be responsible for destroying, tampering and botching up all the evidences that could be there. Using her expert legal mind, using her expert experience as a Sessions Court judge, and using also her surely a very crooked mind to safeguard this. She definitely can argue, and every person has a right in law to argue his or her case. In this case, that we have an expert ex-Sessions Court judge who's dealt with these kind of cases, hundreds or thousands, if I may use that word, and obviously she knows all the nuances. Secondly, she may have categorically from the day one, when, as you said, that while the body was taken down and gone to the AIMS, she was sitting and making calls, so she must have got some advice from her friends who are from the legal fraternity. She may have herself made a lot of notes about it, and she thought who better than her as a lady and as an ex-judge appealing to them, to their lordships, would be able to put forward the case that this is a case of abuse of the law. This is the case of false allegations and accusations being made. This is a case where the media has sort of given it too much of importance, and this is how it has happened, and none of the things which are there. Obviously, in my limited understanding, and I'm not the judges of the Supreme Court, but obviously this will not sail through with the court, and they will get into and ask her necessary questions which are there. So I think this is something that the Supreme Court, which has taken suo motu cognizance of the severity of the case and the mismanagement and the complete botching up of all the evidences, is something which is going to be an eye-opener, not in the annals of justice and judiciary, but I would also say should, but in some case, serve as a deterrent for anybody who is ever going to try such kind of things, because you cannot escape the long arm of the law. The role of the ex-judge, Giri Balaji, would be also questioned in the sense that not only was she an active accomplice, as one would call it, but also was, in my view, and this is my limited view, I'm not saying it could be the Supreme Court's view, in my view could be responsible for destroying, tampering and botching up all the evidences that could be there. Using her expert legal mind, using her expert experience as a Sessions Court judge, and using also her surely a very crooked mind to safeguard this. Otherwise, you tell me something, how is it that someone like Samarth can be absconding for 10 days? I can understand for a day or...
All right, viewers, slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, rape and murder convict Ram Rahim gets 16th parole for 30 days. Getting all the updates on that on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, everyday.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a...
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Sources inform Republic that belt with which Twisha allegedly committed suicide was not given to EAM's team during the second autopsy. CBI begins probing Twisha's unnatural death. Team visits Giribala's residence to gather evidence. High Court issues notice in Gymkhana case, asks all the parties concerned to file reply within 8 weeks. Centre not budging on eviction. Congress power tussle in Karnataka continues as High Command meet underway in the capital city. Republic big scoop on Karnataka. Cabinet reshuffle likely to take place without any change in CM. AIADMK experiencing a major political exodus with 3 MLAs now defecting to the TVK. For the 16th time since 2017, rape and murder convict Ram Rahim given another parole for 30 days. Welcome viewers, our top focus in this edition of Live and Breaking. Now Karnataka power tussle continues and Republic in fact has accessed some inside details from the meeting. Now from Congress leadership huddle, Rahul Gandhi in fact is expected to meet each of the leaders separately. Now Rahul Gandhi and the High Command met Siddaramaiah one-on-one and Rahul is now set to meet DK Shivkumar next. In fact, Rahul is meeting both the leaders separately and he will be meeting both the leaders together as well after these separate meetings. Now decision is likely on cabinet reshuffle today. So those are the big scoops we're getting at the moment from Congress's huddle in the capital city. Now we're looking at separate meetings taking place with the High Command of both CM Siddaramaiah and Deputy CM DK Shivkumar, and following that a final meeting in fact is also expected after the 2 separate meetings. Now our sources are telling us that what is likely is a cabinet reshuffle, but a CM change doesn't seem to be on the cards. This is what we're gathering at the moment as far as Congress's key huddle is concerned. Now both Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar are in the capital city. They're meeting the High Command. The meeting with Siddaramaiah has already taken place and Rahul Gandhi is now all set to meet DK Shivkumar, the Deputy CM. Now following this, a meeting will also take place where both the leaders will be present with the High Command. Now shifting focus to what's happening in West Asia. Now as fragile truce still holds between Iran and the US, Israel continues its operation in Lebanon. For the latest, it has struck villages in eastern Lebanon, leaving at least 12 people dead in the latest strikes in eastern part of the country. Now, despite the fragile truce holding between Iran and the US, we're looking at Israel in fact escalating its attacks all across the Lebanese territory. In the latest, in fact, in eastern part of the country, 12 people have been killed in IDF strikes. On your screen, we're getting you the visuals showing you the aftermath of the strikes in which 12 people have been killed in eastern part of the country.
طلعت رفاعي هون طلعت رفاعي بربور طلعت رفاعي هون طلعت رفاعي بربور طلعت رفاعي هون طلعت رفاعي بربور
So Israel has struck villages in eastern Lebanon, killing about 12 people in the latest. Now remember, this comes even as today, US also struck the southern part of Iran, targeting the port cities of Bandar Abbas and Jask. Now we're looking at strikes escalating on both the fronts, and the question remains whether peace will return to West Asia or not. Now these are the latest visuals coming to your screen from Lebanon. This is where 12 people have been killed in the latest IDF strikes on eastern part of the country. As you can see on your screen, in fact, we're getting you visuals showing you the aftermath of the strike. Several buildings have now been struck in eastern Lebanon. This is where 12 people have lost their lives in the latest attack carried out by IDF. Despite the fragile truce still holding, we are looking at Israel ramping up its attacks across the Lebanese territory, hitting at Hezbollah targets. And this time a building, in fact, has been struck in eastern part of the country, killing at least 12 people at the site. And these are visuals on your screen showing you the aftermath of the attack carried out by Israel on eastern part of the country. 12 people, we are given to understand, have lost their lives in this attack. And IDF continues to bombard Lebanese territory despite a ceasefire holding between Iran and the US. In fact, this is a major point of contention between the two sides, as Iran wants Lebanon to be included in the ceasefire deal, but Israel remains adamant on its exclusion. All right, fresh developments also coming to light from Iran. Now, the Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei has urged Muslim countries to deepen their cooperation and shape a new regional and global order beyond American dominance. Now, in fact, let me read out the statement. He goes on to say the global Muslim Ummah and the nations of the region possess many shared capacities and common interests that will shape the new order and the future architecture of the region and the world. This is the statement coming in from Mojtaba Khamenei as he releases this new message for the Muslim nations. Now, the message was issued on the occasion of the day of Arafah, which is the second day of the Hajj pilgrimage. So, a strong statement coming in from Mojtaba Khamenei, who's now calling for solidarity among the Muslim nations as against the US-dominated order. This comes as Iran continues to remain at war with the United States, with peace and any breakthrough seemingly not in sight. In fact, he also goes on to mention that they're changing realities now being witnessed in West Asia, and the US domination needs to be challenged. All right, Major General K.K. Sinha also joins us to decode this. Now, Major General, I want to ask you now, we're not looking at peace, no breakthrough in sight. We just saw US striking several port cities in Iran this morning. And now a statement coming in from Mojtaba Khamenei himself as he calls for the Muslim nations to stand together against the US dominance.
Good afternoon and Jai Hind. The situation in West Asia, especially in the Persian Gulf, is very fast developing. There was a hope because Trump was saying that, the peace, they will have some sort of a deal with Iran. At the same time, they're saying that he wants to have the best deal in his favor. Trump, somehow a miscalculation which has happened in West Asia, he wants to get away from this, but, Iran is not letting it go. Now, this, tougher stand on which they are striking the port cities, now Iranians have prepared during this period. 3 dates are very important. 28th February was the date on which United States and Israel carried out that, devastating strike and they have taken out the Supreme Leader. 8th April onwards, there are supposed to be ceasefire. Even today, there is a ceasefire. But every day, there is a violation. And 13th April, when United States of America put the blockade. Before that, they did try to carry out, take out uranium in the garb of rescue operations when the pilot has gone down in the Iranian side. Now, Donald Trump has made it very clear that he doesn't want to have Iran to have a nuclear, weapon, nuclear capability. They don't want to have that 420 kgs of enriched uranium, which is 60%. buried now in Isfahan and Fordo areas of Iran. See, but the point is China and Russia is now standing rock solid with them. And Iran has got the capability, enhanced capability in the form of missile drones. Even FPV drones has come from China. That is very difficult to stop. So now the capability, in my judgment, has gone down very much up. Out of 33, these coastal region defenses of Iran, 30 is fully activated. So the point is that Iran is now better off. And now why the Mustafa is giving for the regional call? Because I think he has got the supremacy, and this is the way the Chinese and Russians want to have Iran to behave in that area. And they will have the capability, nuclear capability, and I don't think America will be able to take it out. They did try. They were not able to possible because they will fight it out. And IRGC is fully prepared for it, having enhanced capability, including the information, which they are getting the satellite information, imagery from China, Chinese and Russian imagery. So their capability has gone many-fold to have a...
All right. Right. Major General K.K. Sinha, thanks so much, sir, for joining us on this. And now we're getting some fresh visuals coming to light from Thiruvananthapuram. Now, this is where protests, in fact, have escalated over the fourth fuel price hike, which the government has brought in, given the economic shocks coming in from the West Asia war. Now, we're getting you live visuals from what's unfolding in Thiruvananthapuram. This is, as you can see, in fact, police in action to try to disperse the crowd, which continues to protest against the fourth fuel hike that has come in. Thiruvananthapuram, where SFI workers have taken to streets protesting against the fuel price hike. Now, we have seen price hike coming in for the fourth time in the past 14 days. And now anger over that spilling onto streets as SFI workers take to streets in Thiruvananthapuram. Now, these are visuals where police, in fact, as you can see, is trying to disperse the crowd using the water cannon, trying to ensure that there is calm on the roads, but the SFI workers continue to protest against the fuel price hike on the roads of Thiruvananthapuram. In fact, on your screen, as you can see, these are workers protesting against the fuel price hike, which has come in for the fourth time in the past 14 days, and now anger, discontent rising over the rising prices in fuel. And now that's spilling onto the streets as these workers continue to protest against fuel hike in Thiruvananthapuram. Major action now unfolding on the streets of Thiruvananthapuram as workers continue to protest against the price fuel hike that has come in. Now, given the economic shocks coming in from West Asia tensions, government has hiked the price of fuel, including petrol and diesel, as well as CNG, for the fourth time since the past 14 days. All right, viewers, now shifting focus after getting pulled up by the courts, Ranveer Singh is now offering special prayers. In fact, Ranveer is seen offering special prayers at Chamundeshwari Devi Temple. This is after he was pulled up by the courts for mimicking the goddess. Now, we'll try and get you visuals, in fact, of Ranveer Singh visiting the Chamundeshwari Devi Temple. This is after he was pulled up by the courts. he was in fact dictated by the court to do the same, as well as now Ranveer Singh seen offering special prayers at Chamundeshwari Devi temple. All right, in fact, we'll try and get you visuals of the visit as well. But remember, this comes after the entire Kantara row when Ranveer Singh was pulled up by the courts regarding his mimicking act. And now there were sentiments hurt, in fact, by what Ranveer Singh portrayed. And now after he was pulled up by the courts, he was seen offering special prayers at Chamundeshwari Devi temple. All right, my colleague Meenakshi also joins me on this. Meenakshi, we understand after the courts pulled up Ranveer Singh, he was seen offering a special prayers at Chamundeshwari Devi temple.
Yes, he has arrived in temple, and as you have seen in the video, he was in temple. Now, new controversy has surfaced in the Bollywood industry regarding Ranveer Singh. What happened yesterday is that the West India Employees Cine Palace Committee, WICE, has issued a notice against Ranveer Singh. What is the allegation of this production is that Ranveer Singh last moment exit from John 3 and it cost 45 crore loss of the production house. And after that, director Farhan Akhtar and other actors, they requested to FWICE to they have to talk to Ranveer Singh regarding this. After that, the chief advisor of FWICE, Ashok Pandit, spoke to Republic, and he said that they have issued a notice to Ranveer Singh regarding this because the actors and the technicians, they are not interested to work with Ranveer Singh because his last moment exit is cost 45 crore loss. And after that, Ranveer Singh mailed to this FWICE, and he is saying that
it's not about the FCIW jurisdiction, and it's regarding his contractual dispute. And I asked the same question to Ashok Pandit, and he said that it's not about the contractual dispute. It's about how he is reacting in this situation, and they noticed him thrice, but he did not respond any notice from FWIC. Now the workers union, FWIC, the technicians and actors, they are saying they will not work with Ranveer Singh, and it's a major controversy which surfaced in Bollywood industry. And after that, we have seen that Ranveer Singh went to Chamundeshwari temple, and he was praying in this temple. So lots of controversy emerged in film industry regarding Ranveer Singh this step.
All right, thanks Meenakshi for joining us and giving us all these details regarding Ranveer Singh's visit to Chamundeshwari Devi temple. In fact, we're looking at this visit coming right after Karnataka High Court pulled up the actor for mimicking the goddess and for hurting the sentiments. In fact, he had issued a written apology as well before this, and he was asked by the court to visit the temple on Chamundi Hills, and within the stipulated framework, he has now visited the temple. All right, viewers, now the Delhi High Court has issued notice to the central government on a petition challenging the order to vacate the Delhi Gymkhana Club. Now, in this case, the court has directed the centre to file its response within a period of about 8 weeks. Now, the Delhi High Court, in fact, issued notice on suits filed by the club members, the State Welfare Association and others, challenging the centre's direction to vacate the club by June 5th. So, in this big order regarding the Gymkhana Club, both the parties have been asked to file their responses within the 8 weeks period. So we are looking at the next hearing to take place after 8 weeks, and both the parties, as their arguments were heard today in the High Court, They will be coming up with their responses after a period of about 8 weeks. Now, this comes as Centre has issued an order to the Gymkhana Club to vacate their premises by June 5th. But Solicitor General Tushar Mehta clearly said that the eviction will not be forceful. It will follow the procedure set down by law. In fact, on this, at the other side, which is Abhishek Manu Singhvi representing the club members at the Welfare Association, also said that perpetual lease nearest to passing of title. Now, in fact, he goes on to mention that there was no show cause notice issued by the other side. Now, those are some of the arguments raised by both the sides in the High Court today, which has asked both the parties now to file their responses within a period of about 8 weeks. In fact, SG argued on behalf of the government that it is in line with the law. Government has a right to ask the members to vacate the premises by June 5th. However, the eviction will not be forceful. It will in fact take place according to the law laid down by the Constitution. All right, viewers, we're looking at the major High Court order coming in the Gymkhana case. Now, the court, in fact, has asked both the parties after they presented their arguments in the court today that they have about a time of 8 weeks to go ahead and file their responses. And this is when a decision will be taken. Now, this comes after the centre issued an order asking the members of the club to vacate the premises, the entire 27.3-acre premises, by June 5th. But today in the court, the centre clarified that eviction will not be forceful. It will be according to the law.
तो फिर से एक बार नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है कॉलोनियल माइंडसेट और कॉलोनियल लेगेसी पर बहुत बड़ा सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक। करोड़ों लोगों के देश में केवल 5,000 लोगों को मौका मिलता है इस एलीट क्लब का मेंबर बनने का। मतलब कि 30-40 वर्ष आपको रुकना पड़ता है, तब जाकर आप मेंबर बन सकते हैं। ये मेंबरशिप हेरिडिटरी, डायनेस्टी, नेपोटिस्टिक होती है, जैसे राहुल गांधी की पार्टी लीडरशिप होती है। तो इसका मतलब साफ है कि इतना बड़ा क्लब 27 एकड़ में फैला हुआ, जिसका एनुअल रेंट पता है कितना मिलता है? 1,000 रुपए प्रति साल। पर ये कह सकते हैं कि ये केवल एक लौता ऐसा कॉलोनियल हैंगओवर नहीं है जिसको मोदी सरकार खत्म करने जा रही है। आपको शायद याद होगा कि जो पीनल कोड और हमारे क्रिमिनल लॉज थे, आज उसको रिप्लेस किया गया है भारतीय क्रिमिनल कोड के साथ, भारतीय न्याय संहिता के साथ। जो यहीं पर बगल में रेस कोर्स रोड था, उसको किया गया है लोक कल्याण मार्ग। जो राजपथ था उसको चेंज किया गया है और उसका नाम है अब कर्तव्य पथ। और जहां पर एक समय पर जॉर्ज का एक बहुत बड़ा स्टैच्यू खड़ा हुआ करता था, आज वो स्टैच्यू हटाकर नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस जी की स्टैच्यू वहां पर खड़ी की गई है।
All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking. Thanks so much for watching, and don't go anywhere. Coming up after a very short break, for the 16th time since 2017 rape and murder convict Ram Rahim gets another parole for 30 days. Getting you all the updates on that after a short break.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाई जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
Corrector, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। राजा और मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान। अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj. And viewers, the probe in the Twisha unnatural death case has widened. The CBI, Central Bureau of Investigation, has reached Samarth Singh's residence at the ex-judge Giribala's residence in Bhopal, where Samarth Singh's family stands to be quizzed by the central agency. Getting you all the details, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Sources inform Republic that the belt with which Twisha allegedly committed suicide was not given to the EAMS team during the second autopsy. CBI begins the probe in Twisha's unnatural death case. In fact, a CBI SIT is likely to visit Giribala's home today to gather evidence. The High Court issues a notice in Gymkhana case, asks all parties concerned to file a reply within 8 weeks. Centre not budging on eviction. Congress power tussle in Karnataka continues as High Command meet remains underway in New Delhi. Sources inform Republic that only a cabinet reshuffle is likely to take place in Karnataka without any change in the chief ministerial face. AIADMK experiencing a major political exodus with 3 MLAs defecting to the TVK. For the 16th time since 2017, rape convict Ram Rahim given parole for 30 days. Viewers, now starting first. The CBI team has arrived to meet Twisha's family members. Now, this comes after the Central Bureau of Investigation's Special Investigation Team completed probing Giribala at her residence to gather more evidence in connection to Twisha's unnatural death case. Now, the team is also expected to question the family members and get statements from Twisha's family as well. So a whole-rounded case that's being set up by the CBI that has now started the entire investigation from scratch after there were allegations that the Bhopal police could not handle the investigation well. In fact, there were also allegations against ex-judge Giribala of tampering with the evidence. And now the Central Bureau of Investigation has taken over. They've started the entire investigation from scratch. Remember, they also went to ex-judge Giribala's Bhopal residence to interrogate the family members of Samarth Singh, the key accused, and also Twisha Sharma's husband, who remained absconded for about 10 days after her death on the 12th. And now they have reached Twisha Sharma's residence, where they will speak to the family members of Twisha Sharma to get all angles of the interrogation. In fact, my colleague Shambhavi joins us live to get us more details into the matter. Shambhavi, speak to us about how far the CBI has reached in its advancements for the new investigation that started from scratch, and also the fact that, the second post-mortem happened and the CBI was to take charge, but even then, the EAMS Delhi team was not given the belt that was purportedly used for hanging. Shambhavi.
Well, yes, now that the CBI has officially taken charge of the case, we're actually on our way to the Sharma's house, the Sharma's place, where Twisha Sharma's family is actually staying, and CBI has just reached and recording their statements. So that started from re-registering of the case, which was earlier registered at the Katara Hills police station, then taking over all the files and related documents of the case, and then from there they also took custody of Samarth Singh officially. As we know that Samarth Singh has been in police remand for 7 days. We just got an order 2 days ago from the trial court, and then from there they proceeded to Giribala Singh's house, where they recorded statements of Siddharth Singh, which is Samarth Singh's elder brother, as well as Giribala Singh, and also recreated the scene, what happened that day, took note of each and everything, that is of the terrace where she allegedly hung herself, and from there they have now proceeded towards the Sharmas, where they will be recording the statement of the brother, the mother, the father, and all the relevant people who are related to the case or important to the case, and our witnesses can be considered as witnesses. We are on our way to there, and we will share as much as visual as we'll be allowed to from you, and share all the updates from there. From there they'll be likely moved to Katara Hills police station. So all the process, the investigation is moving at full speed, given that just yesterday the Supreme Court has handed over the case officially to CBI, as the family has been intensively asking for CBI to take over the case.
Shambhavi, you're in fact, closer to the reality of the case. You're on ground. You've been following it since day one. But also speak to us about the difficulties that the Central Bureau of Investigation is, standing to face, given the fact that it's already too late to begin a second investigation, and the fact that they're going to do it from scratch, and evidences have already been tampered with as per allegations.
Well, so many things wrong with this. We can just start from the fact of the main instrument that was allegedly used, that was a belt, that was not considered for or accounted for in the first post-mortem. It was not again considered for and accounted for in the second post-mortem. The body is now been cremated. There is no chance of going back, nothing can be done now. That is a hopeless, lost case. Then comes the fact that the place, the spot where that actually happened, where everything, the entire incident happened, that was not sealed for the longest time. That was open, that was accessible for Giribala Singh and her family to access. God knows how many evidences must have been tampered with or must have been removed, or what changes would have happened in all these 15 days. So there also, even no matter how many times you recreate the scene, the forensic teams arrived a little too late. They arrived day before yesterday to collect forensic evidence of something that happened around 8 days ago. So this is all a little too late. The second investigation, the second post-mortem, the body has been cremated, the spot has been open for the longest time, the exact spot that Republic has shown multiple movements. We have been outside Giribala Singh's house for the longest time, and we have seen multiple movements at the terrace where they go upstairs and they recreate the scene. The police had already recreated the scene, the SIT has already recreated the scene, and now the CBI has recreated the scene. So CBI is going to face a fair share of trouble while retracing the entire thing and getting to the bottom of the case. Kesu.
Right, Shambhavi, thanks for getting us those details. And in fact, we're waiting for you to arrive at the location and we will reconnect for a conversation after that. But for now, viewers, shifting focus and taking a look at what's been happening in the national capital in relations to the Delhi Gymkhana. Now, the Delhi High Court has issued a notice to the central government on a petition challenging the order to vacate the Delhi Gymkhana club. Now, the court has directed the centre to file its response within 8 weeks. In fact, the Delhi court also issued a notice on suits that have been filed by club members, the Staff Welfare Association, and also others who've been challenging the centre's direction to vacate the club premises by the 5th of June. Now, Republic has accessed the government order that was served to the Gymkhana club. So, Republic once again goes deep into the investigation, into the case that's unfolding. In fact, my colleague Sarthak has been following this story. He joins us live from New Delhi, from right outside the Delhi Gymkhana. Sarthak, speak to us about the details. You know, this back and forth that's ongoing between the centre and the Delhi Gymkhana club. And now 8 weeks' time has been given to the centre to file a response. Sarthak.
Well, absolutely, Gezu. A notice was served at the Gymkhana club where the government was expecting the members of the Gymkhana club to vacate the property. And this was the major thing that erupted a controversy against which a petition was filed in the Delhi High Court. As a matter of fact, it was not just one petition. There were two different petitions who were clubbed together, and the hearing took place today. In the Delhi High Court, there was S.J. Tushar Mehta, who was representing the government in the case. There was Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who was representing petitioner Vijay Khurana in this case. And there was another petition that was filed in the Delhi High Court, which was being represented by senior advocate Kapil Sibal. So the arguments today took place, and the main point that was pressed upon by Abhishek Manu Singhvi, that the notice that was served by the government was very vague. They had mentioned some public purposes due to which the property needs to be evicted. But what were those public purposes? That was not clearly mentioned. And the way the entire notice was served, it's a 100-year-old club, and 13-14 days to evict to the property, that is something is clearly not possible. I also got the chance to have a word with one of the members of the Gymkhana club, who says that there are 600 people, 600 workers who work at the Gymkhana club. Their lives will be directly affected if such a notice is adhered to. So against that, in fact, Solicitor General Tushar Mehta also mentioned that there will be no forceful entry into the property, and a due course of law will be followed. Everything has been put on record in the court, and after hearing the arguments, the court decided that all the members in this case will be summoned. They have been given 8 weeks of notice to file replies, to file their responses. What will happen on the next date of hearing? Will there be an adverse order passed against the Gymkhana members,
right,
or
Sarthak.
an order will be passed?
Sarthak, in fact, continue being with us. We're also being joined by Shivam from the newsroom to get us more updates on the order that Republic has accessed. So be with us on the broadcast. Shivam, speak to us about what you see in that order. It's been exclusively accessed by Republic, and this entire case has become a one too big.
Exactly. I would like my cameraman to also zoom into this order, and I will read also the order to you, because it is from Government of India, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Land and Development Office. I would like my cameraman to zoom into this order. Let's zoom in and show you this. We have this exclusive order in which the Government of India, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Land and Development Office has conveyed to the General Secretary General Committee Secretary of the Delhi Gymkhana Club, where he said, I am directed to refer refer to the above cited subject and to state that the premises situated at 2 Safdarjung Road, New Delhi were leased to the Imperial Delhi Gymkhana Club Limited, now known as Delhi Gymkhana Club Limited, for the specific purpose of maintaining a social and sporting club. Now, however, whereas it has been determined that the said premises, located in a highly sensitive zone and strategic area of Delhi is very critically required for the strengthening and securing of the defense infrastructure and other vital public security purposes. So there is a clear mention that it is very vital and it's of a very highly sensitive and strategic area inside Delhi, and it is critically required for strengthening and for securing of the defense infrastructure and other vital public security purposes. So there's a mention that it is required by the government and the land is essential to fulfill the urgent institutional needs. So the needs have been clearly established and mentioned here for the governance, infrastructure and public interest projects integrated with the resumption of adjoining government lands. Now, which also explains the law that we have here, and it mentions whereas under clause 4 of the lease deed, it is expressly provided that if the demised premises or any other part thereof are required for a public purpose, then and in such case it shall be lawful for the lessor to re-enter, and thereupon this demise and everything contained therein shall cease and determine. So it explains clearly the contract that there is between the government of India, the government and the Gymkhana Club in this case. And now therefore in exercise of the powers conferred under clause 4 of the lease deed, the President of India, through the Land and Development Office, hereby determines the lease and orders re-entry of the aforesaid premises with immediate effect. So clearly also mentions the area that the Gymkhana Club has with it, which is upon such re-entry, the entire plot of land which measures its...
Right, Shivam. In fact, Shivam, hold your thoughts there. Continue being with us. We're also getting in some more breaking development. A fresh petition has been filed in the Delhi High Court over the Delhi Gymkhana row. So exactly, the court order that you've also accessed, Shivam, now there's another breaking development. A fresh petition comes in over the Delhi Gymkhana row that's been filed in the Delhi High Court. Now, remember, viewers, the Delhi Gymkhana's 2.37 acre land is being eyed by the central government. They've said that it's of primary importance. It's at a sensitive location within the national capital, and it's needed for the management and for securing and increasing defense infrastructure. So this is a national security question, and a fresh petition has been filed in the Delhi High Court over the Delhi Gymkhana row. Now, that's the latest that we're getting in. In fact, Shivam and Sarthak continue being with us on the broadcast. Sarthak, what's the latest that you're picking in? A fresh petition that comes in over the Delhi Gymkhana row.
Well, absolutely, Gezu. This is the latest information that we are receiving, that after the order has been passed, say 8 week notice have been issued, 8 weeks period have been issued to file replies to on this order that has been passed by the Delhi High Court today. A fresh petition has been filed in the Delhi High Court. This comes at the latest breaking, because this will be the third petition that is filed in the Delhi High Court. The previous two petitions were filed with the Delhi Gymkhana members, where they were challenging the notice that was served to them to evacuate the premises. However, this is a new fresh petition that we are receiving. We're still trying to find more details on this, trying to extract what all information has been provided in the petition that has been filed in the Delhi High Court. We are constantly tracking the case, and as soon as we get more information on this, we'll be able to apprise our viewers in a better position.
Right, Sarthak. In fact, Shivam, coming back to you, speak to us about any more details that you've been picking up from our newsrooms, any details that we're getting in from what this petition is about. This, as Sarthak says, is the third one in the case. So, of course, this makes the case a lot more complex than it started with.
Not more complex than it started, but clearly also establishes the government point of view in this entire case, where the letter that I have clearly states that the premises shall be taken over by the Land and Development Office on 5. The technical section of this department shall take the possession on behalf of the government on the premises accordingly. Now, there were clear directions to the Gymkhana Club administration that you should hand over the land to us very peacefully. So this should be a very peaceful position and handover in this case of the premises to the administratives of this office on the aforesaid date. So they also gave them time, and they also clearly explained that the rules that are in their place, and they clearly also explained the reason for the takeover, why they want this entire land back for the government, and it is very critically important, and it's a very highly sensitive zone and a very
Shivam,
strategic area
also
of Delhi.
speak to us about the fourth clause that the central government has been using in terms of filing these petitions against the Delhi Gymkhana Club. That clause in itself allows for the central government to take over the Gymkhana land in case there is a question of national security, which is exactly what the central government has been saying in this entire case. Shivam.
Yeah, exactly, Gesu. In this case also, they mentioned that under clause 4 of the lease deed, it is expressly provided that if the demised premises or any part thereof are required for a public purpose, the public purpose which was clearly mentioned by them because they need it for a strategic, because it's a highly sensitive and strategic area of Delhi, and it is critically required for strengthening and securing defense infrastructure. So there is a mention of defense infrastructure, and hence they quote the clause 4 of the lease deed, where it is clearly expressed that if the demised premises or any part thereof are required for a public purpose, then and in such case it shall be lawful of the lesser to re-enter, thereupon this demise and everything contained therein shall seize and determine.
Definitely, Shivam. We'll get into the details of that also. Sarthak, also asking you to please continue being with us. Our colleague Shivam, our colleague Ishan has in fact also spoken to one of the petitioners in the case, Major Atul. Let's listen into what the petitioner has to say on the matter.
It has to be understood that this club, when it was first established, purchased their own land, and it was approximately 6,000 rupees. That was the cost of the land at that time. And it was contributed by the first group of members who set up this club. At that time, there was no such thing as a sale deed to be prepared for any government land. And therefore, a nominal lease deed was prepared, and it was also clarified that it is a perpetual lease, which tantamounts to being or showing that it is the ownership of this company that was established at that time. So technically, we are owners of this land, and it is not on lease in the real sense. Yes, today there is a lease deed, we cannot deny that, because that is what the order was at that stage when the club was first established.
Sir, recently the club has been categorized as an playground for the elites, or a place where the high and mighty of society come to party. But this is not true. This club has a very rich history where a lot of members have spent a lot of time and emotions with it. Please help us understand that.
I'm so glad you've raised the issue of elitist and so on and so forth. It must be clearly understood that when any institution is well run, there will be a larger number of people who would like to be their members. You find in Delhi a good place where there is a good restaurant, for example. You'll have a bigger rush for that restaurant. You have a place where you have 6, 8 tennis courts, and if they are being well run, there will be a rush for becoming members of the tennis club there. So any institution which is well run will always have a big demand from members, and the best of members would like to be there, best of people who can afford that time and the reason to be present there. There is a membership required to be even members of India International Center. There is a membership requirement to be a member of India Habitat Center. And I don't see why we should be singled out to say that we have a elitist thing. Yes, any institution which has been running for 113 years, which has been well established, which has been earning a good name throughout, naturally they will be the top people wanting to be its members. That's it. And we have the top people, whether they are the bureaucrats or whether they are the armed forces or whether they are the civil services. Incidentally, at this point, I would like to mention that the membership rules from our Articles of Association
In fact, Sarthak, my colleague, in the pursuit of tracking this story to the T, has also spoken to the petitioners on behalf of the Delhi Gymkhana, and this is what their take is on the matter. Listen in.
A petition was filed in the Delhi High Court after an eviction notice was served at the Gymkhana Club to evict the place in 15 days. We have the member of Gymkhana Club, Shivam Bhagat, with us to shed some light on what all transpired at the court. So please first tell me, how do you see this relief, the order that has been passed by the court?
There's considerable relief. The court took everyone's points on record. We had two plaints, one on the side of the members and one on the side of the workers. And the Solicitor General himself submitted that there will be no forceful entry on June 5th, and the due process of law will be followed. So it is reasonable relief, but there's a long road ahead.
And what was the mention about the lease agreement of the colonial era lease agreement regarding Gymkhana?
It's a perpetual lease, but the matters of law will be given. Points will be can be answered by the legal team. I don't want to take liberty to answer that.
Okay, and if you could just tell us what all arguments specifically made by Abhishek Manu Singhvi regarding the way the notice was not served and in a clear manner, it was pretty vague, and the way the members were expected to leave the Gymkhana Club.
Yeah, we said that it was a shock that we have to leave in 13 days. It's a 100-year-old club. I have also followed rules. Everyone has to follow rules. I am a reciprocal member. My parents are members. My grandparents were members. I had crossed the age of 21. So I had to apply from another club to get membership. So these are rules. Everyone was following rules. Dr. Singhvi just, you can see the order. The order will be released soon. And you can see what all arguments he's made.
In the petition that I had filed for Mr. Vijay Khurana, Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi was leading us. Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, of course, argued before the court that the notice that has come on 22nd of May has certain problems. He particularized those problems. A, it is not specific. It does not identify what public purpose. In fact, there is contradictory public purposes mentioned inside it. Then, of course, there is the issue that the committee of the club today is comprised of 15 nominees of the Government of India. So the lessor, which is the Government of India, and the lessee is also in effect today the Government of India which is running it, and therefore without any real fight the club's possession could be handed over to the government. To that effect, of course, Mr. Tushar Mehta appeared and made a statement that the government will not take any steps except in accordance with the law. The counsel who was appearing, I don't know his name, who was appearing for the club, also said that the club's existing general committee has in fact written to the government on 23rd of May, they said, I think, opposing this. And therefore, the court said that therefore your concerns are taken care of once the statement comes on record and once the position is factually clear that they will in fact not be handing it over on 5th of June.
Viewers, that's all that we could wrap for you in this edition of the News Bulletin. But don't go anywhere. News and updates continue on the other side. We also get you how Jaishankar and Marco Rubio have signed a crucial MOU on critical minerals after their meeting in New Delhi and after addressing a joint briefing. This and a lot more on the other side. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. he drugged her drink, and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now?
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Sources inform Republic that the belt with which Twisha allegedly committed suicide was not given to AIM's team during the second autopsy. CBI begins probing Twisha's unnatural death case. CBI team scans Girbala's residence. High Court issues notice in Gymkhana case, asks all the parties concerned to file their reply within 8 weeks. A fresh petition also comes up in the case. Congress power tussle in Karnataka continues as High Command is now meeting both the leaders in the capital city. Sources inform Republic that only a cabinet reshuffle is likely to take place in Karnataka without any change in Chief Minister. AIADMK experiencing a major political exodus as 3 MLAs now defect to the TVK. For the 16th time since 2017, rape and murder convict Ram Rahim gets another parole for 30 days. Hello and welcome viewers. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. In fact, cutting across to live visuals we're getting from Bikaner, where Union Home Minister Amit Shah is interacting with the BSF personnel and inaugurating barracks for women.
लोग उसको 4 लेयर कहने का प्रयास करते हैं, ये 4 लेयर नहीं है. किसी भी खतरे के लिए चार की संयुक्त जिम्मेदारी करनी है और इसीलिए मैं चतुष्कोणीय ग्रिड का नाम देता हूं। मित्रों, 2014 में नरेंद्र मोदी जी के प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद इस देश के सुरक्षा परिदृश्य में आमूलचूल परिवर्तन आए हैं। सेना का आधुनिकीकरण हो रहा है। हमारी बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस का भी हम बहुत अच्छे तरीके से एक प्रकार से कंप्लीट सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित हो उस तरह से आधुनिकीकरण करने जा रहे हैं। और जहां जहां भी कुछ बड़े प्रयास आतंकवादियों द्वारा किए जाते हैं वहां रूथलेसली उनको मुंह तोड़ जवाब भी देने की नीति भारत सरकार ने अपनाई। मगर मैं मानता हूं कि प्रयास होने के बाद हमें जवाब देना पड़े, ये स्थिति ठीक नहीं है। हमें सुनिश्चित करें कि कोई प्रयास करने की हिम्मत ही न करे, ऐसी सीमा बनाने की जिम्मेदारी हमारी है। और यह वाइब्रेंट विलेज प्रोग्राम और ये चतुष्कोणीय सुरक्षा ग्रिड के माध्यम से ही हो सकता है। मित्रों, आज इस ऐतिहासिक चौकी पर सुबह 7 बजे से जहां गर्मी शुरू हो जाती है, दूर दूर तक रेगिस्तान दिखाई पड़ता है, वहां अपने घर से दूर अपने जीवन का सुवर्ण काल आप भारत माता को समर्पित कर रहे हैं। हम सबके हृदय में आपके लिए मान, सम्मान और गौरव की भी लागणी है। वो इसलिए है कि आज सीमा के अंदर सिविलियन, हमारे देश के नागरिक चैन की नींद इसलिए सो पा रहे हैं कि सीमा पर मेरे सीमा प्रहरी अहर्निश दिन रात ये ड्यूटी निभा रहे हैं। मैं पूरे देश की ओर से सिंबॉलिक तरीके से सांचू चौकी के जवानों के माध्यम से सारे बीएसएफ के सीमा प्रहरियों को बहुत बहुत संवेदना के साथ प्रणाम करना चाहता हूं कि आपका ये पराक्रम, आपकी देशभक्ति, आपकी साहस और आपकी वीरता ये देश को सुरक्षित बनाए हुए है। आपकी सुविधा के लिए भारत सरकार कोई कमी नहीं छोड़ेगी और विश्व की अच्छे से अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी भी अगले 1 साल में आपको उपलब्ध कराई जा रहेगी। मगर इस सब के साथ भी आपका समर्पण का मूल्य कम नहीं होगा, ये सुनिश्चित है। फिर से एक बार अनंत अनंत शुभकामनाएं देकर मेरी बात समाप्त करता हूं। वंदे मातरम।
All right, that was Union Home Minister Amit Shah interacting with the BSF personnel as he launched barracks for women as well. He in fact hailed the role BSF played in Operation Sindoor, talking about how they have secured deterrence for India across the borders. Let's take a listen as to what Home Minister said on BSF's role in Operation Sindoor.
कुल मिलाकर बीएसएफ जिन सीमाओं की चौकी करती है, निगरानी करती है, वो सीमाओं पर 360 बैरक 200 करोड़ के खर्चे से बनने थे। ये समाप्त होने के बाद हमारी बेटियों के लिए यहाँ ड्यूटी करना बहुत सुविधापूर्ण होगा। मैं बीएसएफ के जवानों का ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान जो प्रदर्शन रहा उसकी भी भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा करना चाहता हूं।
All right, we're now shifting focus. The U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has now given out a statement on the Iran deal. He says it could take place as the U.S. has now launched fresh strikes on port cities in the southern part of the country. In fact, U.S. Secretary of State went on to claim that negotiating a deal with Iran could take a few days, quashing hopes for an imminent end to this conflict, which has been now going on for almost 3 months. Now, in fact, this comes after U.S. forces conducted what Washington calls the defensive strikes in southern Iran. Now, the straits have to be open. They're going to be open one way or the other is what The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, in fact, said as the strikes were conducted in the southern part of the country. Now, what essentially the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio is now hinting that there are negotiations going on, but the points of contention, the points of disagreements still remain between the two sides, and either they could come up with a deal that in fact favors the United States, or there will be no deal. Now, essentially, US drawing red lines as far as negotiations go with Iran. In fact, let's listen in.
Well, look, I think our position is well stated. The president had a very important, I think, historic call just a couple days ago with a number of leaders from the region. I think there's strong alignment and agreement on what a preliminary draft should look like. I think that, like anything with something like this, it's going to take a couple days to settle on, even down to the disagreements over a word, sentence. So we'll have to work through that. If there's going to be a deal, we're going to have to work through that. But this is, it's either going to be a good deal or there isn't going to be one.
And viewers, just when it seems that guns have fallen silent, the missiles are back as tensions escalate in West Asia. Now, even as Iran's top negotiators sat across the table in Doha, the United States launched fresh strikes inside Iran. Now, Washington calls the strikes or the missile sites being hit at the moment as self-defense, while Tehran calls it aggression. And hours later, Donald Trump raised the stakes further with a direct warning on Iran's enriched uranium stockpile. So questions emerge. Is this pressure for peace or opening of a new phase of conflict? Here's the report. Take a look. The ceasefire may still be standing, but the calm is not. In a fresh escalation, the US targeted Iran's south, near the strategic port of Bandar Abbas. According to US Central Command, the strikes targeted missile sites and boats allegedly attempting to place mines. Washington calls it self-defense, saying the action was taken to protect American troops while claiming restraint remains in place. Iran responded by activating air defense systems. Explosions were reported around Bandar Abbas, a critical naval hub on the Strait of Hormuz. The timing is what makes this strike significant, because even as the missiles flew, Iran's negotiators were in Doha trying to keep a possible peace track alive.
Well, look, I think our position is well stated. The president had a very important, I think, historic call just a couple days ago with a number of leaders from the region. I think there's strong alignment and agreement on what a preliminary draft should look like. I think that, like anything with something like this, it's going to take a couple days to settle on, even down to the disagreements over a word, sentence. So we'll have to work through that. If there's going to be a deal, we're going to have to work through that. But this is, it's either going to be a good deal or there isn't going to be one.
Discussions included the Strait of Hormuz, Iran's enriched uranium stockpile, and sanctions relief. Then came Donald Trump's message: hand over enriched uranium or destroy it under international watch. A demand that signals Washington's core objective has not changed: limit Iran's nuclear capability while preventing a wider war. For now, the talks continue, but every new strike raises a bigger question: is diplomacy buying time or running out of it? All right, viewers, now shifting focus, singer Honey Singh is now advocating for anti-drug in Punjab. Now, this comes after he joined the BJP's campaign for anti-drug in the state. In fact, he met with BJP National General Secretary Tarun Chugh as well. He says drugs are ruining families and youth in the state. Punjab must be saved from this. Now, BJP's Tarun Chugh, in fact, said that Honey Singh is a son of Punjab who has made a name for himself worldwide. I've requested Honey Singh to use his songs and words to motivate the youth of the Punjab to give up drugs. He has promised me that we will save Punjab, and if Honey Singh can make a comeback, so can you. Now, that's a statement coming in from BJP's Tarun Chugh. Let's listen in as to what is the message from the singer.
ਗੱਲ ਜੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਆਪਣਾ ਹੀ ਹਨੀ ਸਿੰਘ ਮੈਂ ਅੱਜ ਤਰੁਣ ਜੀ ਕੋਲ ਆਇਆ ਸੀਗਾ ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਸਾਂਝੀਆਂ ਕਰਾਂ ਸਰ ਨਾਲ
ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨਾਲ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ, ਸਪੈਸ਼ਲੀ ਚਿੱਟੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਫੈਮਿਲੀਜ਼ ਬਰਬਾਦ ਹੋ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਜਿੰਨੇ ਸਾਰਾ ਯੂਥ ਬਰਬਾਦ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਬਾਰੇ ਸੋਚ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਚਿੱਟੇ ਤੋਂ ਦੂਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਤੇ ਸਰ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਕਾਫੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਸਰ ਨੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਸਾਰੀ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ।
ਯੋ ਹਨੀ ਸਿੰਘ ਇੱਕ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ ਬੇਟਾ ਜਿਨੇ ਪੂਰੇ ਵਿਸ਼ਵ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਆਪਣਾ ਨਾਂ ਰੋਸ਼ਨ ਕੀਤਾ। ਬਾਲੀਵੁੱਡ ਹੋਵੇ ਜਾਂ ਹੁਣ ਹਾਲੀਵੁੱਡ ਦੀ ਯਾਤਰਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। ਬਹੁਤ ਇੰਸਪਾਇਰਿੰਗ ਲਾਈਫ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਆਦਮੀ ਹਾਈਟ ਤੇ ਪਹੁੰਚਦਾ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਗਲਤ ਸੰਗਤ 'ਚ ਪੈਣ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਉਹ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਉਹ ਸੰਗਤ 'ਚੋਂ ਨਿਕਲਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ 8 ਸਾਲ ਤਪੱਸਿਆ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਫਿਰ ਰਿਟਰਨ ਬੈਕ ਕਰਦਾ ਔਰ ਫਿਰ ਸਿੰਗਿੰਗ ਦੀ ਲਾਈਨ 'ਚ ਨੰਬਰ 1 ਪਹੁੰਚਦੇ। ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨਸ਼ਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਮਾਰ 'ਚ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਚਿੱਟਾ ਜਾਂ ਟੀਕੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਲੋਕ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਛੱਡਣ ਔਰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਬਰਬਾਦ ਹੋਈ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ। ਗੁਰੂਆਂ ਪੀਰਾਂ ਪੈਗੰਬਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਧਰਤੀ ਮੇਰਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ, 5 ਦਰਿਆਵਾਂ ਦੀ ਧਰਤੀ ਮੇਰਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ। ਅੱਜ ਉੱਥੇ ਚਿੱਟੇ ਦਾ ਦਰਿਆ ਵਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦਰਿਆ ਸੁਨਾਮੀ ਬਣ ਕੇ ਮੇਰੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਜਵਾਨੀ ਨੂੰ ਖਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਅਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਹਨੀ ਸਿੰਘ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਨਿਵੇਦਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਜ਼ੁਬਾਨ ਤੋਂ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਜ਼ੁਬਾਨ 'ਤੇ ਮਾਂ ਸਰਸਵਤੀ ਦਾ ਆਸ਼ੀਰਵਾਦ ਹੈ, ਭੋਲੇ ਬਾਬਾ ਦਾ ਆਸ਼ੀਰਵਾਦ ਹੈ, ਗੁਰੂਆਂ ਦਾ ਆਸ਼ੀਰਵਾਦ ਹੈ, ਤਾਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਜ਼ੁਬਾਨ ਦੇ ਰਾਹੀਂ, ਆਪਣੀ ਬਾਣੀ ਰਾਹੀਂ, ਆਪਣੀ ਸਿੰਗਿੰਗ ਰਾਹੀਂ, ਆਪਣੇ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਂ ਰਾਹੀਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਚਿੱਟੇ ਤੋਂ, ਹਸ਼ੀਸ਼ ਤੋਂ, ਸਮੈਕ ਤੋਂ ਨਿਕਲਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਪ੍ਰੇਰਿਤ ਕਰਨ ਔਰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨੂੰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਵਾਅਦਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨੂੰ ਬਚਾਉਣਾ ਔਰ ਆਪਣੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਦੇ ਤਜਰਬੇ ਤੋਂ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਹਨੀ ਸਿੰਘ ਉਸ ਦਲਦਲ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਆ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ ਹਰ ਬੱਚਾ ਆ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ। ਜੇ ਹਨੀ ਸਿੰਘ ਵਾਪਸ ਕਮ ਬੈਕ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਬੱਚਿਓ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਹਨੀ ਸਿੰਘ ਬਣ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜੇ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ, ਕੋਈ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ 6 ਮਹੀਨੇ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਰਹਿ ਗਈ ਜਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਉਹ ਨਸ਼ੇ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਆ ਸਕਦੇ ਤੇ
Now, viewers, in the case of Twisha Sharma's death, the SIT team has now reached the crime scene along with the accused and husband of Twisha, Samad Singh. This comes after the SIT interrogated Samad for about 3 to 4 hours. He was grilled, and this was at the spot visited by the team in the same house where there is a temporary gym at the exact location where Twisha died. Now, during the interrogation, Samad claimed that he was in Sehor while he was absconding. In fact, the above recreation happened before the CBI has now taken over the investigation. Watch this exclusive report.
Last night, the SIT team reached Giribala's residence. The SIT team took Samarth to the crime scene. Republic was at ground zero while the SIT team reached the location.
समर्थ सिंह को लेकर एसआईटी की जो टीम है वो समर्थ के घर पे पहुंच रही है। एसआईटी की टीम यहां पर जो है स्पॉट विजिट या फिर आप कहें कि सीन रिक्रिएशन जो है वो करने के लिए पहुंची है। इससे पहले जो एसआईटी की टीम ने 3:30 बजे से 8 बजे तक करीब 3.5 घंटे समर्थ से पूछताछ की और पूछताछ का देखिए ये समर्थ है और एसआईटी के जो मेंबर्स हैं वो साथ में हैं। अब यहाँ घर पर स्पॉट विजिट या जो कहते हैं सीन रिक्रिएट जो है वो पुलिस द्वारा किया जाएगा। ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं समर्थ के घर की, जहाँ पर की एसआईटी की टीम जो है उन्हें लेकर पहुंची हो चुकी है। इसी घर में समर्थ है वो यहाँ पर जो है समर्थ का ही घर है, यहाँ पर लेके पहुंची है।
The investigation continued for more than 2 hours. The crime scene recreation was done by the SIT team before the handover to CBI for further investigation.
All right, viewers, now U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is on a 4-day visit to India. Rubio's itinerary, however, has sparked the curiosity of many, including retired Major General G.D. Bakshi, who has raised several interesting points. Take a look at this report as he takes a look at the visit of Marco Rubio.
We were given orders to invest in the United States, and like most of the other countries of the world, we have complied. Now the itinerary of Marco Rubio is very curious. He didn't start with New Delhi. He went first to Calcutta. Why to Calcutta, sir? Donald Trump has more or less killed the Quad. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State from the United States, is in India on a visit which is being characterized as damage control. The India-America relationship has gone through a great amount of turmoil, uncertainty and flux. We are supposed to be the defining partnership of the 21st century, though that is the hype. The facts on the ground are that America singled out India and Brazil for imposing 50% tariffs, right? 145% had been imposed on China. China gave it right back and stopped the rare earths. And with that leverage, they had to, climb down from the tariff horse at once. But the countries then singled out for singular punishment via this new route of tariffs were India and Brazil. What explains the choice of India and Brazil? BRICS. These are the pillars of the BRICS. And the United States wanted to drive the BRICS underground, drive the BRICS into the ground. They see it as a huge threat, a threat to dollar dominance, a threat to America's ability to kick third world states around. Third world states like Venezuela, like Cuba, like Iran. Kick them around, right? And unfortunately, we found that to an extent, the American threat seemed to have worked. And we had a very muted foreign ministers conference of the BRICS, one of the most powerful organizations in the world, held in New Delhi, which was blanked out of the Indian media. The Indian media was covering domestic affairs and, all sorts of criminal cases here and there. They had very little time for BRICS. What a contrast to what had happened during the G20. We also had that presidency, rotational presidency for 1 year, and we made it like it's been for life, conferred upon us for life, and my God, the razzmatazz, there was no end. BRICS foreign ministers meeting was such a marked contrast. Why are we trying our best to be servile? I'm sorry, there is no other word. Why do we have to try to, accord to every little wish of Donald Trump? He doesn't like BRIC, disband it. Sorry, sir, it is the savior of the world from the mad shenanigans of a bull in a China shop called Donald J. Trump. He has destroyed the global economy, given it a catastrophic shock, the worst energy shock since oil was discovered, right? The world is heading for a recession, teetering on the brink of a depression if the stupid war of choice continues for a month more, 2 months more, and we will be entering the zone of a dangerous depression, global depression. Caused by whom? Donald Trump. A great achievement for which he must get the Nobel Peace Prize, for impoverishing the world, for making 350, hapless people in the third world face famine next year. Because not only have you choked 22% of the Gulf's oil and energy, you've also stopped 32% of the outflow of fertilizers. And that, in the sowing season, has very adversely impacted global agriculture, including in the United States, where the price of fertilizers, urea, has gone up by 42%. And if America thought that it would make one hell of a big profit out of screwing the world, impoverishing the world, well, let me also inform you.
Now here's amid tactical drills and multinational training at Exercise Pragati 2026. The Indian Army's four-legged warriors added a distinctive and powerful dimension to the exercise. Army dogs trained alongside troops from friendly foreign countries, showcasing their role in modern military operations and enhancing interoperability in multinational environment. From IED detection and tracking to interventions operations, the K9 teams demonstrated how trained military dogs remain an invaluable asset in the high-risk operational scenarios. Now, the display included Alan, a Belgian assault dog, Victor, a Rampur Hound tracker dog, and Dio, a Labrador explosive detection dog. Now, each showcased a specialized skill set reflecting the versatility, discipline, and mission readiness of Indian Army K9 teams. A key highlight was the participation of India's indigenous breed, the Rampur Hound, represented by Victor, known for climatic adaptability, resilience, and disease resistance. Indigenous breeds, in fact, are increasingly being integrated into operational roles, strengthening the Indian Army's move towards self-reliance under Atmanirbhar Bharat approach. Now, the K9 warriors also demonstrated their operational relevance across varied terrains, from deserts to glaciers, underlining their adaptability and effectiveness in diverse conditions. Whether detecting explosives, tracking hostile movement, or supporting intervention teams, these dogs bring speed, instinct, courage, and loyalty to the battlefield.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
Character, the taste of success.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink, and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen,
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
in fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Bharadwaj, and viewers, in the Centre versus Delhi Gymkhana tussle, a third petition has been filed. We're getting you all the details. Here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Sources inform Republic that the belt which was used by Twisha to allegedly commit a suicide was not given to the EAMS team during the second autopsy. CBI begins the probe in Twisha's unnatural death case. A CBI SIT has now met with Twisha's family members. Delhi High Court issues notice in Gymkhana case, asks all parties concerned to file a reply within the next 8 weeks. Centre not budging on eviction. Congress power tussle in Karnataka continues as High Command meeting remains underway in New Delhi. Sources have informed Republic that only a cabinet reshuffle is likely to take place in Karnataka without any change to the chief ministerial face. AIADMK experiencing a major political exodus with 3 MLAs defecting to the TVK. For the 16th time since 2017, rape convict Ram Rahim Singh given parole for 30 days. We were starting first with a fresh breaking development that comes in from West Bengal's North 24 Parganas district, where more than 100 Bangladeshi nationals have allegedly lined up to leave the state. Now, all the illegally entered Bangladeshi immigrants have gathered at the Hakimpur border checkpost in the North Parganas to return to Bangladesh. Now, this development comes amid a renewed crackdown on illegal immigration and follows recent calls for the identification of the undocumented Bangladeshi nationals residing in India's West Bengal. Now, similar scenes were also witnessed earlier during the SIR exercise, and now after the opening of the holding centres and the tough stance that's been taken by the Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari-led government against illegal Bangladeshi immigrants. Fresh gatherings are now being reported from the border areas of the illegal migrants. These are the visuals on your screens of all the undocumented illegal migrants, Bangladeshi immigrants who are now lined up at the border, over hundreds of them, to leave India's borders. Let's go straight to the latest visuals that are coming in. This is the latest visual that we're bringing to you. In fact, we're also being joined by Major Samarpal too to get us more updates into the matter. Major Toor, thanks very much for speaking to Republic. You know, a BJP government has begun what they were speaking about, a huge national security threat, illegal Bangladeshi immigrants now being sent back, at least hundreds of them, what we're being told by our Republic Bangla newsroom, have lined up at the Hakimpur border.
See, what we are witnessing right now is the incompetency of the previous government and administrations. And then it's not only them, even the border security and administrative failure. This is the proof. This is the political incentives which were offered to these people. That is why they were there on the Indian soil illegally. This is what Mamata Banerjee did. This is what her goons did.
Yeah.
This is what everybody is involved here. It is not, it is very easy to criticize Bangladesh. But the reason why the Bangladeshi wants to come to India is because we are a developing economy. We are doing well. They want to move towards a progressive country.
Yeah.
Understandable, but come through legal means. Now to remain in power, the political administration of Bengal is responsible for this.
Yeah.
They encouraged it. It was them who kept Mamata Banerjee in power for n number of years at the cost of security and development of the state.
Right.
So who's going to be answerable?
Major
The border security?
Yes.
The administration? The governments? I am not saying BJP itself. In 2016 is just an example. When I had gone for my low intensity conflict ops training, when we were inserted into the jungles up to 30 kilometers in depth by helicopters, we came across multiple pockets of illegal Bangladeshi migrants who were staying illegally in the jungles, where there was no electricity. You could not reach in one day at these locations, and they were proper camps. They did not even have electricity.
Major Toor,
they
also,
only resided near water bodies.
Yes.
So this has been a collective failure. Bangladesh has failed to control its own people, and the influx, the Bangladesh border guards have failed to do their duty. And simultaneously, why was it that the BSF failed to counter and stop these illegal Bangladeshis?
Yeah.
What was stopping them from disallowing them from entering India? So corruption is involved, local mafia is involved, goons are involved. The most damaging aspect of this has been the brokers who had been facilitating and providing fake Aadhaar cards. They should be the ones tried by the law and be given life imprisonment. It is at the cost of their corruption and the money that they have made at the hands of these illegal immigrants that it has come to chaos in West Bengal. And now they want to go back because the legal parameters have been laid, the rules have been laid, SIR practice has been carried out for the voting, the results said it all, and now these Bangladeshis want to go back to Bangladesh. Now the big question is, what if the Bangladesh government denies, because there is no authenticity or paperwork to prove they are Bangladeshis or they are Indians? Who are they? So the fight is just beginning. And this is the burden that India has to bear till there is no consensus or there is no decision regarding these people. So
Right.
I think it is time that India has a meeting, the top brass has a meeting with the Bangladesh political top brass, and they come to a conclusive statement, a joint statement where Bangladesh should accept these illegal immigrants back.
Right. Major Tour, in fact, you have served the army. You've spent so many years, like you said, in jungles, looking at these areas closely. I also want to understand from you, what does this mean for our national security going forward? You have listed some of the most precarious reasons for why this issue erupted in the first place. But the fact that now they're being sent back, the BJP has taken that accord. What does this mean for our national security going forward? And also they're looking to fence the borders that are formed, with Bangladesh. So what is this going to take our national security to next?
You see, this is the undoing of Bangladesh itself. It kept sleeping, it kept sending in the illegal immigrants despite knowing that they are Bangladeshis. They themselves have brought it upon themselves that India is compelled now to set up fences at the borders like how we have against the Pakistanis and against the Chinese. We have to fence our borders now. They do not have any choice or any stone unturned for the Indian top brass or our government and our administration. This was going, it had already spiraled out of control. It is just because the SIR practice came into place that the voting was possible in West Bengal. Had SIR not come into place, had not done its job properly, probably Mamata Banerjee would have, she had already sold out West Bengal at the behest of keeping her seat and her power and a political stature intact. It was the goons who were calling the shots. It was the money which was coming in through Bangladesh. It was the narcotics and the trade and trafficking of humans and animals and cattle that kept going on. The mafias were formed. The networks have been created. There was not a single platform which protested, objected, or brought them to justice or law. But keeping quiet is a sense of giving approval. That is exactly what the Mamata government did. And she is the one now who's to be answerable to these visuals that we are seeing today.
Yeah, definitely.
So there has to be accountability. BJP has to come strict onto this. But yes, at the same time, dignity and respect has to be meted out to these illegal immigrants. We have to be humane, fair and just and look after them. But we have to also ensure that they are rightfully and lawfully, they are sent back to Bangladesh, and such a blunder does not repeat itself ever in the history of India.
Right. Definitely. Major Toor, thanks very much for speaking to Republic and for getting us, the lowdown of this situation that's unfolding in Bangladesh. We will continue the conversation when we track the story next. For now, viewers, shifting focus and coming back to what's happening in the national capital. Now, the government, on top of petitioning and asking the Delhi Gymkhana to be evicted, is also preparing to take over the Delhi racecourse land, which lies next to the Air Force Station in Lutyens in Delhi. Now, Delhi High Court has provided major relief to the central government in the Delhi Racecourse Clubland dispute by lifting a single judge stay on the eviction proceedings. A division bench allowed the government to proceed with the legal process to vacate the 150-acre land in Lutyens, Delhi, located near the Prime Minister's residence and also right next to the Air Force Station in Lutyens, Delhi. So that's the latest that we're learning in. Now, in fact, our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor joins us on the broadcast to get us more details into the matter. Abhishek, where on one hand the Gymkhana fight remains on, petitions are being filed. The race course has now come in the government's hand. It's right next to the Air Force Station and also very close to the Prime Minister's residence. What more can we expect from this?
Well, you see, what the government sources are telling us is that this is just a piece with the larger plan or project of reimagining Lutyens, Delhi to accommodate the government of the day. When the Lutyens, Delhi was planned, conceived and executed even before independence, the government was limited. It was oriented towards sustaining the British Raj and the imperial administration. But subsequently, the government has grown a lot. There have been some nip and tuck. There has been some nip and tuck job that has happened in piecemeal manner over the last few decades, but never in the manner that it has been done now. So be it the new parliament building or the Kartavya Bhavans coming up, the renaming of many of those lanes that carried a colonial legacy, the putting up of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose statue at India Gate, where once George V statue stood, and then of course Lutyens himself, his bust removed from the Rashtrapati Bhavan. So in continuation or in continuity with that, we are seeing the government looking at the Delhi Gymkhana and sources telling us the possibility of taking over the racecourse also. A stay on which was lifted by a division bench of the Delhi High Court, as you rightly mentioned. So while on procedural grounds, a reprieve has been given to the club today in the proceedings that took place, this might be a temporary reprieve, and sources tell us that once the process is complete and due process and procedure is followed as per the instructions of the Honorable High Court, we would see the government moving in, because it's very clear that for its defense needs, the government needs both the Delhi Gymkhana club premises, 27 acres of that, which is sandwiched between defense facilities on the one side and the Prime Minister's residence. Of course, even that's moving out from there. But if you remove the Prime Minister's residence, which is in process, it's going to be going in the Rashtrapati Bhavan estate in some time. And then if you look at the continuity of the Delhi Gymkhana, the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg campus, and then of course the Air Force Station, in between you have the race course. Those who understand the topography of Lutyens Delhi would understand. And that becomes a very contiguous zone of for the defense establishment, and that's what being planned for. And that's why after the Delhi Gymkhana is taken, once due process is followed and completed, the government believes that with the lifting of the stay by the Delhi High Court today, they can make a move on the race course land as well.
Right, Abhishek. Thanks for getting us a lowdown on the situation. And for now, viewers, we're shifting focus to another facet of the same case. Now, the Delhi High Court has issued a notice to the central government on a petition challenging the order to vacate the Delhi Gymkhana Club. Now, the court directed the centre to file its response within 8 coming weeks. The Delhi High Court also issued notice on suits filed by club members, the Staff Welfare Association and others who've been challenging the centre's direction to vacate the club premises by the 5th of June. Now, Republic has exclusively accessed the government order that was served to the Delhi Gymkhana Club, the club that's over 100 years old and is now being eyed by the central government. An eviction notice has also been issued, and the High Court has now intervened in the matter. They have now said that 8 weeks has been given to both the sides, the government and the club members, to file their responses. In fact, the court has directed the centre to especially file its response at the earliest possible. The Delhi High Court issued the notice on suits also that were filed by club members, the Staff Members Association and others who've been challenging the centre's direction to vacate the club premises by the 5th of June. Now, Sarthak, my colleague, has been tracking the story. He joins us live on the broadcast. Sarthak, what more details are you picking up in the case?
Well, Gesu, the latest is that the Delhi High Court has summoned all the parties in this particular matter. They have been given 8 weeks' time to file replies. A petition was filed by Vijay Khurana, who happens to be a member of Delhi Gymkhana. The petition was filed by his counsel, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, in this particular matter. His main argument was that the notice that was served to the members of the Delhi Gymkhana was to evict the property within 15 days, and they were taking into consideration clause 4 of the lease agreement, the perpetual lease agreement of the Delhi Gymkhana that was formed, I think, in 1928. That is the pre-colonial era. So that was the time when this lease agreement was formed, and the clause 4 that is mentioned in the lease agreement says that the centre can initiate any action and can enter the property if for a public purpose. And this was the one thing that was mentioned repeatedly by Abhishek Manu Singhvi, that the public purpose that has been defined under clause 4 and that has been reiterated in the notice that was served by the centre to the members of the Delhi Gymkhana. It does not really clarify and does not really define what public purposes are being mentioned over here. It has to be pointed out that the arguments of the centre was that it is a sensitive area for the defence as well, and that is the reason, that is the primary reason why it is required for the members of the Delhi Gymkhana to evict the place and to take that property completely under the control of the government. Also, there were arguments made against the government being the lessor and the lessee in the same equation. So that is something also very unfair. So these are the arguments that have taken place so far. 8 weeks time have been given to all the members of the who are member to this particular suit. The responses, they will be filing responses within that 8 weeks. What will happen on the next date of hearing? Will an adverse order be passed against the members of the Delhi Gymkhana, or an order will be passed in their favour? This is only time will tell. Gezu.
Right, Sarthak. Thanks for getting us those details. In fact, let's also quickly listen in to our colleague Ishan, who has in fact spoken to one of the petitioners, Major Atul, in the case. Let's listen into what he has to say on the matter.
It has to be understood that this club, when it was first established, purchased their own land, and it was approximately 6,000 rupees. That was the cost of the land at that time. And it was contributed by the first group of members who set up this club. At that time, there was no such thing as a sale deed to be prepared for any government land. And therefore, a nominal lease deed was prepared, and it was also clarified that it is a perpetual lease, which tantamounts to being or showing that it is the ownership of this company that was established at that time. So technically, we are owners of this land, and it is not on lease in the real sense. Yes, today there is a lease deed. We cannot deny that, because that is what the order was at that stage when the club was first established.
A petition was filed in the Delhi High Court after an eviction notice was served at the Gymkhana club to evict the place in 15 days. We have the member of Gymkhana Club, Shivam Bhagat, with us to shed some light of what all transpired at the court. So please first tell me, how do you see this relief, the order that has been passed by the court?
There's considerable relief. The court took everyone's points on record. We had two plaints, one on the side of the members and one on the side of the workers. And the Solicitor General himself submitted that there will be no forceful entry on June 5th, and the due process of law will be followed. So it is reasonable relief, but there's a long road ahead.
And what was the mention about the lease agreement of the colonial era lease agreement regarding Gymkhana?
It's a perpetual lease, but the matters of law will be given. Points will be only can be answered by the legal team. I don't want to take liberty to answer that.
Okay, and if you could just tell us what all arguments specifically made by Abhishek Manu Singhvi regarding the way the notice was not served and in a clear manner, it was pretty vague, and the way the members were expected to leave the Gymkhana club.
Yeah, we said that it was a shock then that we have to leave in 13 days. It's a 100-year-old club. I have also followed rules. Everyone has to follow rules. I am a reciprocal member. My parents are members. My grandparents were members. I had crossed the age of 21, so I had to apply from another club to get membership. So these are rules. Everyone was following rules. Dr. Singhvi just, you can see the order. The order will be released soon, and you can see what all arguments he's made.
Viewers, now shifting focus to another breaking development. A passenger bus belonging to Air India has caught on fire on the ORR service line at the Peda Amberpet in Hyderabad. Now, fire tender vehicles have reached the spot and controlled the fire as of now. Take a look at the visuals. Huge plumes of smoke coming out, billowing out of the passenger bus belonging to Air India. Preliminary assessment is now underway. In fact, it says that there was a spark in the engine of the AC unit that caused the fire, and the bus was en route from Shamshabad Airport Workshop to Autonagar for servicing. Now, fueled by the intense heat, the fire spread rapidly, completely gutting the entire bus, like you can see in the visuals on your screens. Now, acting swiftly, the cleaner and the driver jumped out of the bus. In fact, they were the only two present inside the bus at the time of the mishap, and they have jumped out unhurt. And they've escaped from the bus. Only the driver, in fact, was inside the bus at the time of the fire, and he escaped unhurt. Now, these are the visuals that are coming in from Hyderabad. A passenger bus belonging to Air India that was out to get serviced caught on fire at the ORR service line at Peda Amberpet in Hyderabad. In fact, fire tender vehicles reached the spot. They controlled the fire. In fact, preliminary assessment that was ongoing in the case says that there may be a spark in the engine or the AC unit of the bus that caused the fire to erupt. In fact, the bus was en route from the Shamshabad Airport Workshop to Autonagar for servicing. And this, in fact, the preliminary report also says that the fire could have been fueled by the intense heat and rising temperatures. The fire then spread rapidly, completely gutting the bus. These are some dramatic visuals that are coming in, and at the time of the fire, fortunately, only the driver was inside the bus who escaped unhurt. Viewers, that's all that we could wrap for you in this edition of the News Bulletin. Don't go anywhere. News and updates continue on the other side on Republic TV. In fact, we also get you how the sources have now informed Republic that the belt which Trisha allegedly used to commit a suicide was not given to the EAM's team during the second autopsy as well. So major lapses remaining in the case. This and a lot more on the other side.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा राजा और प्योर मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this?
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Sources inform Republic that the belt with which Twisha allegedly committed suicide was not given to the EAM's team during the second autopsy. CBI begins probing Twisha's unnatural death. CBI team investigates and scans Giribala's residence. High Court issues notice in Gymkhana case, asks all the parties concerned to file reply within 8 weeks. Centre not budging on eviction. Congress power tussle in Karnataka continues as High Command meeting underway in the capital. Sources inform Republic that only a cabinet reshuffle likely to take place in Karnataka without any change in Chief Minister. For the 16th time since 2017, rape and murder convict Ram Rahim gets another parole for 30 days. Hello and welcome viewers. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, fresh developments are coming to light in Twisha Sharma case. This as CBI has now taken over the investigation from Bhopal police. In fact, it began its investigation with scanning Giribala's residence, the mother-in-law and the accused in the case. Today, a team, in fact, visited Giribala's residence to gather evidence from the crime spot, which is the terrace where Twisha allegedly committed suicide. Now, in fact, CBI team also scanned the entire residence of Giribala, who's the accused in the case. Now, we're getting you visuals from where the CBI team began its investigation. It is now starting from the scratch, re-registering the FIR and beginning with the investigation through scanning the house where the crime allegedly took place. Now, we're getting you visuals from Giribala's house. This is where a CBI team had earlier today visited to scan the crime spot and to gather evidence from the crime scene. In fact, not just that, CBI has also deepened investigation, meeting with Twisha's family as well to get the statements of the witnesses in this case. Now, remember, this comes as the court earlier had said that the families and the accused should not give out their statements to media, instead should get their versions recorded to CBI. So now, CBI now, in fact, deepening investigation into the case, going to the crime spot, gathering evidence, as well as talking to the witnesses and the accused to gather their versions of this crime. All right, now my colleague Shambhavi joins me with more details on this. Shambhavi, take us through as CBI now takes over this case. What we're looking at now? It first went to Giribala's residence to gather the evidence from the crime spot, and it is now also recording the statements from Twisha's family.
Well, yes, the CBI is starting the entire investigation from scratch, given that just yesterday, the Supreme Court had officially handed over the case to CBI, and the CBI has started with the re-registering of the case, which was earlier registered at the Katara Hills police station. From there, they also took custody of all the documents, of all the important files and documents that was earlier collected by the Katara Hills police station, by the MP police specifically. And then it started its physical investigation from scanning the house of Giribala Singh. It went on to record statements of both Siddharth Singh and as well as Giribala Singh. Siddharth Singh is the brother. We'll see if Swaraj Singh's statement was also recorded. He was one of the 3 people who helped bring Twisha Sharma's mortal remains downstairs that we saw in the CCTV footage that we were showing our viewers constantly. From there, they have now reached a place where Twisha Sharma's family has been staying, and they are now currently recording their statements on the case. We are just outside. We are constantly trailing CBI's movement. What is CBI up to now? Which part of the investigation is continuing at the moment? So they are now inside, and they are recording the statements of the brother, the mother, and the father, and anybody whose been associated with the entire investigation. Back to you, Shita.
Or in fact, Shambhavi, just a quick question. We are understanding that as far as investigation goes, even during the second post-mortem, the belt which is allegedly used in the suicide was not submitted to the EAM's team.
Well, unfortunately, yes, this is what has been confirmed by our sources, that the belt, that gymnastic rope, we are calling it a belt in this case, was not given during the first postmortem, was not handed over to the police for the longest time, even after the anticipatory bail. Giribala Singh was given anticipatory bail, and then it was handed over later. But then it was submitted by the police with the FSL team, and when it was needed by the EAMS Delhi team, EAMS Delhi doctors team, which was conducting the second postmortem, it couldn't reach them in time, and it was not accounted for. So a very, very crucial piece of evidence in a case which was not accounted for even in the first postmortem, neither in the first postmortem nor in the second postmortem. We'll see how CBI deals with this, how CBI tackles with this, and not only CBI. There are cases. There's a case, suo motu cognizance case, which is going on in the Supreme Court, and also there's another case which is set to take place tomorrow, which is the hearing of the cancellation of anticipatory bail of Giribala Singh. We'll see how law deals with such a huge fault or such a huge step that has been missed by the investigating team. Back to you, Shita.
All right, thanks Shambhavi for joining us. And now here's in fact another breaking news development coming to light at the Sava. All right, viewers, now these are protest visuals coming to light from Mumbai. This is over the goat shed, in fact, which has been installed in this colony right outside the Mira Road. And Hindu community, in fact, on your screen right now is protesting against a cow shed, a goat shed built inside the colony just before the celebration began for Bakri Eid. In fact, my colleague Satya Prakash joins with more details on this. Satya Prakash, do tell us what exactly is now unfolding on Mira Road as the Hindu community continues to protest over this goat shed which was built inside the colony.
देखिए, लगातार यहाँ पे हंगामा चल रहा है। लगातार डिमांड किया जा रहा है कि जो यहाँ पे जो अंदर जो सोसाइटी के अंदर बकरे हैं उसको निकाला जाए। बीएसपी और बजरंग दल कार्यकर्ता प्रदर्शन करें। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन चल रहा है। गेट के बाहर यहाँ पे मौजूद है। लगातार यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन शुरू हुआ है। लगातार एक ही डिमांड है कि बकरे को निकाला जाए। जो अंदर बकरा यहाँ मौजूद है उसको निकाला जाए और लगातार इसी को लेकर बीएसपी और बजरंग दल के कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन करें। तस्वीरें में दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन शुरू है और लगातार यहाँ पे पुलिस की टीम है और अंदर भी पुलिस की टीम है। लगातार यहाँ पे लॉ एंड ऑर्डर खराब ना हो इसको देखते हुए यहाँ पे पुलिस की तैनाती ज्यादा किया गया है। थोड़ी देर पहले काफी हंगामा हुआ यहाँ पर। कुछ कार्यकर्ताओं ने यहाँ पिग लेके आ गए और जिसके बाद पुलिस ने यहाँ पे पिग जो है यहाँ से लेके यहाँ से हटाया है। लेकिन काफी हंगामा अभी भी चल रहा है। लगातार कोशिश किया जा रहा है कि जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर है वो खराब ना हो। कहीं कहीं यहाँ पे लगातार सिचुएशन खराब होते जा रहा है और मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से यहाँ पे किस तरह से यहाँ पे हंगामा चल रहा है, किस तरह से मारपीट हो रहा है, किस तरह से मारा जा रहा है यहाँ पे। ये देखिए तस्वीरें देखिए किस तरह से मारा जा रहा है यहाँ पे, प्रदर्शन हो रहा है, पीटा जा रहा है यहाँ पे, लगातार प्रदर्शन हो रहा है। देखिए किस तरह से एक शख्स को पीटा जा रहा है यहाँ पर। लगातार प्रदर्शन चालू है और लगातार यहाँ पे ये देखिए तस्वीरें देखिए किस तरह से एक शख्स को यहाँ पर पिटाई कर दिया है। तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से यहाँ पे किस तरह से यहाँ पे देखिए किस तरह हंगामा चल रहा है, प्रदर्शन चल रहा है यहाँ पे। लगातार यहाँ हंगामा प्रदर्शन चल रहा है और यहाँ पर इसी तरह से प्रदर्शन हो रहा है। लगातार बीएसपी और बजरंग दल कार्यकर्ता प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। तस्वीरें देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पे हंगामा चल रहा है और बीएसपी और बजरंग दल कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। यहाँ पे किसी एक शख्स को यहाँ पर किसी एक शख्स की पिटाई हुई है और लगातार यहाँ पे बीएसपी और बजरंग दल कार्यकर्ता प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। देखिए तस्वीरें देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पे गेट के बाहर यहाँ प्रदर्शन चल रहा है। लगातार यहाँ पे बीएसपी और बजरंग दल कार्यकर्ता प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं।
जी सत्य प्रकाश, जैसे कि आपने बताया कि इस समय जो सिचुएशन है वो एस्केलेट हो रही है, क्लैशेस रिपोर्ट हो रहे हैं। इस समय हमें ये बताएं पुलिस की तरफ से कोई स्टेटमेंट आया है?
नहीं है। पुलिस लगातार कोशिश कर रही है कि जो सिचुएशन है उसको शांत करा जाए। लगातार किसी को भी यहाँ पे जो अंदर जो है यहाँ पे सोसाइटी के अंदर किसी को नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा है। लगातार यहाँ पर पुलिस की टीम मौजूद है। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से यहाँ पे पुलिस की टीम मौजूद है, गेट पे मौजूद है और लगातार अंदर किसी को जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा है। यहाँ पे बाहर गेट के बाहर प्रदर्शन शुरू है और अंदर जो है पुलिस मौजूद है, बाहर मौजूद है और कोई लॉ एंड ऑर्डर खराब ना हो इसको देखते हुए यहाँ पे भारी संख्या में पुलिस बल तैनात किए गए हैं। बीएसपी और बजरंग दल कार्यकर्ता लगातार प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं और एक ही मांग है कि जो अंदर बिल्डिंग के अंदर बकरा बांध के रखा गया है उसको निकाला जाए। इसी मांग को लेकर यहाँ पर सुबह से ही प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं बीएसपी और बजरंग दल कार्यकर्ता और यहाँ पर लगातार प्रदर्शन शुरू है। तस्वीरें देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पे बीएसपी और बजरंग दल कार्यकर्ता लगातार यहाँ पे पहुंच रहे हैं और अभी थोड़ी देर पहले हंगामा हुआ है यहाँ पर और फिर से यहाँ पर इकट्ठा हो रहे हैं। गेट को बंद कर लिया गया है और लगातार यहाँ पुलिस जो है सिचुएशन को संभालने में लगी हुई है। जी
Right, Satya Prakash, police there trying to control the situation and restore some order outside this colony. But the question is that we're not just looking at the VHP workers or the Bajrang Dal workers who are participating in this protest, but also the Hindu community who lives inside this colony. They're also part of the protest and demanding that these goats be brought outside the colony.
देखिए बीएसपी और बजरंग दल कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पे लगातार प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, सुबह से प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। इनका एक ही मांग है कि यहाँ पे जो अंदर जो बकरा बांध के रखा गया उसको हटाया जाए। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन शुरू हुआ। पुलिस लगातार कोशिश कर रही है हटाने की, लेकिन ये हटने को तैयार नहीं है। क्या साथों से कहना है कि यहाँ पे जो अंदर बकरा है उसको निकाला जाए। उसको जब तक निकाला नहीं जाता तब तक यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन शुरू रहेगा। यहाँ पे थोड़ी देर पहले यहाँ हंगामा हुआ और यहाँ पे कुछ कार्यकर्ता जो है पिग लेके पहुंच गए थे और जो कि जैसे पुलिस ने देखा वैसे यहाँ से पिग को हटाया है और यहाँ पर जो है सिचुएशन शांत करने की कोशिश कर रही है पुलिस। लगातार कोशिश किया जा रहा है कि जो सिचुएशन है उसको शांत किया जाए, लेकिन यहाँ पे लगातार प्रदर्शन शुरू है, लगातार यहाँ पे विरोध हो रहा है और यहाँ पे जो भी लोग पहुंच रहे हैं बीएसपी और बजरंग दल कार्यकर्ता लगातार एक ही डिमांड कर रहे हैं कि जो अंदर बकरा है उसको निकाला जाए। जब तक बकरा के अंदर से बाहर नहीं निकाला जाता तब तक यहाँ से हटने वाले नहीं है। जी
All right, Satya Prakash, thanks so much for joining us and getting us all the latest of what is unfolding on the Mira Road in Mumbai at the moment. And now viewers are moving on to another breaking news development we're getting at this moment from what's unfolding in Odisha. Now, a tragedy, in fact, has unfolded where several lives have been lost due to suffocation. Now, this incident unfolded in Odisha's Kalahandi district on Tuesday. This is after 6 people lost their lives in a suspected case of asphyxiation. Now, this happened inside an under construction septic tank. In fact, this was under M. Rampur area. The incident occurred while workers were reportedly removing centering materials from newly constructed septic tank. Now, this is a breaking news coming in at the moment, in fact, as 6 people have lost their lives. There are 6 workers who are apparently working in these septic tanks, and then their lives have now been lost due to suffocation. In fact, CM has also announced ex gratia in this, but the questions being raised over negligence and why safety equipment were not provided to these workers who are working under such extreme conditions. In fact, according to initial investigation, police suspect that these 6 workers lost their lives due to suffocation. All right, viewers, now shifting focus to what's happening in Northeast. Now, breaking news coming in at the moment from Manipur. Residents of Chekon staged a sit-in protest today at New Chekon Bazaar, demanding that the government for military crackdown against the Kuki groups. Now, we are looking at escalation as far as ethnic conflict is concerned, and the protest here was organized by Kokumi at New Chekon and Kongba Makha Bazaar. Speaking to Republic, a protester from the New Chekon also appealed to the central government to end the ongoing violence in the state. Now remember, the past few years, in fact, Manipur has witnessed several instances of ethnic violence, but for the last 1 year, we are looking at several attempts by the government of the day to restore calm. Now, one of the protesters, in fact, also demanded the safe release of 6 Naga hostages held captive by the Kuki groups and later claimed as missing. She also highlighted that cases of missing persons during the ongoing conflict. The protesters further appealed to implement the NRC in Manipur. Now, these are visuals of the protest, in fact, unfolding in Manipur as several communities now demand a crackdown on armed Kuki groups. They're also calling for the government's intervention in this case. Now we're looking at a protest staged at New Chekon Bazaar in Manipur, which is demanding that the government goes for a military crackdown against these armed Kuki groups who have been, in fact, engaging in kidnapping several people from the other community. Now, the protesters are also demanding the safe release of Naga hostages, which have been held captive by the Kuki groups, and later they've been claimed as missing. In fact, we have been trying to speak to these protesters on the ground, and one of the protesters told us, highlighting the cases which have come to light of missing persons during the ongoing conflict. The protester further appealed to implement NRC in Manipur. All right, my colleague Linthoy now joins with more details on this. Linthoy, take us through the details of this protest which is unfolding at the moment in Manipur. What is the demand of these protesters? They're asking for a military crackdown, it seems, on the Kuki groups.
This protest is being seen as one of the biggest breakthroughs by the security forces in recent times here in Manipur. So, the protest actually focus on the demand of military crackdown in this Kuki militant areas, and also and also they have been demanding for the NRC implementation in Manipur. And also the demand for the release of the 6 Naga hostages who were held captive by the Kuki militants since May 13th. Who has here the Kuki groups have been claiming that the 6 Naga hostages were not on their custody; they have been missing. So this is the point here. Yeah, back to you.
All right, Lintoy, thanks so much for joining us and giving us details of what is exactly unfolding in the Manipur at the moment. And now we are shifting focus to what's happening in West Asia. Now, even as tensions escalate today, United States launched strikes on Iran in the southern part of the country. Now, several port cities were hit during this attack. Washington calls it self-defense. Tehran calls it aggression. And this happening even as negotiators met across the table in Doha. So the question is, will diplomacy win? Will peace prevail? Or we are looking at a resuming of military action again in West Asia. Take a look at this report. The ceasefire may still be standing, but the calm is not. In a fresh escalation, the US targeted Iran's south, near the strategic port of Bandar Abbas. According to US Central Command, the strikes targeted missile sites and boats allegedly attempting to place mines. Washington calls it self-defense, saying the action was taken to protect American troops while claiming restraint remains in place. Iran responded by activating air defense systems. Explosions were reported around Bandar Abbas, a critical naval hub on the Strait of Hormuz. The timing is what makes this strike significant, because even as the missiles flew, Iran's negotiators were in Doha trying to keep a possible peace track alive.
Well, look, I think our position is well stated. The president had a very important, I think, historic call just a couple days ago with a number of leaders from the region. I think there's strong alignment and agreement on what a preliminary draft should look like. I think that, like anything with something like this, it's going to take a couple days to settle on, even down to the disagreements over a word, sentence. So we'll have to work through that. If there's going to be a deal, we're going to have to work through that. But this is, it's either going to be a good deal or there isn't going to be one.
Discussions included the Strait of Hormuz, Iran's enriched uranium stockpile, and sanctions relief. Then came Donald Trump's message: hand over enriched uranium or destroy it under international watch. A demand that signals Washington's core objective has not changed: limit Iran's nuclear capability while preventing a wider war. For now, the talks continue, but every new strike raises a bigger question. Is diplomacy buying time or running out of it? Now, viewers, as tensions in West Asia continue to soar, economic shocks are being felt all around the world, and India too is now feeling the heat. For the fourth time in just about last 14 days, fuel prices have now been hiked. This time it is about over 2 rupees per litre. Petrol and diesel prices have now been hiked by the government. Take a look at this report giving you all the details of what is the current price looking like across the country.
While Indians are already paying higher kitchen essential costs when it comes to edible oil or your vegetables, which are a daily requirement in your kitchen, inflation worries and concerns across India have skyrocketed. And this has happened after the fourth price hike of petrol and diesel rates that has swept the country today on May 25th. It's been 11 days. And India and the common man living in India has already been hit with the fourth fuel price hike by rupees 2.61 when it comes to petrol and 2.71 when it comes to diesel prices across the country. Now, in the worst case scenario, which is truly the case in Hyderabad today on May 25th, is when commoners, travelers, Ola Uber drivers, Zomato Swiggy workers, all of them are paying about 115 rupees per litre for petrol in the city of Hyderabad. Now, let's go to Calcutta. In Calcutta, people are paying nearly 100 rupees 13 for petrol per litre. In Noida, where we are standing right now, ground zero, extremely close to Delhi, the national capital of our country, people are paying over rupees 100 per litre in terms of petrol prices and rupees 95 for diesel prices. Now, what's the ground impact is that people are fighting for survival, and it is truly the case when we look at Ola Uber drivers, when we have spoken to Zomato Swiggy workers, gig workers. So let's listen in to such conversations that will truly get you a sense of what is happening due to the fourth fuel price hike.
सर सभी को फर्क पड़ रहा है, सभी लोग परेशान हैं, पर क्या करें सर, गुजारा तो करना ही पड़ेगा ना। अब वही खाना पूर्ति हो रहा है बस, बाद बाकी कुछ नहीं है सर।
While the common man in India is truly suffering and reeling under the pressure of the latest round of fuel price hikes, which is about over 2 rupees for both petrol and diesel, the centre, or specifically the Petroleum Ministry's rationale behind these fuel price hikes is to aid OMCs, state-led oil marketing companies like BPCL, Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, to reduce their undercover losses that they have been facing over the past few months since Trump's war against Iran began, which was on February 28, just to give you a background and context behind the rising oil prices across the country. So after the second round of fuel price hikes across India, the losses of OMC stood at 750 crores per day, which is about 250 crores less from the 1,000 crore per day loss mark that OMCs were suffering as a result of high crude oil prices and supply chain issues. Listen in to what the Petroleum Ministry said today after the latest round of fuel price hikes.
वेस्ट एशिया क्राइसिस के चलते हमारे इंपोर्ट्स तो अफेक्टेड हैं, जैसे कि 40% ऑफ आर क्रूड इंपोर्ट, 90% of our LPG import, and almost 65% of our natural gas import. But all efforts have been made to ensure the smooth supplies of petroleum products within the country. और इसके चलते जैसा आप जानते हैं कि रिफाइनरी प्रोडक्शन LPG का इंक्रीज़ किया गया है, एंड इट इज़ टचिंग अराउंड 50,000 टन पर डे नाउ। रिटेल आउटलेट्स पर कुछ स्टेट्स के अंदर पैनिक बाइंग देखी जा रही है, जैसे कुछ डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स ऑफ गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र और यूपी। और जो मेन कारण एनालिसिस के बाद जो समझ में आ रहा है वो ये है कि कुछ तो एग्रीकल्चर डिमांड है, और इसके अलावा कुछ बल्क जो डिमांड है वो भी रिटेल आउटलेट्स पर शिफ्ट हुई है। इसके अलावा जो प्राइवेट सप्लायर्स थे उनकी डिमांड भी पब्लिक सेक्टर ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज के रिटेल आउटलेट्स पर शिफ्ट हुई है।
After the latest fuel price hikes that has swept the country on May 25th, Monday, which is today, OMC stocks have surged up to 6%. On the other hand, however, Zomato Swiggy delivery boys, these gig workers working 24 hours on ground, have seen a direct impact as a result of rising fuel prices. Listen in into how Trump's war with Iran is impacting the lives and daily wages and earnings of gig workers across India.
800 का काम कर रहे हैं, उसमें है ना, उसमें 300 रुपये का पेट्रोल फूक जा रहा है, 500 रुपये बच रहे हैं पूरे दिन काम करने में, फिर क्या ही है।
क्यों नहीं पड़ता, वो तो चाहे 1 रुपये बढ़ा या 2 रुपये, लेकिन आपको जो पोर्टर देगी वो अपना गिना चुना ही पैसा देगी।
After the fourth round of fuel price hikes swept the country, we also took note of India's top energy experts on what really it means for India's stock market, for India's common man, and is India actually staring at another round of fuel price hikes? Listen into their near-term predictions of what it truly means for an everyday Indian citizen amid rising petrol and diesel prices.
There will be some impact, of course, especially diesel prices will have some impact, but it is not a major impact which I foresee at this level of price increase, just because of the fuel price increase. My worry is more about the fiscal deficit, which in turn can cause inflation unless it is addressed. And because there is a lot of the fuel price changes which are being absorbed either by the oil companies or by the government, there can be a fiscal impact.
How is the latest round of fuel price hikes affecting you? Do you think it's justified?
It is very much justified. It's just that we have been shielded a lot by what's happening globally, and the prices could have been far higher. But India's refining strength, India is the 4th largest refiner in the world of crude oil, and therefore this refining strength has come to our as a savior to us. and we've been rescued by the abnormally high crude oil prices globally. We all are seeing what is happening across the world, and it's just...
Do you think it's not impacting anyone in India?
It is impacting people at the lower end of the economy. These things take time to really reflect on the real economy. So the price hikes which have been done now will actually begin to affect people around 2 months, and the economic indicators will start reflecting these hikes, the impact of these hikes.
Another common Indian, a very well-informed common Indian, I must add, who thinks that while there is requirement for the center or the petroleum ministry to be exact to sort of cushion the blow for the people in the lower pyramid of our country, including the gig workers who work for Zomato, Swiggy and so on and so forth. But it is definitely, he feels, it's partially justified, given that India is faring better than a lot of these other Asian economies such as Pakistan and Myanmar, who've seen approximately 80% fuel price hikes since the Israel-Iran-US war began in Feb 28.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
जब तक लाजवाब न बन जाए उसे नहीं इत्मीनान है, तभी तो रिचमंड बनना नहीं आसान है। आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Sources inform Republic that the alleged belt that Twisha had used allegedly has not been given to EAM's team during the second autopsy. CBI begins probing the Twisha unnatural death case. CBI SIT meets Twisha's family members. High Court issues notice in Gymkhana case, asking all parties concerned to file reply within 8 weeks. Centre not budging on eviction. Congress power tussle in Karnataka continues as High Command meet underway in New Delhi. Sources inform Republic that only a cabinet reshuffle is likely to take place in Karnataka without any change in CM. And for the 16th time since 2017, rape convict Ram Rahim is given parole for 30 days. All right, viewers, we start with the breaking news. Centre announcing a high-level panel on demography, the demographic change. Amit Shah has made a statement on infiltration, saying that infiltration is causing unnatural demographic change and that this issue is linked to national security, and henceforth one needs to... There is an initiative, you can say, Amit Shah, talking about infiltration causing demographic change. A panel is now being formed to study the impact of infiltration on population, the population shifts, examining the demographic change. Centre has announced a panel. We've seen that the centre, or the top leaders of the BJP, have been time and again issuing alerts on infiltration. Amit Shah, the Home Minister, particularly has been very, very vocal on the issue of infiltration. And now a high-level panel has been formed on demographic change. And that is the breaking news that we have on Republic TV. Centre announcing a high-level committee on demographic change. Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor joined us on the broadcast. For more, Abhishek, well, Amit Shah always has been very, very firm when it comes to the issue of infiltration. Now a panel will be formed. Who all will be part of this panel, and what will be their modus operandi?
Well, the panel has already been formed, Rakshita, and announced by Union Home Minister Amit Shah. It is to be headed by Justice Prakash Prabhakar Naulekar, retired judge, and it would include a Census Commissioner ex officio, along with D.S. Mishra, retired IS officer. He was Chief Secretary of Uttar Pradesh last, working with Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. Then Balaji Srivastava, a retired IPS officer, and Shamika Ravi, remember, she's a member of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council. She's going to be a member, and apart from that, a joint secretary in the Ministry of Home Affairs Foreigners Desk is going to be the ex officio secretary or member secretary of the commission or committee, the high-powered committee that would look into the issue of demographic change. And as the Union Home Minister says, demographic change is a serious issue linked not only to our sovereignty, but also to national security, law and order, profound changes in social structure and the preservation of tribal society. Now, remember, the BJP's campaign pitch in Bengal was the Ghuspatias, the illegal immigrants, the infiltrators and the manner in which the Assam government under Hemant Biswa Sarma has gone after these illegal Bangladeshis, throwing them out and blockading their coming in. Bengal was the only gap where under Trinamool the border remained porous. So now for the first time, if you look at the entire border of India with Bangladesh, co-terminus with the states of Bengal, Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, all of them now have a BJP-ruled government or an NDA government. So the coordination is not an issue anymore. The fact that as we speak, Home Minister is in Bikaner in Rajasthan engaging with the BSF troops, and over the next 5 days, he would be traveling across the country along India's borders and beefing up BSF presence and interacting with the BSF soldiers, and send across a message that the borders have to become absolutely sacrosanct and that illegal infiltration from any state is not to be allowed. The Home Minister after Rajasthan would also travel to Bengal and Tripura in a message that the government is absolutely serious now on this issue, and this high-powered committee is just one aspect of it. So we have seen at the level of the state government in Assam, for example, all these illegals being thrown back, and now with the kind of momentum that's really built up, we are already seeing the illegals who know that their goose is cooked heading back. So we have pictures, in fact, we have run since afternoon of Hakimpur area in Bengal, where many of these illegal Bangladeshis who had infiltrated now trying to exfiltrate. So we're going to see a lot of action on this front going ahead. But the Home Minister, they're announcing a committee which is going to look at it in a very comprehensive manner. There are national security issues involved. We have seen how illegals connected with the Jamaatul Mujahideen Bangladesh, who were part of the Bangladesh Burdwan terror module, were caught or nabbed from places as far as Bengaluru in Karnataka and Madurai in Tamil Nadu. So obviously, it's a serious matter. And the government now, with the BJP in power in Bengal, and the center-state coordination not anymore an issue, taking it up very seriously.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for joining us with those details coming in. Viewers, in fact, as Abhishek was mentioning about the exodus, the action that has been taken by the West Bengal government with, in connection with the infiltrators, Republic TV has in fact filed this exclusive report. This is news coming in from the North 24 Parganas in West Bengal, where more than 100 Bangladeshi nationals who were allegedly living in the state illegally have now gathered at the Hakimpur border checkpost in North 24 Parganas, and they are all set to be returned to Bangladesh. The development comes as it's a renewed crackdown on illegal immigration, and right as Shubhendu Adhikari, the BJP government, for the first time in the state of West Bengal takes over, we see this crackdown is visible, and the exit of the infiltrators, rather the exodus, is visible. Kisholai joins us live on the broadcast from Republic Bangla newsroom. Kisholai, well, we see it very much visible how the BJP has been very, very clear on its policy on infiltration, and Republic TV now getting this exclusive piece on the Bangladeshi infiltrators in a huge number. It's a huge number. This is not just some narrative that was woven for the elections. These are present in the country illegally in huge numbers, and now they are being pushed out as promised.
Well, exactly, Rakshita. Now, unprecedented situation near the borders of West Bengal and Bangladesh, where we see suddenly a huge number of illegal infiltrators coming out voluntarily, traveling to the borders. Especially the visuals are from Hakimpur checkpost. They are waiting there in order to return to Bangladesh. Now, it's very clear and it's very evident that the tough stance taken by the Shubhendu Adhikari government is bearing fruits. We see how the Bangladeshi infiltrators, illegal immigrants, they are now voluntarily returning back to Bangladesh, or at least trying to do so. We know that there are some holding centers that are being constructed right now, and some are already in function. Illegal immigrants will be removed from West Bengal is a promise that Shubhendu Adhikari made, and after that promise was made, the government was taking steps in regards to making that action, action to be implemented in reality. And now we see all these infiltrators are traveling to the checkposts, waiting there and voluntarily returning to Bangladesh, and many have been held up also. Now also apart from that, I'll remind our viewers that while the SIR process was on, we saw many of these infiltrators also at that point of time as well were crowding in front of Hakimpur checkpost in order to return. Now in the second wave of this returning spree of the Bangladeshi infiltrators, we see they are returning to the checkposts and voluntarily declaring that we have been staying here illegally and now we want to return. So it's theoretically Shubhendu Adhikari's policy of taking a tough stance on the infiltrators is successful. On the other hand, the government is taking action against those who are still now staying within the borders of West Bengal and staying without any papers or staying illegally.
Absolutely, Kushalai. Thank you so much for joining us with details. In fact, viewers, we have the reactions also coming in from some of the illegal infiltrators, the illegal migrants who had been in the country, in the state of West Bengal, who are now set to cross the border and go back to Bangladesh. Listen in.
বাংলাদেশে এখন থাকতেন কোথায়? কলকাতা। কি কাজ করতেন? রাজমিস্ত্রি কাজ। এইভাবে যাচ্ছেন মানে কবে আসছেন? 1.5 বছর। আচ্ছা। তো এখানে কি কাগজপত্র তৈরি আছে? না। অবৈধভাবে থাকতেন? হ্যাঁ। এখন চলে যাচ্ছেন কেন? এখন এই সুন্দর অধিকারী আছে, এখানে লোক লাগবে না, সব তারাই যাচ্ছে। এখানে 1 বছরের মতন আছি। এখন কোথায় যাচ্ছেন? বাংলাদেশে যাচ্ছি। এখানে এসেছেন কোথা দিয়ে? এই সাতক্ষীরা থেকে পার হলাম এই নিচে দিয়ে। আরিয়া আইলাম। এখানকার কোনো ডকুমেন্ট তৈরি হয়েছিল? না, এখানে কোনো কাগজপত্র নেই। এখন চলে যাচ্ছেন কেন? এই দাদা বললো চলে যাচ্ছি, আর কি করবো। ওখানে কাজ পান না বলে আসেন নাকি? হ্যাঁ, ওখানে কাজ নেই, ছেলে দুটো নিয়ে মানুষ করলাম, এখানে কাগজ করাই খাই, কি করবো। কাজ করতে দেখেন? বোতল করাতাম, ভাঙড়ির কাজ করতাম, গরিব মানুষ পেটের দায়ে এইছি। এখন চলে যাচ্ছে, শুনছি বাংলাদেশের লোক রাখবে না বলে চলে যাচ্ছে। এখন যান বাঁচানি খরচ, চলে যায়, কি করবো, গরিব মানুষ এই দেশে বুড়ি চাই তাই করে খেতে হবে, পেটের দায়ে এইছি।
And we go back to the news from the national capital. A lot of course, controversy surrounding Gymkhana Club now. Now, the latest we have is that the centre is preparing to take over the Delhi race course land as well. Now, this land lies next to the Air Force station in Lutyens, Delhi, and the Delhi High Court has provided major relief to the central government. In fact, as far as the case is concerned, the case as far as the Delhi Race Course Club land dispute by lifting a single judge stay on eviction proceedings. The division bench allowed the government to proceed with the legal process to vacate the 150-acre land in Lutyens, Delhi, that's located again near the Prime Minister's residence. Viewers, so there has been a revamp. We've seen that the Seva Teeth is now the new PMO. The entire strike on the Lutyens legacy is now very much visible. So it's not just the British Raj relic that is the Gymkhana that is being acted upon. Now we have the race course club as well. Sarthak joins us live on the broadcast for more. Sarthak, well, it's now time for race course, is it? It's what we are getting as far as the development from the court is concerned. What are you picking up?
Well, absolutely, Rakshita. Today was an important hearing in the Gymkhana case. 2 petitions were filed in the Delhi High Court. The court has given 8 weeks period to file response to all the parties in the case. And now the latest that we are getting is that along with the Gymkhana Club, the Delhi Race Club has also entered into this entire issue where the centre has initiated action against concerning the land that has been occupied with the Delhi Race Club. The arguments are similar. The centre that is putting out the arguments are pretty much similar. The land belongs to the government. The lease arrangement, the lease agreement that was signed, that has some issues, and the area is also strategically sensitive. It is important to bring across the viewers a very important point that the Lutyens Delhi area, specifically the Delhi Gymkhana area and the Delhi Race Club area, seems very sensitive, and also for the defense purposes, it is very sensitive. One major point that has been stressed by the government is that the race course that is located in that particular area is next to the Indian Air Force station in Lutyens, Delhi. So that makes it even more sensitive. So for now, the center is reportedly citing very important security concerns. There are strategic issues and the public purpose. So similarly, how the central government took into consideration clause 4 of the perpetual lease agreement of the Delhi Gymkhana, which stated that for public purposes, the central government can evacuate the entire place and take it under its control. We are not really sure of what all clauses or what all legal provisions the central government will be taking into consideration for the race club. But this is something that the latest that we are getting. After Delhi Gymkhana, the race club comes next.
Yeah. All right, many thanks, Arthur, for joining us with details coming in on that story. Viewers, meanwhile, we will cut across to Mumbai now, where we are getting to... Okay, we have more updates coming in as far as the Gymkhana case is concerned. Viewers, the Delhi High Court now issued a notice to the central government on the petition challenging the order to vacate the Delhi Gymkhana club. And the court directed the centre to file its response within 8 weeks. So the Delhi High Court issued the notice on suits filed by the club members, the Staff Welfare Association, and also others who are challenging the centre's direction to vacate the club premises by the 5th of June. In fact, Republic TV has also accessed the government's order that has been served to the Gymkhana club. Sarthak continues to be with us. Sarthak, well, there's of course a meltdown over this, but if you could just simplify what all happened today in the court with regards to the Gymkhana club case.
Well, Rakshita, there were two different petitions that were filed in the Delhi High Court. The first petition was filed by a Delhi Gymkhana member who goes by the name Vijay Khurana. He filed the petition through his counsel, senior advocate Abhishek Manu Singhvi, and there was another petition filed by the team of senior advocate and member of parliament Kapil Sibal, which was filed by other members of the Delhi Gymkhana club. SG Tushar Mehta was representing the central government in this case. There were arguments took place in the case where Abhishek Manu Singhvi pointed out one single thing, that the way the notice was issued, the way notice was served to the members of the Delhi Gymkhana was not right, was not in a proper form, and the clause that the provision, the clause 4 of the perpetual lease agreement that the government is relying upon talks about the public purposes, but in the notice that public purpose has not clearly been defined. SG Tushar Mehta also submitted before the court that the government is not going to simply enter the premises and ask the members to evict the place. No forceful eviction will take place, and a due course of law will take place. And so, taking all these factors into consideration, how the notice was served and the submissions by SG Tushar Mehta, the court has given 8 weeks period to all the parties to file their replies. They have been summoned after 8 weeks, and they'll be getting, within those 8 weeks, they'll have to file a response to that. And after their respective responses, court will take the cognizance of that and may either pass an adverse order against the members of Delhi Gymkhana or may pass an order in favor of them. Rakshita.
Right, Sarthak, thank you for joining us. We, in fact, have inputs also coming in on that story. In fact, Ishan, my colleague, has spoken to the petitioner in this case, who's been, in fact, fighting this case for a long, long time. Major Atul speaking on the Gymkhana shutdown, and we have more reactions. Listen in.
It has to be understood that this club, when it was first established, purchased their own land, and it was approximately 6,000 rupees. That was the cost of the land at that time. And it was contributed by the first group of members who set up this club. At that time, there was no such thing as a sale deed to be prepared for any government land. And therefore, a nominal lease deed was prepared, and it was also clarified that it is a perpetual lease which tantamounts to being or showing that it is the ownership of this company that was established at that time. So technically we are owners of this land, and it is not on lease in the real sense. Yes, today there is a lease deed, we cannot deny that, because that is what the order was at that stage when the club was first established.
A petition was filed in the Delhi High Court after an eviction notice was served at the Gymkhana Club to evict the place in 15 days. We have the member of Gymkhana Club, Shivam Bhagat, with us to shed some light on what all transpired in the court. So please first tell me, how do you see this relief, the order that has been passed by the court?
There's considerable relief. The court took everyone's points on record. We had two plaints, one on the side of the members and one on the side of the workers. And the Solicitor General himself submitted that there will be no forceful entry on June 5th, and the due process of law will be followed. So it is reasonable relief, but there's a long road ahead.
And what was the mention about the lease agreement of the colonial era lease agreement regarding Gymkhana?
It's a perpetual lease, but the matters of law will be given. Points will be can be answered by the legal team. I don't want to take liberty to answer that.
Okay, and if you could just tell us what all arguments specifically made by Abhishek Manu Singhvi regarding the way the notice was not served and in a clear manner, it was pretty vague, and the way the members were expected to leave the Gymkhana Club.
Yeah, we said that it was a shock then that we have to leave in 13 days. It's a 100-year-old club. I have also followed rules. Everyone has to follow rules. I am a reciprocal member. My parents are members. My grandparents were members. I had crossed the age of 21. So I had to apply from another club to get membership. So these are rules. Everyone was following rules. Dr. Singhvi just, you can see the order. The order will be released soon. And you can see what all arguments he's made.
And with that, we will wrap on this edition. But on the other side, we bring you what's happening as far as the Congress power tussle of Karnataka is concerned. The High Command today has been meeting the two leaders. There's a meeting between Siddaramaiah and D.K. Shivakumar that also happened. Rahul Gandhi also meeting the leaders in the national capital. We'll get you all the latest on that.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance. A manner of saying, so what? It is a Hindu who carried out the act of rape, and hence we will celebrate him, we will forgive the person. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nobody to forgive, and the last thing we should do is celebrate rapists. This was a shameful moment then, this is a shameful moment now. Sengar was another shameful moment when some people said, oh, Sengar is from the BJP, and hence he can be seen smiling after carrying out the act of rape, and people would celebrate him and say, no, our leader can do no wrong. That was another shameful moment for the right wing. And ladies and gentlemen, Jayant Sinha, remember, son of
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
Corrector, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly, while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being...
Welcome back, friends. The natak over the Chief Minister's chair in Karnataka has reached New Delhi High Command of the Congress Party, with the rival groups led by Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar respectively jousting for their place under the Karnataka government sun. As we bring to you the details of the parleys that are taking place between the two sides and the High Command, let's begin with the headlines first.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Sources inform Republic that the belt with which Twisha allegedly committed suicide was not given to the EAMS team during the second autopsy as well. CBI begins probing the Twisha unnatural death case. A special investigation team lands in Bhopal, meets Twisha's family members. High Court issues notice in Gymkhana case, asks all parties concerned to file reply within 8 weeks. Centre not budging on eviction. Congress part of Southern Karnataka continues as High Command meet underway in New Delhi. Sources inform Republic only a cabinet reshuffle is likely to take place in Karnataka without any change of Chief Minister. And for the 16th time since 2017, rape convict Ram Rahim Singh given parole for 30 days yet again. All right, it's been on for almost a year now. The jousting for the Chief Minister's chair taking place between the incumbent Siddaramaiah and his number 2 Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivkumar. Now inside details from the Congress leadership huddle emerging, where Rahul Gandhi along with the High Command, is holding separate one-on-one meetings with Karnataka leaders from the two camps of Siddaramaiah and DK respectively, to resolve internal issues. In fact, Rahul has already met the Chief Minister and is scheduled to now meet the Deputy Chief Minister. And the one-on-one meet is going to take place at Rahul Gandhi's residence. After completing the separate discussions, Rahul is going to hold joint meeting with both the leaders, during which a decision on the much-awaited cabinet reshuffle is likely to be finalized. Now, the question is whether the cabinet reshuffle would just lead to more of the DK camp members getting rehabilitated or accommodated, or whether we would see a change of Chief Minister as well. We have, in fact, Abhishek, our Karnataka correspondent, joining us live from New Delhi. In fact, he's there tracking closely the developments taking place at the Congress Party headquarters. Abhishek, what are you hearing about the possibility of a change of Chief Minister in Karnataka? Finally, is a decision likely today?
With respect to the leadership change in the state of Karnataka, it is unlikely that CM Chief Siddaramaiah might give up on his chair at this particular moment. However, if the High Command of the Congress Party insists and demands that he give up on the chair of the Chief Minister, he might name Dr. G. Parmeshwara, the sitting Home Minister, as the successor of CM Siddaramaiah, very clearly indicating that the camp of CM Siddaramaiah doesn't want to give up their chair to DK Shivkumar. And also at this point of time, the closed-door meeting, which started at around 11:30 in the morning, has continued until now. The first round of meeting included the AICC Supreme Mallikarjuna Kharge, Randeep Singh Surjewala, KC Venugopal, Rahul Gandhi, CM Siddaramaiah, along with DK Shivkumar. This meeting went on for a couple of hours, after which there was a one-on-one discussion with Rahul Gandhi and CM Siddaramaiah. And another round, inclusive of all the leaders, have already begun at the headquarters of the Congress office, clearly indicating that the team doesn't want to comply on any decisions immediately. they are also evaluating all the pros and cons. If at all CM Siddaramaiah might be removed from his position as the Chief Minister and DK Shivkumar be made the Chief Minister. They're also calculating the pros and cons and the mathematics for the 2028 election, because it is after the states, the elections in the 5 states, which happened couple of weeks ago. The Congress faced the backlash in the majority of the states, which has been connected to the special intensive revision as per the Congress allegation. Now, the meeting also discussed about the special intensive revisions exercise, which is supposed to happen in Karnataka. They've also decided as to how to go against the Election Commission of India as well as the special intensive revision, targeting that the government in the union is using the Election Commission of India. So,
Abhishek, question is whether Siddaramaiah is going to be changed or not. What are you hearing about that? If yes, Siddaramaiah is to be changed and DK Shivkumar takes over as Chief Minister, obviously Sidhu is not going to become his deputy. So in that case, is he threatening rebellion? If DK Shivkumar, on the other hand, is not made the Chief Minister, is he threatening rebellion? What's really the brass tacks? What's the deal really on which the talks are happening? Is Priyanka Gandhi also involved? Are we seeing negotiations where the High Command is trying to convince Siddaramaiah that he has had his share and for the last 1 year at least he should let DK Shivkumar, who has been snapping at his heels, become the Chief Minister?
But at this point of time, Abhishek, there is no speculation or there is no information about CM Siddaramaiah stepping down from the position of Chief Minister, because the High Command clearly has mentioned the fact, Mallikarjuna Kharge had previously mentioned that CM chair is not empty. CM Siddaramaiah is giving beautiful administration and there is no point of changing him at this particular point. And if at all the High Command feels that there needs to be a change, that is the only point when the High Command will take a call. But at this point of time, this meeting is probably concentrating on the cabinet reshuffle. Majority of the ministers who are already stationed in Delhi have mentioned this meeting might be related to the cabinet reshuffle, and hence CM Siddaramaiah might continue in the same position, whereas DCM DK Shivkumar is yet to have a word with Rahul Gandhi with respect to the promise which had been made towards the sharing of the Chief Minister. We are also likely to see the meeting happening in Rahul Gandhi's residence with DK Shivkumar as per to know what DK Shivkumar's demands are. But at this particular point of time, the High Command of Congress feels to continue Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in the same position, because disturbing the government in the state of Karnataka might have a negative impact on the 2028 general elections in the state of Karnataka. So the conversation is underway and we are yet to receive a response from DCM DK Shivkumar. And also, we shouldn't forget the fact that DCM DK Shivkumar is continuously batting towards the chair of Chief Minister and he might not let go of this opportunity.
Okay, thank you so much. Abhishek, obviously DK Shivkumar not wanting to let go of this opportunity, but ultimately a decision would be made by the High Command, and it seems that as of now, according to Abhishek, the scales are in favor of Siddaramaiah, the incumbent, and not DK, the number 2. Almost a repeat of what happened in Rajasthan between Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot. With that, we come out of this story, and from Delhi via Karnataka to Mumbai. The Poonam Cluster Society in Mumbai's Mira Road is witnessing major clashes between Hindu and Muslim groups over ritualistic sacrifice of goats during the festival of Eid al-Azha. Reports state that the clash began Monday night after the members of the Muslim community tried to rebuild a shed for animal sacrifice inside the society that was objected to and subsequently demolished by the authorities on the request of the Hindu residents. Police deployed at Mumbai's Poonam Cluster Society following clashes over the Eid sacrifice. Now let's go to Satya Prakash. He's joining us live from the location. Satya Prakash, number one, is the situation in control, law and order wise, as of now, and two, any way out of this crisis that we are seeing there? Are the residents having a dialogue? Are they going to solve this out between themselves?
देखिए सिचुएशन एकदम नॉर्मल है, लेकिन यहाँ पर बीएसपी और बजरंग दल कार्यकर्ता लगातार प्रदर्शन करें। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ। ये जो है क्लस्टर, जो पूनम क्लस्टर बिल्डिंग का दूसरा गेट है, यहाँ पर जो है महानगर पालिका की जो है टीम पहुंची हुई है, टेम्पो लेके पहुंची हुई है। लगातार जो बकरे हैं उसको लादा जा रहा है और कुछ ही देर में यहाँ से लेके जाने वाली, क्योंकि जिस तरह से बीएसपी और बजरंग दल कार्यकर्ता लगातार प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, उनकी एक ही डिमांड है कि जो सोसाइटी के अंदर बकरे लाया गया है कुर्बानी देने के लिए, उसको यहाँ से निकाला जाए। तो कहीं न कहीं जो बीएसपी और बजरंग दल की जो मांग थी उसको पूरा करते हुए महानगर पालिका ने कदम उठाते हुए यहाँ पर टेम्पो लेके पहुंची है और बकरे को लादा जा रहा है। लगातार यहाँ पर बीएसपी और बजरंग दल कार्यकर्ता प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ दूसरे गेट का यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन शुरू है और लगातार एक ही डिमांड है कि इनकी जो अंदर बकरे हैं उसको निकाला जाए।
Fair enough, which means the administration is prevailing upon the society residents, as per Satya Prakash, to not let these rituals happen inside the society complex, maybe do it outside, but the clashes that led to some injuries also, as can be seen in the pictures coming out of that story. All right, we are moving out. In fact, there is a breaking news development from Mumbai to Kolkata, where the Calcutta High Court has vacated an interim protection that was granted to TMC's Jahangir Khan. Remember the Falta candidate of Trinamool who had abdicated his contest. The Calcutta High Court has now vacated the protection that was granted to him. 7 FIRs registered against Khan at the Falta police station in South 24 Parganas district. According to police, Justice Partha Sarthi Sen observed that it would be unjust to give protection to Khan only on account of a change in the political scenario in the state and over the allegation of political vendetta leveled by him. So Jahangir Khan had sought protection from action in these FIRs on the grounds that the government has changed, that it's now a BJP government, that it's because he's in the opposition party that he might be targeted unfairly, and that was the argument. The court, of course, not seeing any merit in the argument. We have Kishalai joining us live for more on this. Let's try to understand what this means. Kishalai, does it mean that now the police in South 24 Parganas can act against Jahangir Khan of Trinamool in those 7 FIRs that are filed against him? And what are these FIRs? What are these cases?
Well, exactly, Abhishek. Jahangir Khan, who is the right-hand man, the right-hand gunda of Abhishek Banerjee. He is a local gunda, as per in Bengali we call these people gunda, who used to terrorize common people and cause rigging and violate the rights of common people. Now, he had sought interim protection. Previously, it was granted by the High Court. Now, it has been lifted. So, there is no protection, legal protection with Jahangir Khan right now, Jahangir Khan of Falta. This gunda is now without any legal protection. So there are 7 FIRs against Jahangir Khan. These FIRs are, the point of these FIRs all lead to one single agenda, that is intimidation. He used to terrorize local voters, intimidate them, and then there are also cases of taking over lands in illegal, forcible way. So he used to take away properties of common people of Diamond Harbour. He used to scare them, and he didn't let them vote during the elections. So all these are the cases against him. 7 FIRs, most of them are non-bailable offences. So he can be arrested now. Police can take action against him. That is what the people of West Bengal are also looking forward at. And also, on the other hand, Jahangir Khan, who stepped back from taking part in the elections, as we know, in Falta. TMC came 4th in the election that happened. So the people of Falta has rejected him. Now he has no legal protection. Now he can be arrested, and the police will soon take action. That is what we are getting to know from our sources in the administration.
Significant changes, of course, happening in Bengal. Kishalai, stay with us, in fact, because next story is also connected with Bengal's border with Bangladesh. And Bangladeshi infiltrators lodged in holding centers in Bengal's Murshidabad and we are getting these pictures. 3 Bangladeshis lodged at the holding centers. Remember, a notification for setting up these holding centers in all the districts of Bengal was issued by the Shuvendu Adhikari government a couple of days back, and subsequent to which those centers, or detention centers rather, have come up, named holding centers because that sounds a little less intimidating. But 3 Bangladeshi infiltrators in Murshidabad now lodged in the holding centers, and on Monday, in fact, Malda became the first district in the state to set up those centers. Let's go to Kishalai for more on this. Kishalai, Murshidabad today, Malda yesterday. Are we going to see these holding centers or detention centers come up across just the border districts of Bengal, or the entire state, all the 40 districts that are there in Bengal?
Abhishek, now the administration is calling these centers as holding centers. So these are holding the infiltrators, illegal infiltrators, temporarily before they are sent back to Bangladesh. We saw one in Murshidabad, one in Malda. In Murshidabad, Lalgola, there are already 9 Bangladeshi infiltrators who have been kept in these holding centers. Now 3 more has been added today. That is what the latest update is. These infiltrators are now going through the legal procedure that is required before they are sent back, or whatever is done to them. The Shuvendu Adhikari government has taken a stern step against all the infiltrators in West Bengal. The administration is taking very tough action, not only tough talks, but tough action. Holding centers are coming up in most of the border districts in West Bengal. That is what we are getting to know from our sources. These holding centers will keep the infiltrators temporarily. This will be the lodging centers. After that, they'll be sent to the next location, next border point, from where they will be deported. This is what the process is according to our sources. Right now, 2 are functional. In one of them, 9 Bangladeshi infiltrators are already there. 3 have been arrested. 6 were there. 3 have been also added. On the other hand, in Malda as well, a new holding center has come up. We are yet to see whether there are Bangladeshi infiltrators in that center as well or not, but the administration is taking quick and tough action against all the infiltrators in West Bengal.
All right, Kishalai, thank you so much. In fact, such is the scare now for actions being taken against the illegals by the state government in coordination with the center, that in Bengal's North 24 Parganas, reports suggest more than 100 of these Bangladeshi nationals living illegally in the state gathering at the Hakimpur border checkpost. And they are doing so because they want to return or exfiltrate to Bangladesh. The development comes amid a renewed crackdown on the illegal immigration following the coming to power of the BJP government in the state. Similar scenes were witnessed earlier during the SIR exercise. Now, after the opening of holding centers and the tough stance taken by the Shuvendu Adhikari-led BJP government in the state, we are seeing fresh gatherings are now being reported from the border areas. Let's go straight to the latest visuals. These are pictures of Hakimpur in North 24 Parganas.
Bangladesh. কলকাতা কি কাজ করতে রাজমিস্ত্রি কাজ এইভাবে জানতেন মানে কবে আসছে 1.5 বছর আচ্ছা তো এখানে কি কাগজপত্র তৈরি আছে না অবৈধভাবে থাকছে হ্যাঁ এখন চলে যাচ্ছেন কেন এখন এই সুন্দর জায়গা যাচ্ছে এখানে লোক লাগবে না সব তারাই যাচ্ছে এখানে 1 বছরের মতন আসছিল এখন কোথায় যাচ্ছে বাংলাদেশে যাচ্ছে এখানে এক্সটেন্ড কোথা দিয়ে এই সাকিরাত থেকে পার হলাম এই নিচে দিয়ে আরে আইলাম এখানকার কোনো ডকুমেন্ট তৈরি হয়েছে না এখানে কোনো কাগজপত্র নেই এখন চলে যাচ্ছেন কেন এই দাদা বললো চলে যাচ্ছে আর কি করবো ওখানে কাজ পান না বলে আসেন নাকি হ্যাঁ ওখানে কাজ নেই ছেলে দুটো নিয়ে মানুষ করলাম এখানে কাগজ করাই খাই কি করবো বাবা কাজ করতে দেখেন বোতল করাতাম ভাঙড়ির কাজ করতাম গরিব মানুষ পেটের দেয় এইছি এখন চলে যাচ্ছে শুনছি বাংলাদেশের লোক রাখবে না বলে চলে যাচ্ছে এখন
যান বাঁচানি খরচ চলে যায়, কি করবো, গরিব মানুষ এই দেশে বুড়ি চাই তাই করে খেতে হবে, পেটের দায় এইছি।
বাংলাদেশে।
এখানে থাকতেন কোথায়?
কলকাতা।
কি কাজ করতেন?
রাজমিস্ত্রি কাজ।
এইভাবে যাচ্ছেন মানে কবে এসেছিলেন?
1.5 বছর।
আচ্ছা, তো এখানে কাগজপত্র তৈরি আছে?
না।
অবৈধভাবে থাকতেন?
হ্যাঁ।
এখন চলে যাচ্ছেন কেন?
এখন এই সুন্দর অধিকারী যাচ্ছে, এখানে লোক লাগবে না, সব তারাই যাচ্ছে।
All right, the centre has sent shockwaves through the capital's power corridors by ordering the ultra-exclusive Delhi Gymkhana Club to completely vacate and hand over its massive 27+ acres prime land parcel by June 5 back to the government. Situated directly adjacent to the Prime Minister's official residence at Lok Kalyan Marg, this iconic colonial-era estate is being reclaimed by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and their Land and Development Office, essentially for defence purposes, which means it would be handed over to the Ministry of Defence. The government has officially declared that this premium real estate is critically required for securing national defence infrastructure and advancing vital public interest projects. It has led to a major hue and cry, with the old elites objecting to the government taking away their privilege, which they've exercised for more than a century now.
A luxury colonial era club in the heart of Delhi, right next to India's most protected power corridor, is now facing eviction by the Government of India. The centre has ordered the historic Delhi Gymkhana Club to vacate its 27-acre land in Lutyens, Delhi by June 5. And the reason cited is massive: national security and defence infrastructure expansion. Delhi Gymkhana Club is not just another elite club. It sits adjacent to one of India's most heavily protected security zones, near the Prime Minister's residence at Lok Kalyan Marg, top diplomatic areas and key defence establishments. The area falls inside the ultra-sensitive Lutyens Delhi security grid, monitored by multiple agencies including SPG, Delhi Police and intelligence units. According to the government's order, the land is needed for strengthening defence-related infrastructure and vital public security purposes. Officials believe open access civilian activity in the strategic zone raises long-term security concerns. The situation has quickly escalated into a major political and cultural point of discussion.
जमीनों पे कब्जा करना, हर दिन लोगों को उजाड़ना, अभी जिमखाना क्लब को कब्जा करने की सरकार की कोशिश ये बताती है कि इनका ध्यान सिर्फ जमीनों को कब्जा करने में और अपनी सुरक्षा के नाम पे और अपने मित्रों को देने में, उस बड़ी बड़ी जमीन को, उस महंगी जमीन को उपलब्ध कराने में इनकी सारी रुचि है।
अच्छा है यार, ये तो एलीट क्लास के लोग हैं, इनके बारे में मुझे गरीब आदमियों की बात करिए मुझसे, ये एलीट क्लास के लोग हैं, इनसे क्या होना है? जिमखाना से क्या हो रहा है? जिमखाना में क्या है? जिमखाना भाई ये एलीट क्लास लोगों के चोचले हैं, इसके अलावा कुछ है इसके अंदर?
Spread across nearly 27 acres of prime government land with 5,600 permanent elite members, 600 staff and just ₹1,000 annual rent to government, Delhi Gymkhana Club is one of India's most exclusive recreational institutions. The campus includes massive lawns and colonial era buildings, tennis and squash courts, swimming pool, billiard rooms, bars and restaurants, horse riding facilities, sports grounds, guest rooms and banquet areas.
Justice for Tuisha campaign continues. In fact, in the second autopsy that was carried out on the instructions of the Jabalpur High Court, the police failed yet again to provide the belt with which Tuisha allegedly committed suicide. More details on this coming up on the other side of a short break.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. Get you each and every update coming in from the national capital as they meet in the national capital as Congress grapples with the Karnataka leadership crisis continues, and we get to you the latest updates in the Twisha Sharma case, the probe against Giribala Singh, the mother-in-law and former judge, and much more on the broadcast. Let's get you the headlines at 5.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Government prepares to take over Delhi race course land that lies next to Air Force Station in Lutyens, Delhi. It is time for race course after Gymkhana Club. And in the Gymkhana case, the High Court issues notice asking all parties concerned to file reply within 8 weeks. Centre refuses to budge on eviction. Clashes erupt in Mumbai's Mira Road after shed for animal sacrifice demolished. Heavy police deployed. Finally, the goats for the sacrifice the lambs have been taken away. Centre forms high-level panel to study unnatural demographic change across India. Sources inform Republic that only a cabinet reshuffle is likely to take place in Karnataka without any change in the chief minister. Republic that the belt allegedly used by Twisha to commit suicide not given to the EAM's team during this second autopsy. All right, viewers, let's start with the breaking news we have on the Karnataka meeting with the High Command, the Karnataka Congress. And in fact, viewers, the meeting is underway as we speak. Siddaramaiah, D.K. Shivakumar, Rahul Gandhi, K.C. Venugopal, Mallikarjun Kharge, and Randeep Surjewala, they are part of this meeting. And the meeting is currently underway. What we are picking up is that it seems to be the Congress seems to be sticking to cabinet reshuffle. Unlikely that there will be any change. There might have been expectations, of course, within D.K. Shivakumar's mind, as the 2.5 years formula had been earlier set. But it seems that there's not going to be any change. Siddaramaiah is firm on staying on as the Karnataka Chief Minister. And it's very difficult for the Congress party, in fact, to grapple with this, given the given the reach of Siddaramaiah in being a mass leader, given Siddaramaiah's influence, and D.K. Shivakumar, who is in fact closer to the Congress High Command, might not be getting that chance. We have Executive Editor for News, Niranjan Narayan-Swamy, joining us on the broadcast from the newsroom. Niranjan, well, it seems that D.K. Shivkumar's hopes could be dashed. What are we picking up as far as the meeting that is underway in Delhi is concerned?
Well, it appears like this time the meeting is kind of different, because they've been called once again to Delhi. By now, each of these leaders know which is their favorite restaurant, which is their favorite hangout in Delhi, because they come so often to Delhi to try and sort out their mess. But this time is different, because they've been reportedly really mulling changing the chief minister this time. Point one. Secondly, they called everyone they possibly could, including the compromise candidates, including the sons of compromise candidates. For example, Kharge's son Junior was called to Delhi as well. They called everybody they possibly could to put them under one roof, thrash it out. But let me tell you, Rakshita, so far what we know is that High Command, aka Rahul Gandhi, has met each of them separately. He met Siddaramaiah separately, and that meeting went on, we are told, for anywhere between 45 minutes to 1 hour. Following that meeting, there was another meeting with D.K. Shivakumar. And after that meeting, they've taken everybody to one room once again. Let me tell you who all are in that room right now. We are told that as of this minute, Siddaramaiah, D.K. Shivakumar, Rahul Gandhi, K.C. Venugopal, Kharge, Surjewala. So whoever there is possibly, required. And we all know it all boils down to one person, which is Rahul Gandhi, who's going to take that call. And Rahul Gandhi obviously is not able to make up his mind. He's speaking to different people. He has Venugopal. Without K.C. Venugopal, Rahul Gandhi can't take any decision at all. So that is why K.C. Venugopal is there to guide / mentor Rahul Gandhi on what step he should take on Karnataka. But here is the inside scoop. D.K. Shivakumar has very little support at the ground level. but he seems to be getting little favor at the high command level. But Siddaramaiah, who is the mass leader, who continues to have mass support, is digging in his heels. He's saying he's not going anywhere. In fact, there was also a formula that was mooted saying, why don't we move Siddaramaiah to a national role? Maybe give him a role like the kind of role that K.C. Venugopal has, or maybe Surjewala, etc. But he has indicated he's a mass leader, he's a ground leader, he's not willing to go anywhere. So he's told them, I'm not interested in your placatory politics. He's not going to move. He's firm on staying on as the Karnataka Chief Minister. He's already the longest serving Karnataka Chief Minister. And he wants to complete his term. And why is it important? Let me give you, there is some, fear as well in the Congress party. They know that if they ask Siddaramaiah to move out, and if he's unhappy, and if he really decides, which he has done in the past, by the way, he has the power to break the party. How does he do that? Because people like Satish Jarkiholi, people like Rajanna, now there are people who speak on his behalf on a daily basis. So if the Congress party says something, if D.K. Shivkumar says something, then there is a leader called Rajanna who's unleashed every morning to shut up the Deputy Chief Minister. Similarly, you have ministers, very powerful ministers like Satish Jarkiholi, who are constantly checkmating D.K. Shivakumar. So the Congress's biggest enemy is the Congress party. And right now they're in a fix because Siddaramaiah is not willing to go anywhere. Siddaramaiah does not want to step down, but the High Command wants to placate D.K. Shivakumar because he has sort of played a big role funding the election. And, going into another election in 2 years from now, it's going to be extremely critical for the Congress to get it right, to have a united house. And 3, they're faced with this double whammy of SIR. So if you look at what happened with SIR in Tamil Nadu and what happened with SIR in Bengal, they are very, very, very afraid. Because Karnataka is one state where you have a large influx of people coming in from different parts of the country. And they know perhaps they're fearing that SIR edge, if at all there is, may go for the BJP. That's why they're going to be very careful about the decision they take today.
All right. Thank you so much for putting out those details there, on that story. We're closely tracking. Viewers, we will now shift our focus to Mumbai, where we get this live report being filed by my colleague Satya Prakash after the clashes erupted, and there was, of course, protests over the lamb sacrifice. Now you see that the lambs are actually being taken away. They are being carried away. Listen in, viewers, to my colleague Satya Prakash.
एमबीएमसी का हमारे आमदार साहब का जो कि उनके रहते हुए ये सब काम हो चुका है। बात यही थी कि उनको निकाल देवे क्योंकि स्थानिक लोगों को तकलीफ हो रही थी। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगी पालिका का और पुलिस प्रशासन का। धन्यवाद।
See the goats, the lambs, they are being taken away after the clashes broke out in Mira Road. And you can see that we have multiple reactions that are coming in. Republic TV continues to get you live visuals, the latest visuals from Mira Road. This is the truck that has left with the goats that were there for the sacrifice during Eid ul Adha, that Bakrid, and my colleague Satya Prakash joining us live. Satya Prakash, जो हम देख पा रहे हैं कि ये ट्रक में जो कुर्बानी के लिए बकरे थे उनको लेके जाया जा रहा है, क्या कुछ और जानकारी आप हासिल कर पा रहे हैं?
देखिए, बीएसपी और बजरंग दल कार्यकर्ता सुबह से ही पूनम क्लस्टर बिल्डिंग है जो कि मीरा रोड में मौजूद है, सुबह से प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे और डिमांड कर रहे थे कि जो यहाँ पर जो बिल्डिंग के अंदर जो बकरे हैं उसको निकाला जाए। कहीं कहीं उसकी मांग को पूरा करते हुए यहाँ पे महानगर पालिका ने जो बिल्डिंग के अंदर मौजूद थे बकरे को लेके गई है, 3 टेम्पो भर कर लेके गई है, लाद कर लेके गई है। और लगातार यहाँ का जो सिचुएशन था काफी खराब था, तनावपूर्ण बना हुआ था और 2 बार कहीं कहीं यहाँ पे काफी हंगामा हुआ। यहाँ तक कि एक प्रतिबंधित जानवर को भी लाया गया बीएसपी कार्यकर्ताओं द्वारा और यहाँ पर काफी हंगामा चलता रहा। लेकिन कहीं कहीं थोड़ी देर पहले ही यहाँ पे महानगर पालिका की टीम पहुंची और 3 टेम्पो लेके पहुंची जो सोसाइटी के अंदर यहाँ पे बकरे मौजूद थे उनको लेके गई, क्योंकि जो है यहाँ पे जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर था वो खराब होते हुए दिख रहा था। लगातार कहीं के बीएचपी और बजरंग दल कार्यकर्ता हटने का नाम नहीं ले रहे थे। बार बार वो बिल्डिंग के अंदर घुसने की कोशिश कर रहे थे और पुलिस को बार बार धक्का मुक्की उनके साथ हो रही थी। तो कहीं न कहीं जो है बीएचपी और बजरंग दल के कार्यकर्ताओं की जो मांग थी वो पूरी हो गई है और जो बिल्डिंग के अंदर जो बकरे थे उसको महानगर पालिका लाद कर ले गई है। फिलहाल यहाँ पे मुंबई मीरा रोड पुलिस की टीम है यहाँ पे अभी बनी हुई है, लेकिन बीएचपी और बजरंग दल के कार्यकर्ता जो थे यहाँ से अब जा रहे हैं क्योंकि उनकी मांगे पूरी हो गई है और मांग जो थी कि बिल्डिंग के अंदर से जो बकरे हैं उसको निकाला जाए। जी
बिल्कुल। तो अब हम कह सकते हैं कि कहीं ना कहीं मामला ठंडा पड़ते दिखाई दे जा सकता है, जो कि हमने देखा किस तरह से तमाम दल जो थे, हिंदू दल भी इसमें शामिल हो गए थे और किस तरह से मामला जो है काफ़ी ज़्यादा हम देख रहे थे कि बढ़ गया था। लेकिन अब इसके बाद क्या, चूँकि बकरीद है तो और जगह भी हम देख सकते हैं, क्या इसको लेकर कोई भी कदम उठाए जा रहे हैं कि इस तरह के जो हम देख रहे हैं झड़प ना हो कहीं भी मुंबई में?
देखिए, पुलिस की तरफ से कोशिश है कि पूरे मुंबई में लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन को दुरुस्त करना, हर जगह कहीं के पुलिस की तैनाती किया जा रहा है। जो मुंबई से मीरा रोड जो थाना इलाका पड़ता है मीरा रोड, यहाँ पर भी लगातार यहाँ पे पुलिस का मार्च चल रहा है। लेकिन जिस तरह से आज सुबह से यहाँ पे विवाद था, मीरा रोड में 2 बिल्डिंगों में विवाद था, पहले एक दूसरे बिल्डिंग में विवाद था, वहां पे शांत किया गया, लेकिन यहाँ जो दूसरी बिल्डिंग का मामला कहीं आज सुबह से गरमाया हुआ था, कहीं अब मामला शांत होते हुए दिख रहा है क्योंकि जो बीएचपी और बजरंग दल कार्यकर्ताओं की मांग थी वो पूरा कर लिया गया है और जो महानगर पालिका की टीम ने जो बकरे यहाँ से लेकर जा चुकी है, वहीं बीएचपी और बजरंग दल कार्यकर्ताओं का कहना है कि मुंबई के साथ साथ थाने मीरा रोड और कहीं पर भी अगर हिंदू लोगों के साथ अत्याचार होता है, अगर बकरे लाकर रखा जाता है इलीगल तरफ से, तो कहीं न कहीं उसके खिलाफ कहीं फिर से प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे। तो फिलहाल यहाँ पे अब मामला शांत होते हुए दिख रहा है क्योंकि जो बीएचपी और बजरंग दल कार्यकर्ताओं की मांग थी वो पूरी हो गई है। जी
बिल्कुल viewers, that is the latest update we have. Satya Prakash telling us there that the trucks have carried those goats away. As you can see that visual on Republic TV, these are truckloads of the lambs, in fact, who have been taken away as there were vehement protests. There were, in fact, protests that had turned really, really intense there in Mumbai's Mira Road. And finally, we see that the municipal bodies have acted to control the situation, giving in to the demands of the protesters, of the Hindu groups as well. Thank you so much, Satya Prakash, for joining us with details. We have now news coming in from the state of West Bengal, viewers. The Chief Minister of West Bengal, Shubhendu Adhikari, has issued a statement against the infiltrators coming from Bangladesh. Shubhendu Adhikari says that they should go back before the government takes the hard route. It's a solid warning. It's a stern warning. Over 100 illegal Bangladeshis flock to the borders to return. So Shubhendu Adhikari issuing a warning to the infiltrators that the government will be compelled to taking the hard route if at all the infiltrators do not go back there by themselves, and that's what they're doing. This is a voluntary movement, viewers. Listen into the reaction that have come in, viewers, as we see thousands of the infiltrators moving back to Bangladesh.
लेकिन ये लोग को पुलिस को हम लोग बता दिया जेल में भेजने का जरूरत नहीं है। देश के रुपया में खाना खाएगा, कपड़ा देगा, मेडिसिन देगा। एक दामाद है ये लोग। जल्दी जल्दी भागो, जल्दी जल्दी भागो, नहीं तो जो करना है सरकार करेगा। না না আমি হাকিমপুর সম্পর্কে জানি না, আমি মিডিয়াতে দেখছিলাম, কিন্তু এটা নতুন কিছু নয়, প্রেজেন্ট অ্যাক্টই রয়েছে এবং আমরা বলে দিয়েছি যে বাংলাদেশের অবৈধ অনুপ্রবেশকারী ये सब बांग्लादेशी है, इसको ले लेना चाहिए। लेकिन ये लोग को पुलिस को हम लोग बता दिया जेल में भेजने का जरूरत नहीं है। देश के रुपया में खाना खाएगा, कपड़ा देगा, मेडिसिन देगा। एक दामाद है ये लोग। जल्दी जल्दी भागो, जल्दी जल्दी भागो, नहीं तो जो करना है सरकार करेगा। না না আমি হাকিমপুর সম্পর্কে জানি না, আমি মিডিয়াতে দেখছিলাম, কিন্তু এটা নতুন কিছু নয়, প্রেজেন্ট অ্যাক্টই রয়েছে এবং আমরা বলে দিয়েছি যে বাংলাদেশের অবৈধ অনুপ্রবেশকারী।
In fact, viewers, in West Bengal's North 24 Parganas district, more than 100 Bangladeshi nationals allegedly living illegally in the country in the state of West Bengal have now finally gathered at the Hakimpur border checkpost in North 24 Parganas to return to Bangladesh. The development comes amid the renewed crackdown on illegal immigration and follows the recent call for the identification of undocumented Bangladeshi nationals. In fact, similar scenes are being witnessed earlier during the SIR exercise, and now, after the opening of holding centres and the tough stance taken by Shubhendu Adhikari-led government in West Bengal against illegal Bangladeshi immigrants, we see that fresh gatherings are spotted. Let's go to the visuals coming in, viewers, and the reactions of the infiltrators who are moving back to Bangladesh.
বাংলাদেশে এখন থাকতেন কোথায়? কলকাতা। কি কাজ করতেন? রাজমিস্ত্রি কাজ। এইভাবে যাচ্ছেন মানে কবে আসছেন? 1.5 বছর। আচ্ছা। তো এখানে কি কাগজপত্র তৈরি হয়েছিল? না। অবৈধভাবে থাকতেন? হ্যাঁ। এখন চলে যাচ্ছেন কেন? এখন এই সুন্দর অধিকারী যাচ্ছে, এখানে লোক লাগবে না, সব তারাই যাচ্ছে। এখানে 1 বছরের মতন আসছিল। এখন কোথায় যাচ্ছে? বাংলাদেশে যাচ্ছে। এখানে এসেছেন কোথা দিয়ে? এই সাক্ষীরাত থেকে পার হলাম, এই নিচে দিয়ে হারিয়ে আসলাম। এখানকার কোনো ডকুমেন্ট তৈরি হয়েছিল? না, এখানে কোনো কাগজপাতি নেই। এখন চলে যাচ্ছেন কেন? এই দাদা বললো চলে যাচ্ছি, আর কি করবো। ওখানে কাজ পান না বলে আসেন নাকি? হ্যাঁ, ওখানে কাজ নেই, ছেলে দুটো নিয়ে মানুষ করলাম, এখানে কাগজ করাই খাই, কি করবো বাবা। কাজ করতে
বোতল করাতাম, ভাঙড়ির কাজ করতাম, গরিব মানুষ পেটের দেয় এইছি।
এখন
চলে যাচ্ছে, শুনছি বাংলাদেশের লোক রাখবে না বলে চলে যাচ্ছে। এখন যান বাঁচানি খরচ, চলে যায়, কি করবো, গরিব মানুষ এই দেশে বই যায় তাই করে খেতে হবে, পেটের দেয় এইছি।
And in fact, viewers, we shift our focus to other big story on Republic TV today. The Delhi High Court has issued a notice to the central government on the petition challenging the order to vacate the Delhi Gymkhana Club. The court has directed the centre to file its response within 8 weeks. The Delhi High Court issued notice on suits filed by the club members, the Staff Welfare Association and others challenging the centre's direction to vacate the club premises by the 5th of June. Republic accesses government order also that has been served to the Gymkhana Club. Now, it's a fresh plea that has been now filed in the Delhi High Court over the elite Gymkhana Club. Now, the club term, viewers, we'll just get you the details. What is this row all about? What is this scam all about? So it's a 47 crore rupee rent shock. Ground rent revised from 409 to 47 crore 59 lakh rupees. And you can see that's the whopping amount. Club terms hike 10,000 times the original rent. 10,000 times original rent. It's unheard of in the country. Government issued multiple notices also since 2023. In fact, the legal fight has been going on since 2016. The club is accused of lease breaches and also it's accused of encroachment. And over 100 cases have been piling up against the Gymkhana Club. This is the Lutyens' legacy. Finding judges to hear cases has also proved tricky in this matter, viewers. So many of the judges are members of the club themselves. So it becomes very difficult to even have a fair hearing, or rather, not have a conflict of interest, so to speak. The club has a controversial green card system as well. It takes decades, viewers. Adult dependents of existing members get the preferential treatment. So if you have your parents as members, then you are most likely to get a membership, but not someone who is a common man. Securing membership almost impossible for outsiders. Outsiders can't enter, of course, unless not invited by somebody who's a member. And this is the other certain issues, viewers, surrounding this entire scam. Letter has mentioned a land in sensitive and strategic location. This is from the centre. Government said the Gymkhana Club land is critically required. This is a letter dated 22nd of May that has been accessed by Republic TV, and the government has cited securing of defence infrastructure as well. Sarthak joins us live on the broadcast for more. Viewers, okay, Sarthak, well, tell us about the latest notice. Republic TV has also issued access the details also of the notice that has been served.
Well, absolutely, Rakshita. The latest notice, the exclusive access the Republic has gained over the notice clearly says that that the property that is has to be evicted by the members of the Delhi Gymkhana have to do it for a specific purpose. The current status that has been mentioned on the property is in regards to clause 4 of the agreement, the lease agreement that was signed back in 1928. It's a colonial era provision from 1928. Upon that same clause, there were arguments took place in the court. Order has been passed that clause 4, where the center argued that clause 4 legally allows termination of this lease and repossession of the property if it is required. If it's because as a matter of fact, this property remains at a central position in the Lutyens, Delhi, which is a sensitive area right next to the defense area where there is the Air Force center around the corner. So these are the arguments that were made in the court today. However, the opposite party says, the members of the Delhi Gymkhana says that this was a pre-colonial era agreement that was signed in 1928. It's a perpetual lease deed, and there are certain issues regarding clause 4 because the public purpose was not clearly defined in the notice that was served to the Delhi Gymkhana members, to the officials of Delhi Gymkhana. So that is something that has remained a bit confusing and ambiguous at this point. However, the exclusive access that we have gained over the legal...
All right, Sarthak, many thanks for joining us with those details coming in on that story. Quickly shifting our focus now to the cover-up in the Trisha Sharma case. The CBI has taken over the case now. Most decisive phase of the investigation has kick-started already, and the CBI has begun the fresh investigation into the allegations surrounding her death at her marital home in Bhopal. Now, the CBI re-registered the FIR originally lodged by the Bhopal police and filed a case against Samar Singh, the husband of Trisha, mother-in-law, retired Judge Giribala Singh as well. So a team of CBI Special Crime Unit today reached Bhopal from Delhi and collected the case diary, also the police documents, statements, medical papers and other material evidence gathered so far by the local police. Republic TV has been on the spot. Shambhavi joins us from Bhopal for more. Shambhavi, tell us what has been the latest from the day as we saw the CBI team reaching the residence of Giribala Singh.
Well, yes, the CBI has officially taken over the case and has re-registered a case. The original case was registered as Katara Hills, in Katara Hills Police Station. When CBI came from Delhi, a dedicated team of 1 SP and 4 inspectors came to Bhopal from Delhi. They re-registered the case. They took custody of all the files and papers, of all the important papers that was documents that was a part of the investigation. Then they also took official custody of Samar Singh, who was in a 7-day police remand as ordered by the trial court. And then it started with scanning the Giribala Singh's house, every nook and corner, to make sure that no angle of the investigation is left untouched. And then from there they proceeded to record statements of the victim's family, the brother, the mother, the father and other concerned people in this entire investigation. Although as per reports, the statements have not been recorded yet and might be recorded in the CBI office of Delhi. It has now, as per our sources, proceeded to the commissionerate, but has still not reached. We are tracking each and every move of CBI, who is currently investigating, started a fresh investigation in the Trisha Sharma death case. We'll keep bringing you each and every little detail, Lakshita.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you joining us there. Shambhavi with details from Bhopal. Meanwhile, it was time for a very, very short break. But on the other side, we bring you more updates as far as the death case of... in fact, we will now bring our focus to the center's move against the high-level panel to study unnatural demographic change across India. The crackdown on infiltration is getting more and more intense.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance. A manner of saying, so what? It is a Hindu who carried out the act of rape and hence we will celebrate him. We will forgive the person. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nobody to forgive. And the last thing we should do is celebrate rapists. This was a shameful moment then.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, healthy every day.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public